As long as no one's that's doing my job interview on Wednesdays in the audience, that would be. I don't
I
even
doubt
know.
it.
I had that earlier. Also, I'll be in.
But yeah, no. I heard you wanted to go in order. I do have an alternative order re-
Dallas, everybody. Also, I think my Discord and my everything is frozen right now, chat. Please hold. We really didn't like me changing tabs. Yes, I think Discord's completely cooked right now. The bars are still moving on the stream, so that might be working, but I can't hear shit. So assuming everything is actually flowing correctly, I have Final Fantasy music going out.
recommendation per Wizards of the Coast pre-con making. Hi. Sorry, we're talking about the Final Fantasy pre-cons and how sometimes you sacrifice usability for theme. And that's what happened to 14.
I know every card that's flashback is legitimately a flashback
God,
in the
that
series.
deck is legitimately the worst precon they've made in the last 10 years. Or not 10 years, that's an exaggeration. Probably like 3 years.
Okay.
It's really bad. As a deck. Their individual cards are different, and we'll talk about that when we get that probably next week, because I don't see us making it through all the commander decks in one sitting.
Well, certainly not at this rate, because unfortunately I can't do anything right now. I think I understood most of what Dallas is saying, but I don't know how. Well, I guess that guy means that you guys in the Discord call didn't hear me, because I couldn't hear you, Dallas, for like a good solid minute, because my shit was all frozen.
Gotcha.
So that means that you guys did not hear me. I don't know if stream heard me or not, or if anybody's in stream, because my bars and OBS were still going. But we are super laggy. This is why generally I don't usually like to change the time I'm setting up the stream, especially to earlier. I'll do it if it's convenient, but just fucking with time is bad because things are not aligned correctly. It seems like most stuff is getting over itself.
Yeah, the stream seems fine from what I'm hearing, but
I mean, the stream's not really doing anything graphically challenging. Let me switch the scenes at least.
That's true. But yeah,
so now that
regardless, I think starting with 6 is a good place to start.
Yeah.
Mostly because it is a cohesive deck.
Yes. So, Dallas, is your thought then you want to do 10 before 7 is what you're getting at? Because like I said, I didn't hear any of that. That would be my only
change. Yes, my only change would be 10 before 7 because 10 is a better constructed and more cohesive deck than 7.
I just think when you start getting
I was doing pretty sure with the 7 deck with friends. I don't know.
Also, I'm going to be pretty honest, Dallas. I don't think anybody else on this panel
knows what it...
Yeah, would know the good deck from the bad deck. So I don't mind kind of like the I guess back and forth of like, you know.
No, that's fair.
6 is, you know, cohesive. It's together. We understand where it's going. You've said that 7 is a little less so. Yeah.
7 is like, I would say, is a below average but still good pre-con deck.
I would 2 things I want to say because I might have to leave shortly.
Sure.
One, say hi, Chris, because it's your first time on the show.
Hi, I'm Chris Starlight. Nice to be here.
Yeah, you may have seen Chris Starlight in the chat for many a failed portrayal. He already called his shot to get in whenever time this decade Prog 2 happens. And he asked if he
will happen soon.
Someday.
Yeah.
Cope.
I'll reschedule for that, honestly.
Anyway, guys, could you let me...
But
not all at once, everybody.
Was,
I didn't finish my response there. Saying.
Oh, okay.
I was just going to say, specifically, Chris Starlight is here now because he asked to be on the FF1. You may have heard him regularly in the Final Fantasy 14 streams with the rest of the Crow Mafia. Axe, your second point, please.
Oh, that point. I think also Chris also that's only actually played the Dissidia games here.
That is not true.
Never mind. I don't know what Dallas does.
I played the Dissidia games. Well, I played the Dissidia game. I played 1.
Okay. Well,
I played Destiny.
Second thing, I think once you guys get through all the pre.
Oh God. Sorry, chat. I think Discord's eating whatever Zach's saying right now. Why are we?
I mean, you
I
say
thought about the
loose
16 cards
cards,
too.
but there's an entire
Yes,
set.
okay.
Alex.
Yeah, this is a
Okay, when
large
you get to the
standard
actual
set.
normal set, I say
Also,
just, or go it by each game.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're going to do
I will leave that up to
that.
Omega.
Sorry. Okay. Once again, I missed the first part of that. It sounds like Axe was talking about the thing I did bring up earlier about the methodology of how to do fail betrayal. This. I mean, we can thematically go just game by game, card by card, and if we're
I was
doing
saying after you do the precons.
yes, so to catch that part up, that's the front part of your statement I missed. Yes, for the non-commander stuff, that may be how we do this as well, just because this is failed betrayal, and I don't claim to know a lot about Magic. I understand how Magic is played. I've played Magic before, but you know, only just a couple of like casual games with borrowed decks with kids at the tabletop club at my college, you know, years ago. So
That's how
I'm
it
not like an
goes.
expert or anything, but
mean,
I
hell, that's how I
understand the
learned.
flow. So, and I've played a few video games and stuff. Like I've seen a lot of people play the MTG Chandelar desktop game, which is stupid old and very funny
Oh, that game.
because it has anti-rules and
love-
shit.
We love mana burn and banding. They were the best mechanics Magic we had.
Banding specifically is not at all a contributor to Magic the Gathering judges being on suicide watch. Definitely not.
As a completely weird thing I learned about, there's also like a format I never heard existed of called Horde format.
What?
Jesus.
Okay, I've never heard of that.
You're so huge. But
Then
yeah,
again,
so sorry.
I don't think it's an official format. Or it could be. I don't know. There's a lot of formats.
To then clarify, yes, I would like to at least look at the art for a lot of the cards that have both brand new art and obviously our reskinned art of stuff. Some of that may be better done by I hesitate to call it a lightning round format because there's like 200 cards in the set, but something that will be a little faster paced than actually trying to think about these decks as like a structured series of cards, which ostensibly Wizards of the Coast is telling you to play all together in a clump,
Yes.
hypothetically.
And they kind of work sometimes.
So let me
Mostly.
attempt. I'm grabbing the images straight. Whoop, no, that was the wrong direction. I went big rather than small. I'm just grabbing these images off Wizards gallery website where you can indeed preview everything.
Yep.
So this
So we're
is
starting
the
with
normal
if
commander
you
for
want to
FF6.
if
I'll
you
be
want
excited to
to
see the
go
model art.
along, we are going in. We're starting with, I believe, Revival Trance is the name of the deck.
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry.
Revival
Also,
Trance.
Segment Rose in chat was, why would you dare someone remind someone of banding?
Also, question: Why are you talking about 6? That's totally 3 on that card.
Can we not-
Yes,
I'm
yes.
gonna.
Okay,
just-
okay, we're all Americans.
There
now, I
are
guess.
we all understand the gag. However, the pixel remasters of Final Fantasy 1 through 6 have been available for several
Accurate.
years now.
Yes.
In America, you should know there were 6 of them before 7, and they all came out in order.
No, I know, but it's just very funny that like the actual like because the card on the right is part of a series of cards where they do alt arts with the number of the game they're from, and Terry just happens to cover up the 5 to make it look like a 3.
Yes,
Like-
yes.
like a
It
beating
is
it
very
with, like,
funny
live.
that they've
I
done
don't
that.
see
but
that
yes.
because they both just say F at the top.
Yeah, I see it in the background of the actual card art.
Yeah, but,
Oh.
but in her
Background of the
full
card
card art,
art,
she has
they
the
have a-
Roman numeral for 6, but because her head is in the way, it could also be 3. You genuinely
Okay.
can't see.
I were at me as someone
That's-
that reads cards in a
I-
different way. I just looked at things in the bottom left
I
corner.
genuinely don't. I want to say they didn't do that on purpose but they could
No,
have because
probably
the
not,
people at
but-
Wizards are giant trolls sometimes.
I
So
mean, the
let's
card
let-
does have FF6 on the bottom, so
Let's
might
let's
be
real
correct.
quick, just in case. I doubt anyone listening normally will not understand what Commander is, because I believe it is, if not the most popular form of Magic, one of the most popular forms of Magic. But on the
I
off
think it is the
chance
most popular officially
we're slurping
now.
in extras, you know.
Although I technically don't know if they count limited. I think limited might technically be more popular.
I mean, it's
So
kind of
let
it's a
me
whole
let me
different
see
thing.
if I correctly remember the way Commander works.
Mhm.
It is normally a 100 card deck,
single.
Highlanders or Singleton format, no
Mhm.
multiple copies of any names,
Yes.
and you have to have, as you can guess, a commander, and the colors of mana in your deck have to match your commander's colors.
Do you know what makes something
Okay.
qualify as a commander?
I think they have to be a legendary creature, but other than that, I'm not sure.
Yes.
That is
Legendary,
correct.
That is okay.
There is one slight addendum. The colors of your commander have to be represented on the card. I don't think this will come up for the commander sets, but for some of the main set cards, there are creatures with other mana symbols in the card that make them different colors as a commander.
There is the version, I guess, example, there is a reprint of a card that is flavored as Noctis, or the other Terra card actually will probably go into that, actually being like cards that
Yeah,
have.
ironically, it is Terra that is the
Terra's other
example from. But yeah, no, this is Terra.
Yeah, this is
She's the protagonist of Final
default
Fantasy
commander.
VI.
Kind of. 6 is weird.
No,
Six
she's
has
the
a
protagonist.
huge cast, but she's the main character. She's the
She is the
iconic
one you start
character.
the game as.
Yes,
Dis-
but by the second half of the game, that is not true anymore.
Axe is trying to pull
Yes,
out the fucking
Actually, you're
every
incorrect,
character.
And shut up.
Oh,
You're
Axe is
wrong.
trying to
You're
already
just
play-
wrong.
Play the game of like, well, actually, there's 4 main characters in Final Fantasy 12.
No, there is
Yes,
one protagonist. It is Terra. That is what they have always portrayed in any alternative media. That is what they say in the guidebook.
okay.
To
well,
put
I
it
guess that
another
that was-
way, rather than quibble about the specifics, when picking a character to go to the Final Fantasy version of Smash Brothers, Dissidia, 4-6, it's Terra.
She's
Yeah.
the representative.
So she is the central iconic character.
It's like how in 12 they choose Vaughn to represent 12, even though most people don't think of him as the main character.
I think most
He's
people like
still
Balthier
representative.
instead.
Well, but okay, wow, you guys can't get me talking about it. We'll be here forever if we start
We're
talking
not
about
going
12.
to do. We'll get to
That's a whole
12
separate
in the
podcast where I get to
set.
analyze 12. Because I have lots to say about that game. But if they get me started, I'm not going to get started. Okay, Terra, Herald of Hope.
Bottom 10.
She
it's just
is
Star Wars.
red, white, black. She's a legendary
called
creature who is a
Mardu.
human wizard warrior.
Which
Yup.
is-
Yes, there are names for
Yeah.
everything.
It's,
So she's a
human
3/3.
is pretty. I would say human is pretty relevant as a type in Commander.
Yeah.
Wizard is kind
has to
of, but
exist.
not the right colors. Warrior is not.
Also, I should specify for anybody coming from our purely Yu-Gi-Oh audience, basically, Magic cards also have, types, but they do it differently so that you get to have more than one type all the time. As
Yes.
opposed to, Yu-Gi-Oh, they're called abilities when you have, like, tuner, tune, etc.
But I would say, I think this is fair to say, while types are important in Magic, they're not as important in Magic as they are in Yu-Gi-Oh.
Honestly, I think it's because they are more customizable. You get unique combinations rather than
Yeah.
like having all of them be unified by a single theme. So they're a happy little bonus rather than Yu-Gi-Oh. You've always been pretty consistently able to at least build a deck that's all about dragons, warriors, or spellcasters or
Yeah.
zombies. I think those are like the
You
four
usually
that have had
can
the
do
strongest
like,
affinity.
I'm gonna do a full dragon tribal deck where I'm
No.
like in Commander, like, I have the Dragon as my commander, which just lets me cheat and play all my dragons for free or something.
Which
But aside
means
from that-
yo-ho!
Unless you're doing like a gimmick deck built around a tribal mechanic, you're really just gonna be like, my commander's these 3 colors. I'm
That
probably
said, I
gonna
think
play,
I think
like,
it's important to
minor
bring up the
packages.
typings now because especially once we get to 14, but
Mm-hmm.
in general, the team at Magic the Gathering team at Wizards of the Coast had a lot of fun with the types. Categorizing Terra as a wizard warrior because she's a physical and mage character works great. But you're also going to get shit later like Y'shtola, the cat wizard.
I believe she's a
Cat's a type, yeah.
warlock.
Warlock.
Cat
Is she a
Warlock.
Okay. Oh,
War-
actually, I think that
Warlock
works
is a-
even better
Warlock is a
because
type.
her.
It's
I think that works
Shadowbringers,
even
which
better
always
because
makes
yeah,
sense.
that's her. That's
I think
isn't that
War-
her unique
Warlock
job
is
at
a
some
type.
point?
Yeah.
Prefer
the
the
cat
sorceress,
wizard.
yeah.
But you get
Yeah.
a lot of like things with job equipment that plays around with like the subtypes or
Well, like,
just in general
so-
like I think actually Vesper
So
you would
say
know for
this,
sure, but I'm pretty sure
Magic-
Alphino and Alice are both elf wizards.
They're elf wizards. Yep.
Magic has a thing where when they introduce a set, particularly if it's a standard set, they do not like introducing multiple new types at once. And they introduced one type in Final Fantasy, which was Hero. So that's kind of what they chose to do. So they could.
It's funny that the
they-
hero type is mostly confined to tokens, right?
I believe it's completely combined to tokens.
And
Yeah.
AKA MO players.
Yeah,
And essentially, it represents the Warrior of Light in various games where you have your own customizable avatar character.
yeah, basically. Whenever the character of the warrior or warriors of light is not a specific person, which it wasn't for quite a few of the intro Final Fantasies. I think before the remake, 1 and 3
three is
for
when
sure.
they start. 3 is when I think they started
I mean,
actually having like the
the-
name central characters.
The MCs in Final Fantasy 2, you can choose the names, but they have defined characters.
Yeah,
Oh,
they have
okay.
they have
And the,
default names
the
as well.
protagonist in 2 has a name.
Yeah.
His name is
Yeah, they-
Firion.
They have
He's
default
hot.
names. Yeah.
Voiced by Johnny Young Bosch.
3, like I said, 3. I
Yeah.
think they didn't really have personalities until the remake.
Yeah, 3 they were just characters, and then you have 4 where it's like, no, we're making our own
No,
characters.
4 is the one where they really started like, no, these
yeah,
are all unique. And
Locked
then
in.
getting back to Terra, 6. So her abilities, trance. It's her amnesia ability. At the beginning of combat, mill 2 cards. Mill means you take a card on top of your library and put it into your graveyard. Terra gains flying until end of turn.
Flying
and
is
then
only blocked by other flyers. So this like
or
they're
creatures with reach.
I
Yeah.
kind of wish it also turned her into a spirit because she'd become.
No,
a
that's
Yeah.
her. That's her
That's
main
Terra.
card ability. That's the
That's her
main set.
other
Terra
thing.
is the one who gets to switch.
Fair.
This is arguably, if you want to be pedantic about
like
it, this is
early game Terra.
first half of the game Terra. And then whenever the important ability, which is a nifty ability, but nothing to write home about. The important ability in the build around is whenever Terra deals combat damage to a player, in Commander there are always at least 4 players, or there should be if you're not crazy.
Yes, that's
Um,
another
That'd
thing
be
we should
crazy.
say. It's a multiplayer. format.
You may pay 2. When you do, return target creature card with power 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. So this kind of lays out the style of the deck. It's a creature-focused deck, and it's a reanimation-focused deck, and it's focused on a lot. It's focused on beneficial small creatures.
So that's it for X. He has to go.
yeah, and the
Alright.
I
I'll see you at a later date.
I'm bad with remembering the tricolor shards because I'm only getting back into it, and all the tricolor shards have new names. But when you have a red, white, and black,
It's
As
a
a concept.
Mardu.
you have the Mardu again. So you have the black, which is the reanimation, and the white and red, which fall into the
Yeah.
kind of white's your protection, red's your aggro.
I mean,
Your
okay,
other two
so-
colors, your other 2 colors at base, blue is control and draw, green is ramp, and ramp, and ramp, and ramp.
So arguably, in Mardu, because I will say this, because Mardu is one of my 2 favorite color shards. Mardu, the colors represent 3 different things. White is actually more of the reanimation side.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, black is destruction.
Fair
Black is kill spells, it's removal, it's toxic deluge, it's lull your stuff's dead. And red is chaos. Whether that be impulse draw, small creatures go fast, hit hard. Red is the aggro color, for better or worse, is what I would classify it as.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm chuckling
put them on
because
the
I
right
was trying to figure out a way to like open up the deck list specifically in the image viewer so I could look at all the cards, and
Oh, I can send you.
No,
a list.
I've got both. I already had the list open. I was trying to like filter Magic's official card viewer, but I clicked on the thing of like available in Revival Trance. Opens up to Amazon.com. Here's the product. You could buy this pre-con deck for $69.99. Will be released June 13th.
Hey,
great
dude,
website integration, Wizards.
Compared to the other ones, that's cheap.
Well, I think it's an official Amazon fulfillment, so you know it's mostly MSRP.
No, this one is actually lower price than all the other ones.
That's
Less
nice. Yeah,
reprint value in it, but
basically for me to put this in context once again, if you're coming to us from Yu-Gi-Oh, not that I think more of our audience plays Magic than I do, but Terra is a build around because her trance ability is not super important, but it does reflect the theme because she puts cards in the graveyard, and then when she deals damage, she reborns cards out of your graveyard.
Yeah. And it's a little important because while flying is a common evasion ability, it's still an evasive ability, so it makes getting that hit in easier.
Yes, because that makes it
you can
harder
see this
for
card
your
is
opponent to block.
all built towards a single goal of getting cheap value creatures from your graveyard back into the battlefield.
And
you'll see as we go through the full deck list, like 90% of the creatures in this deck can fulfill that condition, and the ones that aren't are going to be your not so much your game enders, but your big combo pieces that are going, okay, no, I am now in control of the game.
Yeah, or breaking control that's already been established. But yeah,
what people call the bombs, I guess, late game bombs.
Yeah,
it's not really a term you'd use in Constructed. Bombs is more of a limited term, but yeah, essentially.
Okay.
But yeah, no, I would say Terra is a pretty middle of the road, if not a little upper end of a commander.
I mean, I want to say
she's definitely good, but
she's
she's still casual, I would say.
She seems, and I don't know exactly how like the normal colors and mana cost work necessarily with your commanders, but the like normal creature stats, I know enough about Magic to go, okay, so she's, you know, text as if she's, you know, 3 cost for a 3/3 and a couple of important abilities. That's like normal-ish, I think.
That's pretty good for a commander. A lot of commanders want to be cheap.
For the most part, especially with a card like this, a 3/3 for a 3/3/4/3, I would say is a bit powerful, but also you have to consider that she needs 3 different mana sources, even though your commander deck is playing to turbo that out fast. Like the specific 3 mana structure allows her to be much more stronger than what a traditional 3. It's called a CMC converted mana cost. Just kind of like you can just say, oh, this is a 3 cost.
Yeah,
we don't care about
3 drop.
Yeah, she's a 3 drop, 3/3 that does a lot.
Yeah, no, she's. I would say she's solidly she's very. I would say she's casual friendly. I think she's the second strongest of the face commanders for these decks. I'll say that. I'll leave who I think is the strongest for later, but
now I don't know the exact order. Do we want to do the alternate commander for this deck next, which is Celis?
I think we should just do it in. Well, yeah. Omega, what do you think?
I mean, I can really go anyway because basically the way that like my options for doing it in orders is basically I either do it straight off the deck list that's on MTG Goldfish, and I admit that I don't necessarily know which cards are brand new versus which cards are reprints.
Oh yeah, I'll just tell you, like it'll be a little busy, but
like
sorry guys,
some are easy. Like hey, reanimate. Yes, I know that's a reprint, but like, and I can tell easily some of them are, but other ones I'm like,
so glad that's been
I assume this is
into
a
the
reprint.
ground. Yeah, let's go with Celis,
the other alternative is I just
back...
go with the colors. Okay.
Yeah, let's do Celis because doing the backup commanders second is probably good because this is the commander that they intend for. If you want to swap out your commander, this is your option we give you.
Yeah, here's a built-in option for you to kind of maybe try a slightly different style to the deck to see if one of the other fits your play.
It's usually a different style that is synergistic with the face commander, usually. Sometimes that doesn't work well. This is what we call foreshadowing.
Celes Rune Knights.
Which deck could we possibly be talking about?
I have no idea.
I
Well,
don't know. The Una one's pretty good. I've never played with Tifa, and Raha and Shola are both pretty fine, I think. So is it Tifa?
well, I think no. Don't get me wrong. I think they're all good. All the backup commanders are good. Synergistic is the part where I'm like, that's not always the case.
Like good
Well,
and
yeah.
good in the
Okay,
deck.
fair enough.
Quick clarification on question. For
Sure.
commander, what happens when the commander dies in the battlefield?
Okay, so with
okay.
Commander, there is a secondary. There's just basically essentially a deck master zone that's just on the board. Whenever your commander is removed from the board state, you can either choose to let it go to where it's going to go, which you rarely ever do unless your commander is really weird, or it'll just go back to the command zone, and you will put a counter like somewhere to denote that it's hit there again. Every time it hits that command zone, it costs 2 more generic to cast your commander. So you can't just keep spamming your commander over and over again.
It's why the favored mana cost for commanders is generally 3 to 5. Because once it starts getting more expensive than that, unless they're absolute game-ending houses,
You're not getting it out.
It's hard to get it out multiple times.
So
And also,
basically,
there's some commanders that just fucking cheat.
So-
and I
so
hate
basically
them.
what I'm seeing
if you
is
play
that there-
Yuriko,
that
you're a demon.
Dallas has many things to say about Magic. So basically, I can see the logic already. It's very similar to like I would say almost like
Yeah.
like Yu-Gi-Oh boss monster design. You either need one big guy who, if you summon him forth, the game is fucking over, or you need a guy who is more efficiently costed but repeatable in case your opponent just fucking kills your commander.
Yeah,
I should also clarify, because this is something they don't tell you, and you're supposed to just into it, and most people do, but just in case, the deck is 100 cards. There is no more or less. It is 100 cards exactly. This includes your commander, so your deck will technically only ever be 99 or 98 cards.
and there are certain commanders. We mentioned this last week with Alisei and Alphino. Alisei and Alphino can partner together to be 2 commanders, which will make your deck 98 cards.
Yeah. I think the lowest you can get your deck is 98. I think.
No
don't
triplicate
comment on
commanders
that.
yet.
Yeah,
I think you might be able to do 97, but that would be the absolute extent of it. And maybe if you could do like a partner background or something.
Yeah, we
don't
have
worry
not
about
had
backgrounds.
we have not had a thruple commander.
Yes.
Okay, and that's just partner. That's meld does not count for that, right?
Yeah.
No. Meld is a mechanic where if 2 cards are on the board at the same time, through some effect on one of the cards, you can fuse them into one big card.
And by
yes,
big
it's
card, we mean you flip them
card.
over and it's 2 cards connected to each other.
On the backs of those cards is half of a big card.
All right, we'll get to that when we get to the later. end of the
Because
set.
I love it. I love that mechanic. It's so dumb.
So we have Sella. Sella
Sella
has
is
a
the
really
remake.
good effect that I think fits for a commander, which is when she enters, just dump your hand and
draw
redraw.
that many. Plus
Which-
one.
Especially for a deck which has graveyard play.
Yeah.
Just,
So this
just
is
fucking-
this
Basically,
such a-
what she's got is like, again, to put in like, I understand that Magic is a little different than Yu-Gi-Oh with draw power, but in Yu-Gi-Oh this would be a crazy effect because this is basically reload but better. Can you imagine putting
So
discarding
thi-
4 cards, drawing 5?
This effect is actually such a thing, such a huge archetype in Magic. It has a shorthand named. This is called wheeling.
Oh.
You wheel your hand. Is draw +1, named after the card Wheel of Fortune, which is an old ass $400 fucking dollar card that makes everyone do that.
I mean, there's lots of terms like that. If you don't know, tutoring comes from the card Demonic Tutor, which just lets you add a card to your hand.
I think it was Mystic Tutor. I can't remember which one was
I
first.
thought it
I'm
was
pretty
Demonic
sure
Tutor's the
Tutor was
famous
first one.
It might have been Demonic Tutor.
Like,
Well, Demonic Tutor's also
all
the
of
best.
tutors-
That's the
all the
thing.
tutors came out in the same like space, but Demonic Tutor's the infamous one because it's any card. All of the other tutors have a limitation. Demonic Tutor is like, pay 2 life, get anything you want. I don't care.
And then I would
Yeah.
say that Celes also has this kind of
Yes.
ramping effect on reborning. Whenever one or more other creatures you control enter, if one or more of them was from the graveyard or cast from the graveyard, put a 1/1 counter on every creature you control. Or each, I should
One
say.
thing to keep in mind for Yu-Gi-Oh players, there is no monster limit on the board.
Yeah, no minimum zones. So
No.
So long as you are either bringing them back through some kind of effect that puts them into play from the graveyard, or just they can be cast, you can pay their mana cost and play them from graveyard. Tokens, counters, power.
So Celis is an interesting thing. Oh, do you want to bring up her alt art or no?
I did not see it right away, but let me see if I can find it in the
Okay, let me see if I can find it.
image viewer.
Because I believe she has an alt art. I could be wrong though.
Yeah, Celis, I would say from like a long-term perspective, Terra has more value, but Celis will hit the board and can immediately shift the game state by letting you wheel.
So
Plus,
for
you're wheeling
casual
over card.
for casual games, I will completely agree with you. However, out of all of the Final Fantasy commanders, Celis is currently, I believe, the only one of the commander deck commanders that is being experimented with in CEDH.
CEDH being the top
Competitive,
tier. Yeah.
like, basically sweaty commander. The CEDH.
Something interesting that I do like that Magic has kind of set up, they have a built-in tier system as sort of a primer for a deck. It used to be 1 through 10. They shrunk it down to 1 through 5 recently, and it's like 1 is just this is just a pile of cards I made for fun. It's just like I'm doing something funny. I'm playing a Flamingo Tribal or something. Like, I just put every card that says Flamingo on it in the deck, and this is what I'm doing. Yeah. There's no real win con, it's just funny. You have 2 that's like, okay, no, like, this is a pre-con deck. It's essentially what a pre-con is at.
So, the reason Celis is considered a CDH commander is because of an old mechanic from one of my favorite sets of all time, which is Shadowmoor. It's an old set called Persist. And Persist is an effect that whenever a creature dies, if it has Persist, it returns to the graveyard with a +1/+1, or sorry, a -1/-1 counter on it. So the reason this is broken is because of an interaction that if a creature ever has a +1/+1 counter and a -1/-1 counter, they cancel out and both are removed. Therefore, anything with Persist infinitely reanimates with her on the board.
Yeah, because there is a reverse version of this. I forget what it's called, but like when a card dies, it comes back. It'll have a +1 or a -1. And for Celis, if you have all these -1s, like, well, I just take the -1 counters all of these guys with Persist. Yeah.
So that's why she's considered a CDH commander.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you could do lots of infinite combos. Shadowmoor and Eventide. It's a set, like 2000.
This is also another thing I should also bring up just to let people know if they don't know. From my understanding, Magic the Gathering is a game that is much more comfortable with the concept of an infinite game state. In Yu-Gi-Oh, if you actually create an infinite loop, something has gone wrong, and the judge will kill you.
No.
Magic
whereas,
Gathering was infinite combos.
Yeah,
infinite combos are fine in Magic.
It's mostly, I think, a procedure thing, just because in Yu-Gi-Oh, you can't shorthand, is the main thing.
Didn't the last EDH tournament have like an 11-hour game final that ended in a draw?
I don't pay attention to CDH, I'm going to be honest. I admire people who play CDH, but to me, it's like playing competitive Smash Bros. Oh, I'm really going to get people pissed off. It's like playing competitive Smash Bros. In that you're trying to force something to be competitive that inherently isn't. So, yeah. I don't know. I play it casually, but Celis is cool. We should probably go... if we're going by the deck list, I think Bannon would be the first new card. Because Stitcher's Supplier is a reprint.
I figured he was.
Any comments about the art?
I love her art.
They're both pretty good.
I believe this one is done by... Oh god, who did this?
You can kind of see him. The alt arts are
Leal is the left one.
Yeah.
I cannot read Japanese, so I can't.
Yeah, the second one has a like their like artist tag on
Keta
Twitter.
underscore CPT.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you get that CPT.
No, I which is something I have always loved about Magic is they credit their artists, and I do appreciate
and
that.
like I do to throw a little shade on Konami. This is just how easy it is. There's just the byline is right
just
there.
Put it in the corner.
Please.
It's that easy.
Like-
But yes, let's pull up Bannon.
Bannon's a very funny guy. He's a very
Bannon
funny
is
guy.
one of my favorite characters in this
I don't know
game,
if he has any alt
probably.
art. Let me
Also,
double-check
no,
if
he
they
doesn't.
have
I don't believe.
Okay, yes.
I believe
So
it's
we
just
can-
Celis and Terra that have alt art. Maybe Kafka.
That seems to be the
maybe.
way in the
Kafka
core
does.
sets how it worked, or the
Well,
constructed how it works.
Kafka, the main set has like 5 alt arts, but I don't
Yeah,
know
yeah,
if
so
Commander Kafka has
the
one.
there's like a full art for Terra, and then there's like multiple different alt arts. I think normally there's just the kind of extended art.
I believe
and
Kafka
regular
has
art.
the most arts of any of the cards right now because he has 4 different full arts.
A lot
No,
of
wait,
them
no,
have
Sid.
multiple.
What am I talking about? Sid has the most arts. Duh.
Yeah, no. There's a funny thing with Sid. We talk about it where you can have any number of Sid, and they have made alt arts of Sid for every Sid from every game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's very silly.
But no, Bannon is the next one because
Human Eric Rebel.
he was a
Leader of the
human.
returners.
Most of the, and this is what I'm
Red
talking about of incidental synergies. I believe most of the characters in the 6 deck are humans. Most of the legendaries.
Yeah, so that I should say that's another thing we can kind of mention. I talked a little bit about it, but the fantasy sets are doing something interesting with these kind of modifiers. Normally, most characters are indeed just humans because that's how they are. But occasionally, you do get asides like I don't remember how exactly they classified Moogles, but Moogles are
Moogle is Moogle. Moogle is a type.
okay.
Yeah,
So they added a Moogle type. Chocobos, I think, are just birds, and then you've got
Chocobo's bird.
got games where like obviously for like in 14 all the different playable races have different like Elizan elf. They just made Lalafell dwarf, which is very funny and works because of Shadowbringers. Mikote are just cats.
Their other option was Kifkin, which that would have been really funny.
I guess again. Oh, also, I meant to say this earlier, but I forgot. Hey guys, if you're concerned about spoilers for Final Fantasy games, oops. It's gonna happen probably. There's gotta be some stuff that if you've never played these games, you're gonna see things you're not supposed to see.
We will make so many bad jokes when we get to a specific removal spell in
there
common.
will be many things to talk about. Yes. But so like there's that.
Yeah.
But yeah, in Shadowbringers, because it's set in the first, the Lalafells are literally called dwarves there.
Yeah.
So like there's a 1-to-1 there that works out really well. And this also does lead to funny things because I think Fran is the only Vieira. Actually, no, there might be some. They might have crammed a couple of 14 Vieiras that were non tokens.
I don't think so.
No, Fran's the only
okay.
Vera.
So I think she's just
She's
Rabbit.
Rabbit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But obviously, if they were to do like more of a like tactics and tactics advanced type thing, they kept it to numeraled games.
So there's a rumor, and don't take this as gospel. This is a rumor and is non-substantiated. So they're doing another Final Fantasy product for Magic, similar to what they did for Lord of the Rings, where they're doing panorama scenes. And they're doing 7 of them. And one of the rumors is that one may be a tactics thing because they announced the new tactics game.
I don't know exactly how Magic works, and I don't know exactly how lucrative this is for Square Enix, but it is my understanding that this is possibly one of the like best-selling Magic releases
It's the best-selling
ever.
Magic sets.
Okay,
It was the best-selling Magic set before it was released.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause
By
it's not even officially
pre-releases
released.
alone, it was the best selling.
I think the official non-pre-release street date is like the 13th. So,
Yep.
again, don't know how much money Square Enix is making off of this, but they have actually started adopting a pretty broader release strategy recently. If you don't know, during the Xbox showcase, for instance, they announced that FF7 Remake Intergrade and Final Fantasy 16 are coming to Xbox. Intergrade is also coming to the Switch too. I think even the Switch 2 would explode if you tried to run Final Fantasy 16 on it. But like, Square Enix is shifting to a very broad approach with Final Fantasy these days. So I would not be shocked if this makes them a shitload of money and makes Wizards a shitload of money. That there's not like a second set which takes cues from all the side games and sequel games and other weird shit.
Give us an Advent Children set.
I mean, that's a
don't do
really
that.
easy. I mean, you could do that though, because that means you could release Cloud and Tifa and Sephiroth and all the boys
And
again.
those three guys.
Those three guys.
What are their names? The dudes with silver hair.
Laz, Kadaj, and then the third guy starts with a Y, but nobody. Yeah, something like that. Nobody
I
cares. 'cause
think
he's
so.
the weird
Maybe.
one.
Who knows?
Kadaj is the main guy. Laz is the big guy who has the sick ass fight with Tifa. We don't care about the third guy. All right.
So are we gonna pull up
Bannon.
Bannon? Or...
Yeah, he's up.
Yeah,
He's
he's
up.
up.
He's
He's already on.
If you don't
Sorry.
see him, you
I had the stream
refresh your
paused
stream.
that because I'm an idiot.
It happens. Yeah, it's okay.
Here is scraggly old man Bannon. I love
his first
him.
effect is super nice, and his second effect just also keeps facilitating his other gimmick.
So he has the keyword
Yeah.
Pray. Once during each of your turns, you can cast a creature from cards in your graveyard that were put there from anywhere other than your battlefield this turn. So long as this didn't die.
So something I'm gonna do for the rest of these guys, because I think it's appropriate, because this is the commander format, is I'm gonna rate how effective they would be as a commander. I think you could make Bannon a commander,
probably
because he has two abilities. He'd be much more aggressive than Terra, because essentially what you'd want to use his first ability as, which is ironically kind of un-Bannon-like, but you would literally just human wave tactics with people, just like probably have a bunch of cheap creatures with dice triggers being like, and you can recast them, stuff like that.
Yes,
I don't think he'd be a great commander, but he seems serviceable.
And I don't know this second ability. I don't know for sure if it's just like the way Commander is as a format. I suspect it might be because you're playing with fucking 99 cards. But a shitload of the Final Fantasy cards have effects that are, in some circumstance, discard then draw or draw then discard.
Yeah.
Like a lot of cycle for ones.
Six especially has a lot of cycling because it's the graveyard deck.
Yeah.
Draw, however, is much more prevalent and important in Commander than in other formats.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
draw
what I said.
is
I
good.
imagine you have to have some kind of draw power if you're playing a 100-card deck because you
Yeah,
need to
100%.
see your fucking cards.
And you don't want to play tutors because you're not a bitch.
Well, and also, I mean, that's just like, just talking about like limitations. You're playing a singleton deck. What are the odds you find your tutor? You could have just played more good cards and seen your good cards.
That's the thing. In my opinion, and this is a Commander deck building philosophy thing, you should build a deck that instead of requiring a tutor, make it so you are not sad to draw any card, other than obviously when you get mana flooded, but that's just, you're playing Magic. You just got to deal with floods and screws. That just
is
that just
unfortunately
happens.
how Magic can
Just happens.
I think that the best thing I can compare that to is like it's my current pet peeve in Yu-Gi-Oh, but is understandable. Is like,
hand.
yeah, you just got to play hand traps in Yu-Gi-Oh. Like that's just how it works. So guess what? Sometimes you're going first and you draw both your copies of Nibiru and they're dead cards in your hand. But when you're going second, you want them. So
during the pre-release, I had a game in which on turn 2 I played a 2/1. And me and my opponent both proceeded to draw lands 8 turns in a row, and I won the game by attacking with a 2/1 10 times.
I can slightly one-up you that. In my pre-release, I had a 10-minute round. Because it was the Gruul mirror match, which is red-green. We had 3 like 3-minute games.
Yeah, no, that happened some.
Oh shit! I guess we're done.
God, what was the furry set? Bloom Burrow was really bad for that. Where just some deck matchups was just like, this is gonna be over in like 10 minutes.
During my pre-release, most of my games I lost, but I had over 10 men on the field.
Bannon is like a solid mid-range. He's good in the deck, and I really love his art design. It's
Yeah.
probably one of my more, like, because obviously with Final Fantasy VI, I should say, for most of the characters, they kind of have to go off of like not a lot of like art books and stuff, because like this is a pixel game.
Yeah, it
Most
was
of
the
these
last
characters don't
sprite-based
have that
FF.
much efficient. Yeah,
So
most
you're
it's a beautiful
limited
game.
to yes, it
It's
is.
so good.
Well, it's the thing
Like-
of like whatever Square's like last game in an art style is always really good. Like
Also,
Final
I do
Fantasy
have
like
to say,
12, for instance, as
um,
their last like PS2 era game is like phenomenal art design wise. The textures in that game are so good that to make the HD remaster, all Square did was just upscale them. Like those are all the same textures. They just like decompressed them.
Nobu Uematsu is an insane person, and I love him because he managed. Final Fantasy VI has beautiful art, but even more beautiful music, and he
Yes.
managed to essentially write an opera, including a 5-act symphony, on chiptune, and it's
Yeah,
insane.
Uematsu's pretty
We
good.
love-
I mean,
We love dancing.
I think that like Soken is kind of Masashi Soken, who does 14 and 16 music, has kind of like taken over like Square's goat at the sound team. But Soken has a very different, distinct style. Uematsu has some like very like
Yeah.
timeless production that gets in there, and obviously set a lot of the tone. Like Uematsu's not working on anything directly with 7 Remake, for instance, but almost all the non-original pieces are inspired by his original arrangements. So like, yeah, it's
I think it's because if I believe,
he's
if I remember
retired, yes.
correctly, Uematsu was a classical composer first. Like, he
always
was
funny
a
to hear, by the way,
in
about
school
like
for like.
video games in like the 80s and 90s where just like, oh yeah, this guy was a classical musician, oh this guy was like a painter, and then just decided video games were cool.
Yeah,
Fucking-
he did it to make.
By the way,
he
Chad,
did it to
complete
land-
aside, but I have to say this because Axe is not here. I will mention From Software. Did you guys know they started as a fucking business software company before they just decided, fuck it, let's make 3D dungeon crawlers? They don't make them quite like that anymore.
Yeah. No, it's early video game history is wild.
And
mean,
obviously, also, I would be remiss to say.
I'm gonna.
Go ahead, Vesper.
I'm trying to remember the name of the YouTube channel now, but I watched a video like just discussing the history of not Sid Meier, Chris Sawyer, like the locomotion guy, the roller coaster tycoon guy, the transport tycoon deluxe.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And it's just like, oh, he was just a guy. Like he was just this like 13-year-old who bought like a programming PC, like he finally got like allowance for it, and he just started making shitty little copy games, and he made money just making like originally just bootleg versions for this random system nobody supports, to eventually making official remakes onto the system that he just knew how to play, or how to code, to then making one of the most ubiquitous like computer games of all time in Roller Coaster Tycoon.
And he did it
Yeah.
all in assembly language.
Yeah,
And
like
the last thing I was going to say was to bring it back to FF6 was obviously, talking about the goats. We have to mention that obviously a lot of these old school games are going to have influence by the iconic Yoshitaka Amano concept art. But while those are very iconic,
He did a lot of arts for these cards.
yeah, that's still usually, there's like 1 or 2 key arts by Amano for a character back in the Pixel days. So
Oh yeah,
it's a whole thing.
For 6, it's easier than some games because, and I thank Japan for this because I'm pretty sure this is the only reason we got 6 as a deck. 6 is the most popular game in Japan.
Yeah.
Like they don't really give as much of a shit as about 7 as America does.
7 is still
but
very
6 is the
popular in
most
Japan,
popular
but
game.
like 6 is the one that was because they got all of the previous games. 6 was like the big breakout, like climactic one that we're like, oh shit. And then 7 is, the rough change to 3D. For us, because we didn't get half the games and like they had to go through the fucking
1, 4, 6, then 7, which is one,
Yeah.
like 1, 4, and 6 are 1, 2, 3. Then we just
Yeah.
jumped to 7.
Yeah.
then they were just like,
Because
fuck it, 7.
Gave up.
And like I am a big 7 guy, but like the original 7 has its flaws to be sure, and the script is not perfect. But I think 7 is just such a weird balls to the wall game. Not that most Final Fantasies aren't, but they went out of their way, I feel like, to be different than 6. You know, switching from kind of like a high fantasy Magitech setting to like grungy cyberpunky, you know, Industrial Revolution stuff. It feels really different, and they went very striking with their first use of like the 3D models and the little Lego type men. So like that one really busted out here because people were like, "Oh shit, what's this game?" But obviously, everyone is entitled to your favorite Final Fantasy, and that can be any of them. All of your Final Fantasies are valid. If you try to tell me that my favorite Final Fantasy is not good...
Actually, Vesper, I will fight you. 2 is one of my favorite games.
2 is dreadful. It is dreadfully unplayable. I'm sorry.
2 is a game that I adore, and I understand completely why people don't like it. It is a unique combat system, to put it slightly.
Lightly, but
lightly rather.
I'm just so everyone knows, in case you're curious, everybody at home, I'm 7, 12, 14, 16. You should also grandfather in the tactics world in there.
I'm 6'9", 2 tactics.
But if we have nothing else to say about Bannon, let's grab Gao.
He's good.
Yeah.
Bannon's good. He facilitates your
Bannon
strategy.
is a solid card. He's not like amazing, but he's not bad. I probably wouldn't build him as a commander because there's a lot of commanders that do similar stuff, but he is not like a bad choice, and he's good in the deck for Terra. He doesn't really work as well in Celeste because that's kind of a different deck, but
different style. But yes, this our next card is Gao, who's our first actual only one color, which presumably means that he's not going to be a great pick as your commander.
That's not necessarily true.
There are some very strong monocolor commanders.
Monocolor, yeah.
It really just comes down to how defined their
one of the things I like about Universes Beyond, which is what we call the Fortnitification of Magic, is that because they have to do things to tie into characters, they get very creative, so monocolored commanders from Universes Beyond sets are often much more interesting than normal monocolored legends.
Fair enough.
I will say my 2 personal favorite cards that I've seen out of the Magic set are monocolored commanders.
Yeah,
one is the 6-drop Gilgamesh, which I posted a photo of a game I played with him.
Gilgamesh is hilarious.
Terrified. I felt horrified at what I had created.
No, Gilgamesh is good. The commander I want to build. Oh, good.
The other one's Arden, which probably too costly a commander, but God, he's so funny.
Slap the shit on him.
No, Arden is a game ender.
Yeah.
I keep seeing clips of people using Arden to reanimate Jumbo Cactor.
No, you could probably do it in black because black has a lot of. I get a shit ton of mana for this turn and this turn only. But no, the commander I'm building first out of Final Fantasy is a monocolor. It's Furion.
Okay.
Because he's hilarious.
Okay, so that's interesting there. We'll keep that in mind. Also, I have 2 jokes because you said Fortnitification of Magic, both of which I think work. One, obviously, that means I have to rep for the boys at home. So when do we get the Fate Stay Night crossover? Fate, by the way, there's more than enough characters that you could do a whole Magic set out of. That would be crazy.
If they announced that. Like,
I mean, I might have to buy some shit in print then too, like that. Give me a fucking Commander Emiya.
That would break my wallet.
The second of all is obviously this is a joke that I think is mostly for Vesper, but then so also, where's Calliope Mori in Magic?
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't do a Miku set, so
There is a series
out of the possibility.
Cards.
I don't know. Well, I mean, we should also say this. There is an official FF trading card game that has its own unique mechanics that is also out in English. It's not as popular as I think the big 3, but it does exist.
I did see. I think it's only in Japan. They've made an Alizé alt art. I forget if it's Alphino or Alizé, but one of the twins has an alt art card in Magic that can combine with an art of a Final Fantasy XIV card. I believe.
I think I posted
That's
it a while back.
awesome.
That's cute. That's cute. But I was going to say this because Hololive also has an official collectible or trading card game, which is coming to English, so I don't know if they would want to get in on that. But also, I don't know, I kind of feel like, personally, I'm not a fan of kind of like the gatekeeping and the tribalism of like, ooh, and, you know, oh, the Magic players, they're dumb. They don't understand floodgates. Oh, the Yu-Gi-Oh players are foolish. They're crack addicts. They don't have any mana to hold them back. And we all dislike the Pokemon players because their game is more popular than us because scalpers buy all their product. We don't need to do that shit. If you like cardboard, we're all addicts together. This is the support group
I have
chat.
said repeatedly, the Universes Beyond I want the most, because it'd be fucking hilarious, is a Universes Beyond Yu-Gi-Oh! The anime.
That would
Because
be
it'd
pretty.
be fucking
I
amazing.
agree. It would be super. It would be super cracked to get Yugimoto, King of Games, as my commander and play the Dark Magician
And have it actually do something.
and have him have real ass card effect text. Anyway, yeah. So Gao, we haven't been talking about him much, but he's
Here's Gao.
2/2 for 2, one red,
He's a
one
feral
any.
gremlin boy.
Human berserker, feral youth.
Literally,
rage.
he is a feral child.
Yes.
He
He
I
has
love
rage, so he gets a
Gao
1/1
in the
counter
game.
attacks, and then at the beginning of each end
so
step,
fun
each
fact,
card is in you left your graveyard.
Gao is
Oh.
Gao is the blue mage. Gao is the blue mage in 6.
Really?
Oh, learns
because
enemy skill.
He's a feral child. If you're in a fight with an enemy, he can like wander off with them and learn their ways.
Makes perfect sense. Yeah,
Okay.
so he's the enemy skill.
Gao
guy.
is
Okay.
hilarious. I love Gao. He's
I've
one of the
realized
worst
how
party
this-
members in the game, but I love him.
Well, ain't that just the way it is with E-skill / it's either the single greatest mechanic in the game, 7, or it's the weirdest shit. Or both, if you're playing 14.
Well, okay, so technically he's like the best way to I can only use Fire Emblem terms because I'm permanently destroyed. He's essentially a Nino unit.
Yeah.
Like he's really bad and risky because you have to send him off all the time, so he can't actually fight while he's learning. But if you build him up enough, he can become a juggernaut.
Okay.
Which I would
Because
say is kind of the
E-skill's
same
always
way
pretty
he's
crazy.
built in this magic card, where
Yeah.
sure, in
A
theory,
A
you read
2/2
this card, you're like, okay,
2 is kind of like right on the cusp of being acceptable, but he
if I
does at
power
least
this guy
say,
up
you know,
enough, he's
because
he's
those
just going
counters
to
don't
be-
go away.
Yeah, they don't go away,
No.
and it is to each opponent. So if Gao hits the board with just enough, and amass enough counters over a short span before he gets removed, which is usually what's going to happen when you play a card like this that you're trying to build up, it's going to get removed well before it actually reaches the point of being a problem.
So the Gao is an interesting case because I actually think he's extremely powerful. Because the thing about Gao is it's all about wording. His effect is ridiculously easy to trigger because leaving graveyard. I mean, you guys should know this. You're Yu-Gi-Oh players. Leaving does not mean resurrecting, nor does it mean anything. There are a lot of ways to make things leave graveyard.
It's any recursion. There's a mechanic. I don't know. There's this mechanic in Magic called Flashback, where you can cast a spell from your grave, and it gets exiled, which means it's leaving the graveyard.
There's another mechanic that that's arguably even better than Flashback for this, called Delve. No, Delve.
Delve, yeah.
Which
Delve is
is
the
in
new
addition.
dredge?
Delve is like, so Delve is basically there are these ridiculously overcosted spells. They all cost like 8 or 9 or 10 mana, and the cost is to play a Delve card. You can reduce the cost by 1 generic for every card in your graveyard you exile. So they're actually ridiculously cheap cards if you play them correctly.
Yeah.
So Gao is this weird card. I think he's kind of okay in the deck, but I honestly
and if
think he
nothing
might
else,
be better as a commander. I don't know.
He works for the ramp that the deck is built around because he's a small creature normally. He's only 2/2, but he gets counters whenever he attacks, which don't go away, and also if it leaves your graveyard for any reason, which as we just said is a lot of ways to do it, he hits everyone with damage directly equal to his current power, which is not
Like, this one
necessarily
definitely
a
seems
lot,
like
but
this one definitely seems like it's better in the Celis deck than the other one, than Terra.
well, he would also, because he'd benefit from the counters for sure as well.
Yeah, you'd be dumping counters on him. You could also even like maybe not like the problem of being mono red is like a lot of counter shenanigans kind of leans into green. There still are like good counter generation in other decks in other colors, but green is like your mainstay for all of your big bullshit counter gimmicks. We'll see that when we get into the Titus deck. Hardened scales.
Yeah, but I think there's a lot of potential with him because you can also the power doesn't have to just be by his counters. You can do equipment, you can do a bunch of stuff. So
yeah,
I think Gao has like potential as a commander, and he's kind of okay in the deck. Like if I was building Terra, I'd probably cut him because he doesn't have a dies or ETB trigger, which is kind of what you want for Terra. But I also do love this doofy feral child.
That's the fun though. Like we talked. Unfortunately, we talked about 4 cards in an hour, but we talked about our 2 commanders, and immediately one card that lines up with each commander's play style at the gate.
All right, so the next one should be
should be Lock, unless one of those other cards in the list is
Lock, because Milken and Freestafel are both reprints. Yeah, Lock, then Mog.
Yeah, and
where's the first non-legendary?
If you don't know, Lock is your thief.
I don't believe
the game.
there. Yeah,
Subtype
Lock,
human rogue.
Lock Cole.
He's one of any, and then black red.
Yeah.
2/3 human rogue.
Yeah. So I don't believe there are any creatures other than legendaries that are new.
Yeah, makes sense because for 6 it's going to be... First of all, I'm pretty sure 6 has a pretty big playable cast, if I recall correctly.
Yep.
Like, your squad's pretty big. And then
13,
also, 6 is the one that I think is... 6 is probably the first one of the game that makes Espers summons, like, a very big part of the story. Obviously, that... Later games do that as well because it's a very great way to keep using iconic FF names. But, like, 6 is the one that does it first, so that means that, obviously, you're going to bring in a lot of Espers. I know already that, Valley Garmanda's in the deck, I believe.
And
shit like that.
It's so funny that they said, hey, for the set that's going to get everybody introduced to Magic, let's put Sagas in the decks.
I love Sagas
but
so much. I'm so
also,
happy.
I can't imagine them doing some of those FF cards the other way. Like the 14 Odin is like he builds up tokens to go into like the Zentetsuken and you die, right?
They're boss faces. It's boss faces, yeah.
From a design perspective, it's the perfect match. It's just so funny that they took arguably. I won't even say it's not like complicated. It's just like it's introducing a relatively new card type that many people are just flustered by trying to process.
It's the second newest card type.
Yeah.
When I was at pre-release, I heard a lot of complaining about card text.
Well, too bad, because guess what? I'm going to start the saga of Knight of the Round, and when this 12-minute cutscene is over, you're dead!
So,
just like the game!
Shit out 3 nights. Shit out 3 nights. Shit out 3 nights. Shit out
to
3
me, my
nights. Shit out 3 nights. You're dead. Kill.
I mean, that's ultimate end, baby.
So Locke
also,
has,
if I remember rightly, I think that's one of the forms of Clive is just, it's a saga for him to turn into a Freet.
Yes.
Locke has a Skulk, essentially.
Locke looks like a thiefy little guy. He's can't be blocked by creatures with greater power, so you can only chump block him.
And he mugs
And then
you.
Mug, yeah.
Whenever Locke attacks, each player mills a card.
If you mill the land,
is
get a
milled
treasure
this way, make a treasure, which is a artifact that taps for any mana, and then you sack it.
Okay, so I was going to ask what
end of
treasure
turn,
does, because that's another thing that is everywhere in the FF set. Again, makes perfect sense, really great thematic usage.
Well, treasure has become a very big part of Magic in general now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a happy circumstance, because also that really works for Final Fantasy to be like, yeah, you just get generic loot from these guys.
Well,
you just get gil and
treasure
stuff.
is kind of the best way I could describe what they use treasure for now. Treasure is a way the colors that don't do the ramping for lands thing get to make extra mana.
Also, don't want to forget, the mugging is also, we should say, literally a steal, because it also says until the end of the turn, you can cast a spell from among those cards that got milled.
It's a slightly less fun variation. There are some cards that say you can cast a spell among those cards, either without paying the mana cost or use any mana to cast this spell.
So this is a good card, but I think he's probably the weakest as a commander so far.
Yeah,
he definitely
he's very
seems like
much
a card you
support
want
piece
in the
he's an
in the
accent
deck.
card.
Like,
Yeah,
he's one of the strongest cards I think so far that we've seen, ironically. But he's just a generic value good stuff card.
Yeah, if you're playing black-red, you're probably gonna slide this guy in there if you have the space, because he is just he does just have some fun applications.
he's just an advantage machine. You can't block him with creatures of greater power, so he can slip in for little hits. And
one of my commander decks is an outlaw commander deck. Outlaw legendaries matter. So outlaw it was introduced in the cowboy set, and it's basically a keyword that is it's similar to like tri-types in Yu-Gi-Oh, where it puts anything that is a rogue, warlock, assassin, or what's the last one? There's
That's
one
cute.
more that I can't remember.
That. I still get what you're saying.
One more that are all of those are considered outlaws, and there's a legendary called Laughing Jasper Flint, who for each outlaw you control.
Nah, Dallas, I think you're saying that wrong. That's got to be Laughing Jasper Flint.
Laughing Jasper Flint. He's a lizard.
That's pretty sick.
But for every outlaw you control, exile the top card of your opponent's library and you can play him.
I found his art. He looks awesome.
I love him so much.
But so that means that there's a deck that
he's dual wielding like fire swords.
No, those
like,
are gun swords.
It's like retroactive
those are gun blades.
Tri-typing, basically. We're just like, hey, we've created a rule
mercenary.
where
that was the fourth one, mercenary.
Where we just turn, like you said, mercenaries, warlocks, assassins, and rogues. You all count as outlaws now, which means if we ever print another valid rogue, assassin, whatever, you'll get grandfathered in.
Yeah.
And also cards that already existed get grandfathered in that we didn't think about yet.
I love it so much. But Locke is I'm just to not get distracted, Marco. We need to get through some of these cards.
Yeah.
Locke is very much a support piece card. I think he's very good because black-red especially aren't so great at the whole creating mana thing. And even if you never steal a card, just the potentially getting a treasure or two every turn is just very good.
Well, and also I feel like that does fit red and black, because basically the point of Mug is you mill your opponent, and then if you mill mana, you get mana, effectively, quote-unquote, denying them their mana. And if you get a spell, you get to steal their spell.
Yeah, so most commander decks I see range between a high 30 to a 40 for mana base, not counting your auto include
37 is generally the bet for an average deck. I would say 37.
Yeah, so somewhere of a 40% chance on every single opponent.
You heathens.
Huh?
There are a lot of people who have a habit of running way less mana, and then they go, well, why couldn't I play anything? Run 37 lands, you heathens.
Yeah, but regardless, it's roughly a 40% chance to hit on every opponent. So you're flipping a coin, however many players that are on the board. And even if you miss the flip, if it's a card in your color, you can just take it. It's mine now. Because a spell is
anything.
Anything that isn't a land.
Yeah, everything but lands are spells. So if it's you've milled a Doomblade, I'll cast that Doomblade.
All right, we're gonna move on to Mog because we got to move on.
Funny guy.
Mog the Moogle Warrior, 3
Mog the
cost, red white, kind of counterpointing our last guy. He's a 1/2.
Yeah.
He is a Moogle
Another
Warrior,
part of
as we
this
said
morning
earlier. They have
color
a
He's counter-based, but he is funny.
So this case actually, a lot of the FF cards have lifelink. I think though it's funny we're pulling this up that doesn't have the reminder text. What does lifelink do?
Lifelink is any damage this creature does, not just to opponents. Any damage this creature does, you gain life of the damage.
This is very common in white, right?
Yeah, lifelink is common in white and black.
Yeah, white and black are the life gain colors, essentially.
And then Mog has his, more unique text, the dance effect, which is at the beginning of your end step, each player may discard a card. Each player who discarded a card draws a card, keeping up with the rest of the theme in this precon. If a creature card is discarded, you create a 1/2 white Moogle creature token that has lifelink. If a non-creature card was discarded, you put a 1/1 counter on each Moogle you control after you summon the Moogles. So he's Moogle dancing to summon more Moogles.
Yeah. Which makes sense because Mog has a swarm of Moogles that he travels with.
Yeah, I only wish there were actually more Moogle cards, so you do some kind of dumb Moogle tribal. But he's still just like one of those cards that
There's
like
only 2 other Moogles.
You so want to build around him because it's just so funny sounding, but there's just not enough there.
I think you
it
can
is
build
also
around,
interesting because I kind of feel like obviously like you're gonna discard a card yourself, so you get to pick it, but it's optional. You're kind of playing that dangerous game with your opponent of like, hey, do you want to put stuff in your graveyard? Do you want to hand fix? For any reason at all?
Looks like there are 7 total cards, 2 of which are summons. When one is a Chocolate
the
Choc and
summons are
Mog, and then
always
Fat. No, Fat Choco was separate.
No,
so
Good King
Good
Moogle
King
Mog.
Muggle Mog.
Good King Moogle Mog.
Good King Mog.
Good King Mog.
But summons are always
Praise be his
creatures.
name.
So
Yeah.
to put it that way. But
yeah.
But no, I think Moogle's cool. Mog is cool. He's definitely a support piece. Once again, he's like this is what I'm talking about when I say this deck is the most cohesive. Pretty much all of these cards that you've seen in some way or the other either benefit or fuel the graveyard engine this deck is building up.
Yeah,
and they all fuel the graveyard engine, and they all lean towards at least one of they all lean towards one or the other commander in play style to give you a direction if you find one of the two.
And even the ones that they don't lean towards, they're not awful in.
Yeah, once again, Mog himself is a small
either.
creature who adds tokens to get bigger and summons tokens, but he puts shit in your graveyard. It all lines up pretty easily.
And the funny thing of this is that
Setzer next.
Yes.
You've got Celis, who's also going to be buffing up all these Moogles that Mog is supporting when you're reviving your other creatures. So you're just building up a wall of lifelink assholes that will keep you alive.
Yeah.
There is one other feature of Commander that is important to note. Everyone has a 40 life, but if one player deals a total of 20 damage with their commander...
No, it's 21.
21?
21 damage.
If they deal 21 damage with their commander, you automatically lose the game.
Yeah.
It does not matter what your life total is. One person dealt 21 damage to you with their commander, you're dead. You're out of the game.
So I can tell you the reason it's 21. And it's not just because it's exactly more than half, although that is a fun coincidence. It's because the original format name was Elder Dragon Highlander, and that is 3 hits from your Elder Dragon commanders because all of them are 7/7s.
Yeah.
For 7.
Okay. So it's Setzer the Wandering
This
Gambler.
is Setzer.
Human Rogue
Fucking
Pilot,
love
so
this
he's
card.
clearly your
I love
airship
this card
guy.
so much.
Are you also trying to build a Setzer coin flip
I
deck,
know
Dallas?
Setzer
Because
deck,
I am.
Mm-hmm. No, we'll get into it, but this card is
so
nuts.
he's 3 mana for 2/2, so obviously that means we're gonna want him to be pretty good, but I can already see how he's got value because when he enters, you create the Blackjack, the airship, legendary 3/3 colors vehicle with flying and crew 2.
Crew as an ability means you have to tap down creature or creatures whose total power equals 2.
So vehicles are never creatures.
It will then become a creature.
Vehicles are not creatures
Yeah.
until you crew them.
Okay.
So do you have to do that every turn?
You have to do it every turn.
Every time you want it to be a creature.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if
It's
you need
only
it to
on
block
your
or need it to
turn
attack.
too, so your vehicles
You don't
cannot
have
be
to do
blocked.
it. But if you ever want it to be a creature.
Yeah.
No, it is not. It is on either turn.
It looks like a cheap.
You can do it on either turn, so...
Tokens.
Yes, but crew is an instant speed ability, so you can crew on
Yeah,
your opponent's
but-
turn.
Ooh, okay.
Still is like what I'm saying is you're like you like the crew is only for that turn.
Yes, but you can use vehicles as blockers.
Yeah.
'Cause
Yeah.
You can...
Which, you know, a
And
3/3.
the other effect, when a
Oh, yeah,
ve-
sorry.
when a vehicle you control deals damage to a combat damage to a player, flip a coin. When you win a coin flip, create 2 trapped treasure tokens.
So there's an important distinction here. Those 2 lines of text are not attached.
Yes, I'm about to say,
Yeah,
there is a
these are
line
two
break between
separate-
those 2. He has 3 abilities. The first ability is on summon, he creates a vehicle. His second ability
Which
is
is
if you're
cool.
playing vehicles and you do damage to a player, you get to flip a coin. His third effect is if you win a coin flip, period, create 2 treasure tokens.
And
Which are
that
tapped.
is what makes him a great commander.
Yeah, so just find
Uh,
funny little coin flip guys.
uh,
Mainly, you're going to be playing a lot of asshole goblins. Is what I noticed while putting the deck together.
Or cards that are just ridiculous.
Yeah,
Like, spoiler, there's a card I love to death.
Game of
A lot
Chaos.
of people hate it. No, not Grip of Chaos. Oh, you wish it was Grip of Chaos. No, oh god, where is this stupid fucking thing?
Mana Clash.
Yeah, no, Chaotic Goo. Chaotic Goo. It's
It
a
was chaotic.
Chaotic Goo is a 0/0. It comes into play with 3/1/1 counters on it. During your upkeep, flip a coin. If you win, make it bigger. If you lose, make it smaller. It's I love coin flip cards. They're so dumb.
Yeah,
But no, I think
Seth's
he's
an
decent.
incredible gimmick commander, but you can definitely make him good by leaning more into the vehicle strategy. But also, like, the coin flips are right there.
Also,
They're right
there was a vehicle set recently that I like. I know a lot of other people didn't. I liked
Aether
Aether
Drift,
Drift.
which
Sue
was-
me. It's
It was
Wacky
Sci-Fi
Races,
Wacky
the set.
Racers. Yeah.
But Setzer, I don't know if he's that good in the deck, honestly. He's kind of like doing his own thing,
Yeah,
which is
he's-
ironic and appropriate,
very-
but
He's not very good in the deck, but
Like, if
he's
that
one of those
vehicle-
cards. He's
if
one of
that
those
vehicle
cards that-
wasn't legendary,
Yeah.
he would be great in the deck.
Yeah, it's one of those creatures that they put him in here as like this is a card as being from wrestling terminology. This is a card for the sickos. They put this
Yeah,
card in there and
that-
it's like, oh, some people are gonna see this card and go, oh, this is a deck. This is a deck. This single
Yeah,
card is a deck.
this is definitely a
This
card
guy is
they were like.
printed as a gimmick card, but he's put in the precon to be accessible if you like
Yeah.
gimmick cards. He
Yeah.
is not necessarily and I will say again, I have very little like Magic knowledge. I agree, like instantly reading this, I'm like, this guy's funny. He does not seem as directly related to the strategy of the commanders in this
No.
deck as previous cards. The best
Like-
synergy I can think of is that like he creates another like 3/3 vehicle
Yeah, he
that you
creates
can like
but
crew
the problem
with your
is the
other little
vehicle's
guys.
The problem is the vehicle's legendary. Like, if the vehicle wasn't legendary, he'd be great for the deck. Because
Why?
you could keep making, every time he recurs, you can keep making vehicles.
Oh, right. Only one on
I
the
believe you
board,
can only have
right.
one copy of each
But
legendary
yeah,
creature.
because
Yeah.
it is a legendary token that you are only, every player is only allowed one copy of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now it's not going to come into play for the precon, but just because a card is like, oh, this is Setzer, the legendary. If you have a separate Setzer
Yes.
card that has
No.
a different name, they are two.
Yeah,
Yeah,
separate
that's why
Yes.
I think
No.
that's why every character has a subtitle in this.
The epithet,
Because-
it's the epithets. Epithets are, because, like, it's not as bad for the, I know this sounds crazy, like, I think the highest number of cards any one character has is like 3. Which is nothing. Some Magic characters have like 9 or 10 cards.
Most of them are the planeswalkers,
How
which
many
Most of them
Jesus.
are planeswalkers.
He's looking at you, Jace.
There's a
Yeah,
lot of
exactly, thank you, lad.
I think Chandra is still the highest. I think.
Well, she's the hot one, so.
Literally.
She explodes.
Numbers.
But yeah, so
Hello.
Setzer doesn't have a less entry. Yes, Hyloth, you're here.
Hello.
Sorry for being late. I was distracted because on my way back home from the cafe, my back started acting up and pinching, so I was literally
Ooh.
limping my way back.
Oof. All right. Our next one should be Shadow, I believe.
Yeah, Shadow is the next one.
Ah,
Graham,
black
he's
red,
the
one of my
ninja.
favorite combinations.
Oh, it's not just black red. It's black white red. Is the deck?
The deck,
I-
but that guy was black red.
Yeah.
I love
Black,
black,
white,
white, red. It's so
Black, white,
good.
red is my favorite my second favorite three color. After
Alrighty,
red,
so this is-
blue, green, black.
Shadow, the mysterious
Right.
assassin. He's a human assassin. He's
Death Touch,
3 mana,
as a
black,
mechanic,
3/3.
Is if this
When
creature deals damage to if it deals damage to a creature, that creature is marked for death. It's died.
It is
It
destroyed.
doesn't matter if it's a 0/1000. This guy could attack a jumbo cactuar with 1000 defense. He did 1 damage to it, so it dies.
Yes.
Does this work on Indestructibles?
No, indestructible is
It-
like
Death Touch
cannot
is
be
specifically a destroy effect.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then his unique effect is Throw. Whenever Shadow deals damage to a combat player, you may sacrifice another non-land permanent. If you do, draw 2, and each opponent loses life equal to the mana value of the sacrificed permanent. Because he is our ninja-type character, so he has the classic ninja ability, Throw.
Yeah.
Which, if you guys
So
don't know
this
from
card
older
is-
Final Fantasies, you literally throw weapons and shit out of your inventory at enemies.
So
Random
this card is
bullshit
fucking.
go.
This card is fucking great.
I imagine,
like,
yes.
There is a card that is that has like 50 billion variations on it. I'll just use Village Rites because that's like the most basic one. It's like 1 black mana, sacrifice a permanent, draw 2. That's in like, I put that in so many decks that care about sacrificing stuff for the graveyard and stuff. That's such a
I know
good
this-
commander card.
I know this might be out of order. Do we want to grab Interceptor to put side by side because they're kind of like a pairing of cards
Oh, that
together?
makes sense.
Yeah,
That,
we'll grab
that
them.
does make sense. Put his
Because,
dog.
Interceptor actively buffs Shadow.
As a minor aside, for those of you who are knowing of weird niche things, I never played Final Fantasy VI properly.
I mean 3.
I played 3. Fuck you. Eat my ass. I never played a proper version of this. I played a dumb My Little Pony mod version of
Incredible.
this.
Incredible.
So Shadow,
Talk about for the
was-
sickos.
Yep, Shadow was fucking Fluttershy. So
That's
all I know,
hilarious. That is.
Okay. So we got Interceptor.
Interceptor, Shadow's Hound. 4 mana, 2 black specifically,
Menace?
4/3.
Menace means it has to be blocked by 2 or more creatures. That's that.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So that's turbo annoying because
Yeah.
Menace assassins you control also have Menace. What's that on Shadow's card? Assassin?
I believe it's only
No.
Shadow in the deck that's an assassin, but that's because he's the rogue. Like they just go, oh, you are the
Well, no,
rogue, so you're an
He's the
assassin.
assassin.
Ninja.
Locke's the rogue. Locke is a rogue.
Oh,
that
okay.
fucking
fair enough.
last
Shadow
that
is your
third effect.
ninja.
Yeah, our ninja.
That third effect on Interceptor is awful.
Whenever you
Oh,
attack or
God.
with one or more legendary creatures, you may pay. Is this sorry? The shading's a little. Is that separately?
It's
So that's
the same
3 total
cost as
mana.
Shadow.
One
Yeah,
black
it's 3 total mana, 2
Yeah.
generic and a black.
Okay. If you do return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield, tapped and attacking.
Okay.
Yes.
Is that
Now-
Bitch, have a dog.
Now here's a very
So good.
here's a very funny combo.
That's some shit that
The
can't
Shadow-
happen in Yu-Gi-Oh.
Shadow attack, summon Interceptor. Interceptor Shadow do damage. Shadow sacrifice Interceptor.
Yeah.
I throw my dog at you.
I
He's gonna
you
come
can-
back.
Legitimately.
Wait a minute. This
Yes,
isn't
but-
Final Fantasy VIII.
We'll get there.
Dog gun. No, this is great. we
No,
love this.
uh,
This is great. These cards have
Interceptor
synergy.
is,
They're
like,
great.
These cards are both very good in the deck. Obviously, Interceptor procs all your graveyard stuff because it recurs itself.
And
it has
he's
menace.
it's only
just a
one,
big boy.
but he's slightly cheaper than to cast from graveyard if you do that attack effect than it is to just summon him outright.
Yeah.
So it plays together. It's basically the same cost as Shadow.
Terra could potentially mill it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
can mill it.
Or you could discard it off your
with
numerous
a number of other
discard
characters.
things. I believe Strago is the next. Strago
and
and Rail.
Both these are great cards. Got great lineup.
You can lean harder into an assassin strategy with Interceptor alone.
Yeah.
Which is another fun thing they do with these cards, where sure we're gonna build a deck around these cards, but Magic has fun of just allowing there to be generic nonsense happening, like with Setzer, where he's just gonna be flipping coins, and that's his gimmick, and that's all he's for.
Oh yeah. Like, oh, what was it? There's a strategy in the old blue-black deck that was all about, I tap my creatures, I look at the top cards of my library, fuck you.
So, Strago and Realm.
Strago and Realm is
Realm is another. She's another one who's kind of like the Beastmaster or enemy skill type, because she sketches copies of enemies.
The Pictomancer.
Yeah.
Yes, she is. She is the Pictomancer.
You beat me to it.
Literally, the new Pictomancer class from 14 is just all like the job gears themed after Realm and so on and so forth. So yeah. So legendary creature, human wizard, 1 red and 3 total mana cost. 1/3. So again, small creatures, not big, but your ability text is sketch and lore. So for 2 colorless and 1 red, and to tap, target opponent exiles from the top of their library until they exile an instant, sorcery, or creature card. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost, to reference a conversation from earlier. If you cast a creature spell this way, it gains haste, and at the beginning of the end step, sacrifice this creature.
To give an update, I do want to say this because I did mention this on air. There are 14 Jace Planeswalkers. There are 21 Chandra Planeswalkers.
Yep.
How many Nicol Bolas?
Like 6.
Okay.
Waifu text. Also, this says activate only as a sorcery.
Nicholas is also the big bad, so he doesn't have that many cards.
But yeah, no. Speaking of stealing and copying your opponent.
Yeah, no. This is a very good effect, especially in Commander, because Commander is very much the format of, I'm going to play big dumb cards that I don't usually get to play.
Yeah, and
Magic.
Not to mention, exile. There are still a handful of cards that work around the exiling as a mechanic, but exiling is much less common than milling. So Strago is, I would say, is a more powerful variation of Lock, where while Lock is incredibly utilitarian, he's still milling, which is the problem. Strago and Realm is exiling. Which is
Lock is a gradual grind strat, which gets you resources, but obviously your opponents sometimes get resources out of it. Strago and Realm is a fuck you in particular card. Yeah. Because you have to target a specific opponent and then you go start exiling, buddy.
Oh, you're playing the mono green. I'm gonna summon a fucking billion Hydras. Give me that. Give me that one.
Alternatively, if your opponent is not playing that many, because it says until they exile instant sorcery or creature. So that would mean lands are out.
Yeah.
And
you're playing the mono blue control deck. Kill all those counter spells, fucker.
I'll put it this way: there are 5 cards that interact with exile.
Yeah. And aside from that, it's just like cards that can exile themselves and be cast from exile, which are solely within their. Like they can't be exiled by a different effect and recast.
No, it is very hard to get. Unlike Yu-Gi-Oh, it is very, very difficult to get things back from exiled.
I mean, for a while it was for banish. We slowly power crept banishment.
The problem with the banish zone in Yu-Gi-Oh is that basically because they were face up, you could still see them with your eyes. Players interacted anyway, and so now they're actually. Well, I'll do a 1-2 here. Sorry, should have pulled this up, but we have official card art for the Blackjack token. I should have pulled up earlier. I'll do that.
Oh yeah, no, the Blackjack
tokens all get official art.
Yeah. That's my bad. But if we have more to say about Stragon Realm, we can keep going. But I
No,
saw that because I scrolled.
Not too
it's
much.
kind of bad as a commander. Like, I don't think it's very. I could have said that for Interceptor's awful as a commander. Shadow's not great as a commander either. He's okay. He's better than Interceptor, but not great.
He's one of those cards that you can definitely build a deck around him, but for the most part, you're not going to get a ton of value off of it. Like you're doing a funny gimmick,
You look at that.
but your gimmick is only getting your games your win con so far. Like you're not really building a game state.
But like as I mentioned earlier, if you really want that effect in a deck, there are literally like 18 different cards that have Shadow's effects. Like the sacrifice a creature draw to, or sacrifice a permanent draw to. That's literally a very common effect. So
it sounds more like he fits
like,
into a
great.
he fits into a theme of cards that you would prefer in the deck because you have a lot of cards that do the same thing rather than a build around type effect.
Now I believe is the Warring Triad.
Yes.
Cool.
The Warring Triad is
These fuckers.
one of those funny guys. It's one of those funny cards.
This card is hilarious.
They kind of took inspiration from gods from it's the Greek set. I don't remember what the set was called, but
Theros.
Yeah, Theros. There was a god for each color that it would not be a creature until you had a certain like devotion or like essentially your board has enough white cards that like you're playing white, the god comes out.
So the Warring Triad is a legendary artifact creature god, so it's an artifact. It costs 3 of any color mana. It has flying, trample, and haste. And as long as there are fewer than 8 cards in your graveyard, the Warring Triad is not a creature.
It still is though. Free mana. That's going to get itself towards becoming a creature.
Because it always has the ability to tap itself and mill a card. The target player adds 1 mana of any color, aka you.
Okay, so while it isn't a creature, does that mean it can't attack or block?
Yes.
No, it's not a creature.
Yeah.
When it is not a creature, it cannot attack or block, but it can tap for mana.
Of any color.
And having 3 mana for a legendary mana rock that has some benefit later is not bad.
Well, especially because,
not to
hey,
mention
guess
that
what? When you mill a card, that means you're putting more cards in your graveyard to create the Warring Triad as a creature.
Yeah.
In addition,
it's flying, trample, and haste. We already mentioned flying. Trample is piercing, essentially. Overflow damage hits the opponent. Haste is this card can attack the turn it's played. So just for the people who aren't familiar.
I should say, in addition, the fact it's so you would at first glance you would think this is kind of like a vehicle, except unlike vehicles, and this relies on a little bit of magic rulings. This is still a creature in other zones. So, like in your graveyard, this is a creature. In your hand, this is a creature. So any effects that care about stuff like that would count it as a creature.
The
in
drawback
places where its effects aren't active.
Yes.
In the same aspects, it is still considered an artifact. So, green, green. Another minor gimmick green has is artifact and enchantment destruction. So a green deck can look at this and explode it, like they will glance in the general direction and it'll crumble into dust.
Although I will say that's less common in Commander because Commander players are greedy and don't run enough removal.
Yeah, less common,
well.
but still is one of those like situations of it's a creature and an artifact, so it is susceptible to 2 separate types of removal, but it is a card. It still is a card that you can reanimate as a creature.
Well, and I want to say, like, it still is, if you play it at the right time, very cost-effective, because it's 3 of any for what could be a 5/5 with, good effects, or good keywords, I should say.
Always a mill mana dork.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that ability is not anything to sniff at, because fueling your graveyard while also doing something you're going to be doing anyway is great. I think this is just a good card. Obviously, this is not a good commander. Like, it's
Well, no.
funny having a mana rock in your command zone, but like, no.
It's not a common
Like, just no. You are being precious on purpose. Let's go to Gogo next.
Oh,
We'll do Edgar afterwards. We'll do
our
Edgar
single
afterwards.
non-human legend, or well, no, we had the Moogle, but our
We're gonna
single
go to
just,
Edgar first. Yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
For some reason,
Edgar
Gogo is
first?
just not human. Don't know why.
Well,
I
because he's
think
not
it's
human.
yeah, but I think it's because he's a weird little
I
guy.
believe he's an Esper.
What do you mean he's Gilgamesh? He's totally Gilgamesh, guys.
I mean, no,
Anyway,
he's not
Edgar,
Gilgamesh.
the Master Machinist,
Edgar's
4
fun.
mana, red white, legendary creature. He's a human artificer noble. He's
Yeah,
2/4.
he's a king.
Once during each of your turns, you may cast an artifact spell from your graveyard. If cast this way, the artifact enters tapped. And then tools! My tools! Whenever Edgar attacks, he gets plus X plus 0, where X is the greatest mana value amongst artifacts you control. So this is another guy who, like, I'm just reading him and I'm like, okay, this is like vaguely on theme because he interacts with your graveyard and he has like a ramping effect. But it's not an exact fit for the other cards in the strat because it's about artifacts.
Yeah, this.
But also, I feel like I instantly see the thing Dallas was talking about where, like, I go, okay, but maybe if he was the commander and it was just an artifact
Oh,
deck.
no, that out of all
This
of the
is Setzer,
cards, this is better than Setzer. Like,
No,
Setzer's
I'm not
fun.
saying. I'm just saying like he's in the same wavelength as Setzer, where he's not for the deck, but he is a
Yeah.
facilitator for a
No,
strategy.
I would say he's more in line with the deck than Setzer because every commander deck has at least a smattering of artifacts for mana
Yeah,
and stuff, and like you want artifacts in this deck because I believe Terra. Let me read Terra again.
Well, no matter what,
Yeah,
you have a lot of
Terra
cards
is
which mill
creatures,
or
but-
discard, so... Like,
But like I said, like
you're putting shit into your graveyard anyway, so getting a guy who gets it back is like...
yeah, I think having artifacts is good.
Yeah, Lott's been
Lose
having some
Loft.
Discord problems. I think, hopefully he's reconnecting. He was,
But no,
he was
Edgar I think is probably one of the stronger backups. Good mana cost. You can do some pretty dumb things with him. I love the tools things that from his fucking weird items in FF that you could use to attack. Just throw shit at people.
Well, and-
maybe they wouldn't be commanders for this, but if you could get a commander that covers all of them, he could work with like the Sids.
Sids they're mono blue, so you would probably be building
No,
like
they're blue-white.
running
They're blue-white.
blue white. So yeah, you would still be running like essentially a Jeskai deck, which is a
Which
white
Jeskai
deck.
artifacts isn't that hard to do.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be a
Would
Final
still fit in
Fantasy
this
character. But yeah, no, Edgar, I love his character and his art is great. Like this is one of my favorite arts from the set, probably.
It's pretty good art.
Just him in his fucking king pose with his giant fucking crossbow.
He's doing good.
Probably yelling at his brother to get back here.
He's Edgaring it up.
Next to
Sunrise or
Gogo?
Sunset?
Yeah, let's do Go-Go.
Next is Gogo.
Gogo's a very incredibly
Funny
funny
character.
card for this deck.
Almost
Yeah,
mysterious, you might say? Some sort of mysterious mime, maybe? Anyway, he's
Yeah,
4 mana,
Gogo
only
is,
one of which has
Some
to be
kind of-
red. He's just a
Some
wizard.
kind of mad jester of sorts.
He's just a 2/2, and he says, at the beginning of combat, on your turn, you may have Go-Go become a copy of another target creature you control until the end of this turn, except its name is called Go-Go Mysterious Mime. If you do, Go-Go and that creature each get +2 and gain haste until the end of the turn, and attack this turn if able. So I assume that Go-Go is the mime role in FF, where he gets to, mimic ally or enemy actions.
Yeah, and the funny part of this, specifically the fact that his name stays Gogo Mysterious Mind, Dog is a legendary rule, and can just like, oh, I'm just gonna have like 2 Terras. So like and you can sequence it however you want. So you can go, okay,
Yeah.
Gogo procs first into Terra, Terra triggers, Terra triggers, Go-Go triggers.
Yeah. Yeah, and because Go-Go is the same, fits under Terra's
Res.
power limits, you
Yeah,
can
he's
go
2-2.
2-2. Yeah. No,
He's
Go-Go
a
is
2/2
very
that,
strong.
that becomes a 4-2 or a whatever.
Yeah. They knew what they were doing with this, and I
Yeah.
think he was statted very well.
Well, and I think it works out very well because, like, if people don't know, I don't know about in every FF game, but the mime command and mime abilities can be very strong. In the original 7, that's one of those, like, really broken materia combinations, is if you do the thing where it's just a yellow, like, single slot command materia to do mime, which is just, you do whatever action the character you pick with mime did last. Which means that if you set up shit like, oh, I've got the, 4x cut materia, so my basic attack attacks 4 times, that means you're attacking 8 times. If your ally cast Knight of the Round last, you cast Knight of the Round again. And I don't think it has MP cost when you do it. So this is kind of hearkening to the way the mime command works, because it is, I mean, you still have to pay the cost to summon Go-Go, potentially, but there's no extra cost for him to do the mime thing. You just, when you go combat, you're like, okay, Go-Go mimes a guy. We're here now.
They mime a guy, they're +2/+0, and in the situation of Terra, you now have 10 damage in the air coming at whichever opponent's face you want, because he becomes a 3 like Terra, and they both become a 5/3 with flying because they milled.
So, seems like
yeah,
a funny
no.
guy.
Yeah.
Again, not necessarily, I would think, because his ability is copying other characters, not who I would pick as a commander first, probably.
No, he's very bad as a commander.
But
To
put in a deck that uses reds,
Well,
very
I
funny.
shouldn't say he's very bad as a commander, but there are commanders that do his ability, but way better. That are commanders. Sakashima, to name, is just Go-Go, but better in blue.
I think it's Siegfried.
Now I
next.
believe is Siegfried. Let me make sure.
Like, I'm
Yeah,
looking at
Siegfried.
him, but yeah.
Siegfried
Like good arts on
is-
shit like Palace Jailer and like Piteous Plunderer or whatever, but those are just
No, yeah, those are.
Reskins.
It's only legendaries for now. For
Siegfried is-
now.
Siegfried's the you're kind of big. I'm trying to win the game now card. I would say in this deck, as it comes onto the board, as it comes onto the screen and people read his effect.
yeah, Siegfried the Famed Swordsman, 4 mana, 1 black. Legendary, Human Warrior Rogue, 2/2. Menace. When Siegfried enters, mill 3, put X 1/1 counters on Siegfried, where X is twice the number of creatures in your graveyard.
Yeah.
Siegfried hits the board and immediately demands removal.
So Siegfried's very decent. And obviously he's covered by Terra. The problem with Siegfried, and why he's kind of meh in my personal opinion,
Recent rumors speak of an imposter that
is-
shows up and masquerades as Siegfried himself.
he is just kind of a vanilla dude. He's very Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon here. Like, yes, he has Menace, but they can just chomp block with 2
I mean,
tokens.
presumably the idea is if you are choosing to play Siegfried or to put him into play, you are preparing for a big swing.
He's the
Yeah.
muscle when you have all the protection and everything else set up.
Like, I'll put it this way. He wouldn't be one of my first cuts in the deck, but he definitely isn't in the non-cuttable cards for me.
Yep. My general like mantra of deck building so far has been getting back in. Sometimes a deck just needs like 1 or 2 just really big assholes.
I agree with that, but the problem is he doesn't have trample or flying.
Yeah.
Like, that's the biggest problem, is that Menace is... yes, Menace, like you mentioned, it is annoying. It's really just annoying. It's not actually as effective as a lot of keywords.
I mean, I can in the pre-con, my first instinct is like, well, we just talked about Go-Go, so like, if you have a Siegfried and then you have a Gogo, and then Gogo just copies Siegfried, that means Siegfried is +2 more, and then because Gogo is a copy, he also has Menace, right?
You do.
So,
but,
like,
I
hypothetically,
don't
you know,
think
like,
he would have the counters.
he wouldn't get the
because-
counters, no. He
he
wouldn't be as
wouldn't get the
big, but it's one of those
you would
things
get
of, right,
his-
like,
Hold on, let me read Gogo again.
he gets +2.
Because the wording on clones is very important. Well, no, it's not that.
a
It's
copy of a target creature.
he
not,
becomes. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, that wouldn't work well.
The
with
problem is
Siegfried, then.
both of them are already in play. It's just one of those things of, like,
'Cause- well, no,
it's
there are
not
some
perfect.
clones that say this creature enters as a copy,
yeah, no.
which that would
But
trigger
it's
the
like
ability.
I think
but-
there are small synergies to create room where, like, yeah, like you said, this guy doesn't feel quite as much of as like a definitive game swing as, like, oh hey, I summoned the Warring Triad and I have 8 cards in my graveyard, so deal with this asshole. But he's definitely a card
I'm
that,
not
like,
saying he's
your opponent
bad,
has to
I'm
do
just
something
saying-
about him.
I'm just saying, he is not on my. I'm going to keep I'm building Terra as a deck. I'm building both Terras actually. God, I'm a fanboy. But he is definitely not in my I'm gonna keep him no matter what list of like Locke I'm not cutting. Bannon I'm not cutting. Gogo I'm not cutting. Strago probably not cutting. But like I said, he's good, but the problem is he's a vanilla essentially. Because like I said, Menace is good. It's not that good. And now we go to Valagarmanda,
Yes, our first summon
which
card.
I love fucking saying.
Valigarmanda. Well, Dallas, you need to get back into 14 and get into Dawn Trail. They advertised Valigarmandas in the new
I
X
will
pack.
say one thing.
Coming back soon.
I will say one thing while you're pulling up Valley Armanda.
Yeah.
There is one land. I would not say it's critical to the deck by any means, but a land they slide into, I think, all of these precons, Path of Ancestry, which is just, this is one of whatever your commander color is, and whenever if in casting it, you play a creature, you play a creature that shares a type with your commander. It allows you to scry one, which allows you to, which just allows minor information. You see the top card of your deck, and you can top or bottom it. So this is slightly relevant for Terra, and just every other mill card in the deck of you can get a peek at okay, what's the card on top of my deck that I could mill? If you don't like it, bottom that, and it's kind of it lines in with why so many of these cards are humans, essentially, even our non-legendaries.
Yeah.
Valigarmanda is a very interesting card. So a Saga, I don't know why people keep saying Saga is a complicated. It's really self-explanatory.
Saga, Drake.
When a Saga enters, and after your draw step, add a lore counter. However many
Sacrifice
lore
after
counters,
4.
do that thing. After you put the 4th lore counter on it, sack it. It's not that hard.
I'm not saying it's difficult. It's more so just it's just a typing.
It
of
is an
cards.
extra upkeep thing.
Yeah.
But it's pretty simple. I mean, it's not like you're playing. You
understand it, but this is a lot of things where it's like people need to be certain and ask, okay, exactly how does this work, Judge?
I would say the fact that it's an enchantment creature causes more problems than the Saga thing.
Yes, enchantment creature Saga Drake has flying haste, is 4 mana, one of which must be red, and 3/3. Its first effect is exile an instant sorcery card from each graveyard. Fuck you, get banished. And then the 2, 3, and 4 effects are add 1 red mana for each lore counter on this saga. You may cast 1 instant or sorcery card that was exiled with this saga, and a mana type of any or any mana can be
it
spent to
gives
cast
perfect filtering for that. Card.
This is the more effective variation of Stragon Realm, where everybody gets an exile, and all of these cards that I've exiled, I can play with.
Now, once again, this is very much a support piece. It's good. I really like it, but it is not going to be putting its own deck up anytime soon.
Well, it's not even a legendary, so it can't be, right?
Correct,
I
it's
believe it
enchantment.
is, isn't it?
No, it's an
it is
enchantment
just an
creature, it's
enchantment.
not
Oh yeah,
legendary.
no, this is the one non-legend new card.
Well, it also,
Okay.
I mean, it makes sense because it is a summon, so,
Yeah, I don't think any of the summons are legendary, and the ones that are,
Some of them are.
well, the ones that are the legendary creatures that are the whatever the guys were called in 16 that are
icons with an E.
Dominance?
the icons that are
Dominance.
creatures that can become the
Yeah, the dominance
The
is the
dominant
right
is
one.
the human, the icon is the summon form.
yeah.
He's
Yeah.
the big magic man. Yeah, this is
I like
Esper
Joshua.
Valigamanda, for instance.
Never played 16. I like Joshua. He won
Well,
me
you
a
should
lot of games
sometime.
in my pre-release.
You can
I-
play many. You can play it on Steam and soon Xbox.
Oh, it's on
give it a
Steam. I might
crack.
play it then.
Yeah, it's
My
it's already
personal
been on
favorite is
PC
Steven
and it's
Bar.
coming to Xbox soon. It's a great game. But yes, what were you
yeah,
saying,
no.
Miss Fair?
My personal favorite of the dominants it's a Jill, which is a Shiva.
Jill's fun.
You'll fucking rips.
I didn't get to play much with any of the others though. I just mostly played with
But yeah, no,
Yashua.
this is just a pretty neat little guy.
This is a very supportive support piece. Like once again, can't say it would. It's like it's a very this is a very vegetable. The term a lot of people use is vegetables card. Like you need the mana. Like the graveyard hate is always nice. Because someone's going to be doing something stupid with their graveyard sometimes, so might as well have something to deal with it.
This also
And
accounts for
occasionally
your
you can do
own
very
graveyard,
funny
right?
things. Yeah, it's your own and everyone else's.
Okay.
Yes,
but you
from
pick the
each
targets for
graveyard.
each of them.
Depending on what you're going for, this might be a hindrance.
I mean,
Yeah, but
instant
you
sorcery,
cast them again. You cast it. You can cast it again, and when you recast it, it goes back to your graveyard.
And it's
Yeah.
specifically instants or sorcery, so it's not like you're losing your rebornable creatures.
Right.
You're oh, you could. Oh, Ruinous Ultimatum is in this deck. Oh, that's disgusting.
Oh no, there's a worse card. We'll get to it. One of the new cards they printed for this deck is one of my favorite new cards ever, and it's also an extremely cruel and mean card, and I love it.
I do want to say I think it works for
Um,
like what I understand of red as a color. It is funny to me that Valigarmanda is a mono element basically because in 6 he is a multi-element summon. Because he's fire and lightning
storms.
and ice damage, I believe.
Oh right, he is ice too.
Yeah. But also what I know about it is that ice isn't
Well-
usually red.
Ice
But-
is
It's not
blue.
usually red, but fire and lightning are.
Yeah,
we
fire
just-
and lightning
Yeah,
are
fire
red. So
and
they
lightning
just
are very red.
they kept it there, so it's just funny to me. They decided to keep it simple.
Yeah. Well, they couldn't
I
make it
Because
blue
ice
because
would
it
have to
wouldn't
be
have fit in
blue, and
the
this
deck.
deck is not playing blue, so it's mono red because it has.
If you want my honest opinion, this deck should have been white, blue, red, if we're basing it off of Terra, but that's a different argument.
I do feel like the commanders specifically, because they want to make them. I think actually are all the commanders try.
All the commanders
All
are
the
try
precon commanders, I
shards.
should say. Yeah.
Well,
no,
all the
no,
precon
don't
commanders.
get me wrong. Terra should have been 3-color. It just should have also been blue, and it should have more. I'm not even complaining that she's not blue. That's not my complaint. My biggest complaint is why the hell is she black? Because
Well, that's what I'm gonna say, right? Like I think they did it that way because quite a few of the 6 cards are black, and like I looked at a lot. I think
Yeah.
most of the lands are reprints, but a lot of the cards they decided to like recolor are like, shit like Demolition Field is the name of one. You've got Battlefield Forge. There's a lot of warfare and stuff, and like large scale conflicts.
White red is the color of like soldiers and battles and war and fighting. Like my only point, and this is just I'm a Final Fantasy VI nerd, and Terra's entire point as a character is that she is a rejection of nihilism and dark ideas. So her being black is a little bit meh for me.
But Kefka
Well,
Dancing Mad is red-black.
Yeah,
which,
no, I know they
I
had to
would-
put Kefka in the deck.
I would
know.
also argue, Dallas. 2 other of the commander precons already have blue in them.
No, I understand. And
It's one of those things where
mean,
like they're
yeah.
trying to make it fit the commander format, so the colors don't cleave exactly. It's one of those like
Yeah.
weird things
No,
where
it makes
like
sense.
what are Cloud's colors again as a commander?
Cloud.
White, green, red.
I'm looking at it. They actually, excluding white, white is present in all 4 commanders. The other,
Because they're heroes.
yeah, white's
Yeah.
represented in all of them, but the other 4 colors all have 2 representation.
Yeah.
Like I would argue, other than just generically, like you said, white is the color of both soldiers and heroes. Cloud Strife's not really a white type guy. He is a amnesiac
argue-
mercenary eco-terrorist.
Well, I would argue he's no, because white is soldier grunt. Like
Yeah.
white is the color of white doesn't mean good in Magic. I'll put
Well,
it
no,
this
that's what
way.
I'm saying. Like
White
I said,
means order, soldiers, like
Cloud's identity is very wrapped up in the, you know, soldier,
Like-
ex-soldier. But it's one of those things of like, I think white is like his weakest pick.
maybe I disagree. I think green is his weakest pick. Green doesn't really fit him that much.
Dallas, you do recall that the whole point of eco-terrorist group Avalanche is to save the planet, right?
I understand that, but they do so with technology and weapons and swords. Green is the color of Unga Bunga.
But Cloud is very Unga Bunga as a deck
endured. He's Unga Bunga in ideas. He is not Unga Bunga in his technology.
I mean, I think he actually is. The Buster Sword is a single slab of iron. Like, despite the fact that Cloud talks about how, like, he could, you know, drive motorcycles and operate Shinra machinery, he, like, almost never actually does that in the one technological thing he does in games is drive a motorbike. Like that's about it. Like he just anyway. It's an interesting thing to think about with the themes, which we may actually get to the 7s today. We'll see. But I think that means that our theme will be we're going to do a good deck and then a bad / maybe not as good deck.
And 7's not bad. 7 is just a little confused.
I very much maybe I just got really lucky when I was playing the Cloud deck. I got a disgusting Cloud board setup. Cloud feels very fun as a commander.
I'll talk about it later, but I think Cloud's a good commander. I'll talk about the cohesion issues later, but
I mean, I think it's another thing that, like, they have this problem where, like, Terra is definitely black because they have to put a Kefka in the pre-con deck because he's Kefka, but it don't line up good. Similarly, I feel like there are issues with character themes in games like 7 where, like, 7 doesn't have as big a cast, but, like...
We'll talk about the 7 Sephiroth later.
The characters have very strong personalities that are very unique and do not always line up. What is there a non like clone Sid in the 7 precon?
Yes.
Okay, so they have a unique Sid. Like because that's
they have a mono white Sid that
right, they do.
There's a mono white Sid
mono white probably works. Ex Shinra pilot.
Well, the idea is that he's we'll get to him later. He interacts with equipment and vehicles, so which is kind of like.
And what is the equipment color? Let's get to General Leo Christoph.
Speaking
the
of
man
white,
with the greatest hair.
The hair's pretty good. Also, gonna be honest, also pretty good drip.
Dude, the faction in 6 is so fucking good.
I wonder. It makes me wonder what Amano and the art team was like taking inspiration from. Opera costumes, I would have to assume.
A lot of Indian mythology. A lot of it is based in Indian mythology.
So that would make a lot of sense with like the vibrant color palettes.
There's a lot of vibrant color palettes.
Yeah.
It's a lot of it is based on like, well, because like, spoiler for a 20-year-old game.
Yeah, I already gave the warning. Go for it.
A lot of Final Fantasy VI is about the end of the world and confronting nihilism. The world blows up halfway through the game. Because Kefka nudges a rock. I'm not even kidding. That's why the world explodes.
Well, he summons the Warring Triad, right?
No, the Emperor summons the Warring Triad, and then in the middle of the summon, Kefka walks over and kicks one of the rocks. And everything explodes.
Yep.
I'm not kidding, that's what happens.
Even like the concept of like
the twist of Kefka, because he's the for the most of the game, he is the stooge, he is the goober. Like he's a joke for the first half of the game. You literally kick him on the ground and kick sand in his face. and then he blows up the world.
But even the concept of like the warring triad as like, that is also a very common recurring triptych in Indian, in Hindu myth and legend. You've got, creator, preserver, destroyer, etc. type stuff. But so Leo Christoph is 5 mana, one of which is white, and he's only 2/2, so he better do something good. Let's see.
He does.
He does.
Legendary creature, human soldier. When General Leo Christoph enters, return up to 1 target creature with a mana value of 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. So he reborns. Then put 1/1 counter on him for each creature you control. Yes.
Yeah,
you
so
wrestle with Terra.
we're talking about big stupid vanillas. This is my preferred big stupid vanilla.
Because at minimum,
because
if you played him into an empty
he's
board,
a minimum. If you're playing him in Terra, which you should, he is a minimum 3/3 because you reborn him and then he reborns something else.
That's a 4/4, right?
No, it's 5/5, 3. Terra, him, the other thing.
Oh well, I wasn't. But
He's minimum a 4/4, but realistically he should be a 5/5.
yeah, as I said, he is a minimum 4/4 creature. But also, if you're playing him when you have no other creatures on the board, you're doing it wrong.
Well, no, I think that's a viable thing. If there was just a board wipe, you get your best creature back. Plus him.
I guess that's the thing of like if you're playing in a circumstance where you're gonna get advantage, but you're never going to vanilla just summon him to an empty board
No,
state.
you never just get a 4/4. It's
The
a
worst
4/4
best
plus
case
your best thing in
scenario
your graveyard.
is you Kristoff into Go-Go, so you can just get like two quick haste guys off a board wipe or something like on a clear game state. But that's not ideal.
No.
Yeah, if you're
But
playing him
also,
ideally,
can
you're
do
gonna have
some
more
silly
guys.
shit.
Yeah.
And also you could make him your own commander. There are other cards that do this better.
Also, yes,
Commander,
Dallas,
so-
I do also have to agree. Chat brought this up. Aaron said, Final Fantasy
Yeah,
VI
no,
is a
I saw it. It's
30-year-old
30.
game. That is correct because we've also we're coming up on the 30th anniversary of 7 in a few years. A couple of years, I think, actually. Also, by the way, if anybody's curious, this is unrelated, but that is my personal guess for when the 3rd remake game will be released. It will be in the 30th year, duh. Because that year will also be a
if
year
it's
that ends at
close
7.
enough, makes sense. Now, who is next? It is
I believe it's Sabin.
We haven't
It's
talked about
Sabin.
Cyan yet.
Oh, he's way later. He's a 7-drop, technically.
Oh, I haven't even realized we've been going by mana cost. I was
Yeah,
just
it's-
I've been looking at
I think that's how the
list is in mana.
deck is scaled, yeah.
This is Sabin, Edward's brother.
You know him, you love him.
So double
he-
strike is a very funny mechanic.
He is the Mister that.
There's another
He's-
thing I want
he's
to talk
trained.
about first. With a first strike is first strike is a combat damage that happens first. There's essentially 2 combat damage steps where first strike triggers, and then normal damage. Double strike means you get first strike and regular damage. So he is not a 4/3, he's an 8/3.
Yeah, he effectively hits twice, which
sorry,
is good
sorry,
because he
Dal.
costs 5 mana.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Human Noble Monk.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't cost 5 mana, Omega.
Well, yeah,
I'll
that's
get
the
into
thing.
that.
So, because then there's
Yeah.
Blitz, which is 2 reds, 2 colorless.
It's an
discard
alternate
a card.
casting cost. When this
And-
Blitz
and that-
is, you cast it for the Blitz cost. It gains haste, and whenever this creature dies, draw a card. And then at your next end step, you sack the creature.
And then you may cast this card from your graveyard using its Blitz cost.
With its Blitz ability.
So
Crazy
he
good
keeps
card for this
coming out,
deck.
Keeps coming out. Sure, the
You-
discard
you-
is the discard is an extra resource, but you're playing a mill deck, so the discard is
Yeah.
usually
It
you're
basically
putting up a
turns
discard.
turns any card in your hand into Sabin.
Yeah. Plus, this is a card that's leaving the graveyard.
Yes.
Yep.
And also,
th-
when it dies, it has a when it dies effect. He
yeah,
draws you a
this
card.
is a very good card.
I also
love
do
it.
believe that
he's not-
double attacking is another like Final Fantasy monk thing, usually getting like
He's
two
a bit
basic
of a
attacks.
boring commander, but I think he works well as a commander. If that makes any sense. Like, you could definitely build him as a commander, and it would be effective. Would it be fun? I don't know. But
I
it
still
would be
feel like
effective.
I feel like I would still
Well,
want
just
him
being
in
a
the main
four-
deck for that synergy with the graveyard
Being
stuff.
a 4/4 double or 4/3 double strike, that's 3 hits and you're dead.
The other thing is we mentioned
If
this
he's your
earlier.
commander.
If you make him your commander, this is a card that you would want to let hit the grave.
Yeah, which is very rare for commanders.
You only have to play him the one time, like out of the command zone, and then he just keeps hitting the grave.
Yeah,
And
so he technically avoids commander attacks.
yeah, he avoids commander attacks. The other
Don't they
commander
go back
attacks
to
people
your
trying
commander zone
to
when they get defeated?
So
you can choose.
it's an option. You can choose, and you can choose at any point. So if you let him go to your graveyard, you can have him go in your graveyard, and then if your opponent say exiles your graveyard, you can have him go back to the command zone from the graveyard.
Yeah,
Okay.
Is that an instant speed?
it's not.
I mean,
it's
it's just a- it's a game mechanic.
higher than it is
It's
technically
game
high. It is state-based effect speed.
yeah.
I don't want to get into this. Please don't make me.
Moving on then.
It's a non-reactable ability. I'll put it that way.
In the same way that War of Atlantis can add Legendary Ocean, it happens because it has to happen.
No, it's a bit different than that. It's just
It
it is non-reactable. Just that's the easiest way to put it without getting into rules text. But yeah, no, Sabin is good. May he suplex many trains.
The Phantom Train is not in this deck, but there is the Phantom Train and a instant card
So
called.
the Phantom Train is from 8, not 6. The one in
But-
6 is the Doom Train.
But the Phantom Train is still a train you can suplex in
Yes,
this.
you can. Yes, because
turn-
suplex is a card. We'll get to it.
Yeah, suplex is a, is an
Also,
incredible-
they I don't remember what
Not
exactly
even-
they called it, but there's a 14 raid boss from the series of retro raids, which is just the train.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Suplex card's not in the deck, but we'll get to it when we get to it.
Yeah. Next would
But
be
yes.
the Yeti boy.
Yeah,
Umaro.
Glorious
pretty sweet.
Yeti. Umaro.
Umaro is how your big guys theoretically get trained. Theoretically. My
Umaro,
favorite
Raging Yeti. And again, chat, you may think it's a little unusual that a Yeti is red, mono red, but it just works like this sometimes, okay?
He's a berserker. He's a berserker. He has trample. He fits into red wall enough
Yeah.
to where he could be green or something. Deck. It has to be in deck. It's
Yeah,
red.
it has to fit in the deck. So he's a 6 mana, one of which has to be fire, for 6/6, as mentioned before. He's trample, and at the beginning of combat on your turn, you randomly do one of 3 things. Either your other creatures get +3/+0 and trample, discard your whole fucking hand, then draw 4, or he just does 5 damage to any target. Not
None
target
of these are
creature,
bad.
not target player,
Oh.
target.
Umaro is definitely your top end.
I mean,
He
you have to
doesn't
be. He's a
really
fucking 6/6
He doesn't
for
really
6.
synergize with your deck. So
Other than
mean,
technically,
ma-
I will like.
I mean,
He doesn't
no,
synergize,
the,
but
the first ability does synergize because you do like this deck does want like kind of a. It's not really a go wide deck because it's not the tokeny generatey like I have a giant army, but it's definitely I have a merry band of little assholes.
yeah,
Yeah,
it
it's-
is a swarm strategy. So getting your little guys +3 trample is pretty good.
It's
Yeah.
it's in the perfect like the meeting in the chart thing of wide and tall, where you're not playing full wide, but you're not playing full tall. So you like there's a pretty solid like crossover where just giving God forbid it's shit like you can also go copy Umaro, and you now get two chances to get your trample effect or whatnot.
Yeah.
And I want to say that like discarding your hand and drawing 4 is not antithetical
No, that's
to this
very
deck.
good. Honestly,
It's a little awkward that
is
it's placed at the beginning of the combat step.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
Based
not
on some of
what-
your triggers, but You don't hate it.
Red gives no shits about putting that stuff in the graveyard. They love that stuff.
Yeah,
I would say
especially
though,
black, white, like
One also,
No, looking at
Loth, you missed it earlier because that was the start, but because it's been a million years. But Terra the Commander's effect is that she, at the start of battle, mills 2 to gain flying. So,
Jesus
like,
Christ.
your commander is a deck.
yeah, no, this
like,
deck
that
really throws your stuff into the graveyard.
you
No,
self-grind
looking
and
at
then
the-
reborn.
Looking at
Red-
this again,
white,
this is
black is
actually
a deck
very
that-
good.
Red, white, black is that's very much what they love to do. They love putting that
the-
shit in the graveyard and then just reusing it.
I mean, I will say honestly, discarding at start of your draw at the start of combat isn't even bad timing because it
No.
interacts with Terra itself. Because like sure you don't want to bank on it, but if you get that roll and you go, oh, I'm discarding my hand, awesome. I'm putting this card that I'm going to reanimate with Terra that
Yeah.
in 2 seconds.
No, this card is very like looking at it more. I might actually know that this card is very synergistic.
Yeah,
I take it
Yeah.
back.
And like
However-
your quote unquote worst effect is you get 5 free damage, but then at least you can pick where it goes.
it's
I
any
know it's
target
not quite
which
the
is
same, but I want this guy to be blurry.
You want him to be slightly
Yeah.
speed blurred.
Yeah,
Umaro the Raging
Blurry,
Yeti is
no.
approaching your location.
yeah.
Umaro is one of my favorite companions because he's a giant fuzzy boy. And I love him. So I'm glad that he's actually a good card.
It's something that I think Final Fantasy games have been doing less because as they break into the 3D realm, and this is just a known fact, Japanese developers had struggles going to 3D modeling, and especially they had struggles going to HD 3D modeling because of like complications with the software. The reason why Red 13 didn't appear on screen in any of the post FF7 stuff was because animating his fur was just impossible
much.
at the tech level Square Enix had access to during those years. Yeah, so like, but it's been happening less. But Final Fantasy has a long history of companions who are just not human, and usually they're pretty cool.
Well, Umaro is like very silly. Like
Was Umaru in 6?
Yeah,
Umaro's an optional character, so you might have missed him.
he's a
Yeah,
secret.
He's an
I-
optional recruit.
Remember, as I said before, my only touching with 6 was through MLP, so I have no idea.
So
who was who.
basically, Umaru is a feral yeti in that he is a yeti that was raised by Mughals.
Oh
Perfect.
God.
No notes.
real quick,
He
Omega,
hates caterpillars.
Yeah.
He loves
I know
making
this.
things out of bones.
I know this is an artifact, but we did skip over a vehicle.
Oh, that's later. Artifacts is a later
Well,
section.
it's still a vehicle that can become a creature that I think is worth talking about.
No, Vespera, we're doing it in order, so it goes creatures, spells, artifacts, and then lands.
Yeah, we haven't skipped the Falcon.
Okay.
Yeah. Falcon, there's also Coin of Fate, Phoenix Down. We'll get there.
Okay.
But now it is time for Cyan, Vengeful
Cyan?
Samurai.
Xian's very nasty. Another card that wants Umar to be giving your guys
Yeah.
trample for sure.
Oh yeah,
He
and
is
this is once
a
again
7-drop.
like this is why I was kind of meh on Siegfried. Is like this is better Siegfried.
Better. Yeah,
I kind of see that, yeah, because he is on paper a 7-drop for 3, which is bad, but he costs 1 less colorless for every creature in your graveyard to cast.
Also, you can recur him with Terra because he's a 3.
Because he's a 3/3. He also, like Sabine, has double strike. And then also, whenever 1 or more creature cards leave the graveyard, give him a 1/1 counter.
which gives him 2 more power, essentially.
You know, he's pretty great.
Essentially. No, Cyan is nice.
No mercy
Like,
for thee.
once again, you can technically probably have him as commander. He's very boring as a commander, in my opinion. He
But
probably
he's
could be
suitable as a
effective,
commander if you want.
but he's usable but boring is the best way to put it.
He seems like a guy that works better as like a finishing piece for a deck with a person like Terra as a
100%.
commander. He is your finishing touch.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think
You're with
lastly,
1
just-
strike.
I'll be right back.
There's not a lot to say about him. Like I like his art. He's like the only dark-haired person on the team, which is funny.
I do want to say I do like all the arts they use because for 4/6 There is, hey, spoilers. If there's a cool mecha design in 14, it's probably from 6.
It's from 6.
Because like the Garleans like wombo combo all the evil machines that have ever been used, but they are especially very like 6 coded.
This is a reprinted card, but the Solemn Simulacrum card art is just the Magitech gear.
Yeah, it's the Magitech armor. There's the card is Meteor Golem, which I believe is not new, but it's referencing one of the iconic Magitech armors and stuff like that. They have a really good art design for kind of keeping this together.
No.
Yeah, here's the base Meteor Golem, which still looks fucking rad, honestly.
Yeah, that is pretty cool.
Dude, Magitech armor is like such a good design. And now we come to the big one, the big stupid card.
It's I mean, and we said it before. He's the reason why
It is
you do the
Kefka
thing.
di Palazzo. He is the reason this deck is black. Because if Kefka wasn't black, that would not make sense.
No,
I'll argue this. More so than most Final Fantasy villains, he has to be black.
I mean, I think a decent number,
you also
not
have,
all of
like,
them, but a decent
Shadow.
number of them should be black because, like, I want to say maybe not half, but like more than a third of all FF villains are like, yeah, the unending cycle of reality sucks. I'm gonna blow up everything with my horrible despair.
I think the biggest difference is some of them at least have different reasons why they do that. Kefka's reason is that reality itself is stupid. It's not despair. Kefka is literally nihilism. Like, it's not subtle. His name is Kefka.
His subtitle here is Dancing Mad with this one, and he's
it's
red.
a pun.
It is.
Red Black is probably the perfect tie-in for him, but there's also like probably your commander Kefka, which is Red Black.
So this has never been confirmed, obviously. There's a lot of speculation because of his whole thing with evolution, nihilism, growth, metamorphosis. He's a very direct reference to Franz Kafka.
Wouldn't be shocked.
He is literally just nihilism. Like, more than most Final Fantasy villains, he is, life is stupid, and therefore I want to destroy it.
To speak semi-unrelated, but like a lot of things have been happening because the director of the original Tactics and the Tactics remaster that's coming out has like posted an open letter where he talks about like in our modern times, I don't know, stuff like inequality and lack of control among people is like still real. So I hope you'll read this game. And some people are like, man, when did Final Fantasy get woke? And it's like, it was always political.
I'm gonna kill you.
The original, never mind all the other games. The original Final Fantasy Tactics is extremely political.
Like,
I mean, look,
arguably the other than maybe 6 and 9, Tactics is probably the most blatantly and 10. Sorry, 9 and 10. Tactics is probably the most blatantly political.
I mean, but also like it gets a little lost in the sauce. But 7's like iconic opening is extremely political. Well, it gets padded out by the hours, but there's like Shinra never stops being a major part of the problem.
7 is political only because people keep insisting environmentalism needs to be. That's a whole different argument.
Have you guys seen the Moon Channel? Why Japanese games keep killing God?
That sounds like a video.
I've definitely heard of it. Have I watched it? I don't remember. I think I might have.
Okay, that video goes into like a deep dive of like a lot of Japanese cultures, and it's like basis in a lot of the mainland China stuff. But he covers like, all right, so if we base these things on, this is probably what this metaphor means. It's a good watch, if nothing else.
But yeah, no, this is Kefka. He really doesn't fit in this deck, but he's hilarious.
7 mana.
So during your turn, he is indestructible.
Yep.
I don't really know why he has that ability. It doesn't. Whatever.
He does because he does.
He just has it. Yeah.
I think it's just to make him more of a big chungus.
The more appropriate ability, at the beginning of your end step, exile a card at random from each opponent's graveyard.
That's why.
you-
So
You may cast any of number of spells among exiled this way without paying their mana costs. Then, each player who owns a spell you cast this way loses life equal to its mana value.
he's
This card is
indestructible
fucking
on
funny.
he's indestructible on your turn. So his effect will proc off when it hits your turn. So it basically sets a timer for all the opponents. Like, how do we get rid of? Okay, we have to get rid of him. Have to get rid of him
Like,
before Kefka's turn.
Like, I talked about how commanders have to cost low mana cost, and that is true, with the exception of cards that have like game-winningly strong abilities like this.
Yeah.
Being able to cast 3 spells for free every turn is ridiculous.
3 spells for free that will also burn the opponent on top of what they do. Oh, there's a burn, removal, and ramp player. Okay, I mill 3. Oh, cool. Burn, removal, ramp. Ramp loses like 2 or 3. Burn loses gonna lose 1 or 2. The whatever, but I'm still just getting these. Not let alone they ban stuff like Soul Ring or just generic ramp cards that any deck can use. Like, oh cool, I have 4 Soul Rings. I have 8 mana on board just from these cards. Awesome.
This card is nutty. The art is also amazing. No,
it's pretty cool,
this...
and the kind of other iconic Kefka spell, which is our next card to pull up anyway. Laughing Mad is also really sick art. Spoilers.
Yeah, but stuff like this really gives the appeal of, because what was it from the? I can't remember which version of the game it was where you hear his laugh, that iconic fucking laugh of his.
It's the original,
yeah.
So Kefka's laugh, which you have heard in every bad creepypasta video ever, is the first vocal voice line in a video game, technically. It is the first time vocal sounds was put in a video game to a character's like directing the.
Well, I mean, I assume you mean like to like in a I don't even know if that's true in a sprite-based game, in a Final Fantasy, because FMV games existed in like the 80s.
Let me remember what the record was.
Because 6 is what, 95?
As a minor aside, hey, guess who played Kefka in the MOP version of the game I played?
Discord.
Correct.
Well,
yeah,
no
that was pretty easy.
Imagine
but yeah,
John Delancey as Kefka. That's fucking
honestly,
great.
Okay casting. I'd be okay with that one.
I mean, that makes sense.
But yeah, no.
Except Tim Curry as well.
This is the kind of thing. Well, and unfortunately, Tim Curry's retired, so.
Yeah, no, it's the first voiced character in Final Fantasy.
Yeah, that definitely tracks because they didn't try to experiment with the video before. But like, I'm pretty sure on like the NES, there were like some super crunched, like vocal files.
Yeah, I'm definitely remembering like NES definitely had voice acting here and there. It was unparsable, but they were trying.
Basically, that's what that's a British burl is referencing.
Yeah.
Which was the I don't remember if that system had a name, but it was definitely like inspired by like I think the Super Famicom.
Jaggers.
F
Mega.
I'm looking this up now.
It was. I'm pretty sure it's at least in the anime, it's a ringer for the Super Famicom.
Oh, what's the line from that one fucking something about Mega Man? The power cores, Mega Man. What?
That's a good question.
Thank you.
So Laughing Mad, I think, is the next one.
Yes. If we don't have anything else to say about Kefka, but I think we're good. Like he's
he's incredible.
He is the big chungus piece.
He is a big bungus commander. I'm gonna try and make him work. Maybe I prefer his main deck version. Because it has more of a clear direction.
Definitely, I want to say, keep this shit in mind because we won't be able to do it in a speedy fashion, but definitely run the stats on the iconic final bosses of FF series to see how they stack up. Kefka's very famous, so I would assume that he has a big hype bonus.
Kefka is going to be the best of the Final Fantasy end bosses in Commander. We'll talk about standard later.
Oh dear.
That's what's the fucking Mickey Mouse? That's a special hint that we'll use later.
It's a
This is
secret
much-
code that we're going to use later. Anyway,
Yeah.
here's Laughing Mad. Like I said, this fucking art rips.
Jesus fuck.
I love this art.
This is cool as hell.
That is great.
This shit's awesome.
So this is an instant. 3 mana, 1 which was be red. Let's remind everybody, instant. That's, I believe, a anytime
Quick
card.
play, analogous.
Yes, quick,
Yeah.
analogous to quick
Analogous to
plays.
Yu-Gi-Oh! It's a quick play.
And what this means, essentially, if you have mana open for it gets to your turn, you can go, I cast this for free, basically, because it'll get to my turn and I'll untap these lands that I just cast.
Yeah.
It also
That's
says,
almost
as an
really
additional cost to cast this spell, you must discard a card, but you draw 2 cards, and then flashback.
And then flashback. You may cast this
Uh,
card from your graveyard for its additional cost.
Yes. Then exile it.
So this card is very fair because it is a standard set card, I should point out.
Yeah, I think you can tell because it's got a slightly different icon as
It
well.
has this different icon.
Yeah, it is the crystal
It's the
instead of the
standard
triple.
set. But I really like it, and I'm hoping I can build a deck with this in mind in standard.
I mean, even in the
trying out some
Commander, it
ideas with
still works for the 6 in
It's
Commander
not bad.
because
Like,
it's
draw's always
a
good, and it has flashback.
you
It's
discard,
definitely
you
better
draw,
in-
you send it to your graveyard. Flashback exiles, which mean it's not a creature, but it is a card
I
that leaves
feel
your
like
graveyard.
I feel like there are better cards with this effect for this deck, because as much as this deck
However-
is about the graveyard, it's not really flashback focused.
But Dallas, think of it this way: you're running a red goblin deck, and then you get to pull this fucker out.
Well, I'm just saying my reasoning is there are other like draw two discard one draw two or draw two discard one cards that fit better. Like there's one that's like sack a draw two discard one sack an artifact or sack an artifact, which is yeah.
So, I guess my next
Oh,
question
yes,
is, Dallas, is our next card Espers to Magicite, or is
It is
Legions to
Espers
Ashes?
Magicite.
So
It is
Legions to Ashes
Espers
is
to
a card
Magicite.
that already
Legions to Ashes
existed.
is a magic card. Yeah.
Okay, I wanted to double check because that's still
Yeah.
also very Final
It
Fantasy
is a
coded.
magic. It is a Final Fantasy code name, but it's actually from the set. It is from, I believe, Ixalan, where it was Vampire Conquistadors.
Not one.
So,
Magic's
Espers to
great.
Magicite, which is a great way to
I
take
love this
a
fucking card.
a
By the way, this
very like X to X is a
Dark
very
moment.
Magic format.
Mhm.
Swords to Plowshares, Path
Yeah,
to
that's the-
Exile.
But this is Espers to Magicite, which is an instant that costs you 4 mana, one of which must be black, and it shows Kefka crystallizing some Espers, making the Magicites.
yeah, he's just killing them.
The first line of this card is enough to go, oh, this card is mean.
Yeah,
Actually,
it's
you
Oh,
put
I
it in
love
graveyard.
this card.
When you do, choose up to 1 target creature that was exiled this way. Create a token that's a copy of this card, except it's an artifact and loses all other card types.
for 4 mana. That's fucking gross.
Okay, so what this does essentially is you're basically looking for static effects because they aren't creatures. What you create are not creatures.
Yeah.
So
They're just
any
artifacts.
abilities that let's use what we had earlier. Yumi, the Yeti boy.
Tomorrow.
Umaru would be a great target because
Good.
you would get his combat trigger every turn.
Yes.
A Strago
But
and Realm would be a solid one.
Terra would not work. Because all of her... I guess the mill would work still, so you would mill 2 every time, but that just seems like a waste.
Yeah, you would still you'd be getting a mill to every turn,
regardless.
and it gains flying, but it's not a creature.
This card requires a little bit of, like, know how to use, but God, can this card be an absolute blowout.
I mean,
I love it. This is my favorite card in the set, by the way. Or
God
in
forbid,
the
God
deck.
forbid there's another graveyard deck in play.
Oh,
By playing
God,
this
you could just
card-
murder someone.
By playing this card, you make them lose the game.
Yes,
I mean,
this
so,
card reads,
again-
if you are a graveyard deck, you lose the game.
This is basically
Which
what's
is
the card
fine,
that blows
'cause
everything
graveyard
up?
decks are
Inferno
bullshit, and
Tempest.
Yes.
If you take 3k damage, banish all the graveyards and the fields. Fuck them. Like, there are banishment. Obviously, in Yu-Gi-Oh is not as strict as exiling anymore. But back in the day, there were some pretty big blowout cards where you're just like, hey, your entire graveyard, put that shit in the banish zone. And if you're playing a graveyard deck, you're like, oh, I'm dead.
Yeah,
I've died.
Like,
You've thrown me into the void.
And the fact that, like, I have a conspiracy, because I think this card would be good enough if it just said exile each opponent's graveyard. But Commander players are such greedy assholes that they don't want to run, like, graveyard hate, like, basic vegetable cards. So Wizards of the Coast had to stick on this effect to be like, hey, no, this isn't a graveyard hate card. This isn't a vegetables card. It's a fun, wacky effect. You just run these stupid cards so you don't die.
No, it tracks. Okay, so are any of the other spells?
Yes, there are actually 2 more spells.
Okay.
One, I want to see if you can guess which ones they are.
Is one of them Snort?
One of them is Snort.
Well, okay. I was curious. I wasn't
Snort
sure.
is a new card.
All right, well,
The
let's
other
pull
one
him up.
I'm
It's our
very
boy.
surprised is a new card.
We have to say is our boy because we play in Ultros.
Is the other one Rejoin the Fight?
Yep. Rejoin the Fight is a new card.
Okay.
So this is Snort. It's got Ultros on it.
Used yet.
It's
Ultros.
4 mana. It's
Ultros.
red. He's sneezing. It's a thing he does.
Well, no, Ultros is not the one sneezing.
Oh
Typhon.
yeah, it's Typhon. But
Typhon
it's Ultros and Typhon are
Ultros is
the
just
wombo combo.
wiggling in the background.
But they are the wombo combo together. So yeah,
I love
Typhon
Ultros so much.
sneezes, Ultros undulates.
That reminds me, Dallas. Did you ever get to the Hildebrand questline in 14?
Not yet. I'm coming back, I promise.
Got it.
You've been coming back for a whole year now.
Anyway,
So each player
this card
may
is
discard
This card is
This
card
card's great.
destruction, but it's also burn.
Each player may discard their hand and draw 5 cards, which normally you'd be hesitant to do because this can help your opponents. However, anyone who takes your wheel also just takes 5.
You can also decide to later go, I don't like this wheel. Let's try again.
Yeah, and it has flashback.
Yes, it is flashback. It does cost 2 more that way, but you know that's still you get to.
Flashback always is upcosted, I believe.
You're hypothetically getting the ability to discard and draw 5 deep again, because it's each player, and obviously if you're willing to sack 5 life, who gives a shit? Actually, Dallas, this is another good, the whole room, but Dallas probably knows better. This is probably a good question about philosophy. I assume Magic works on the same principle of Yu-Gi-Oh! That your life only matters in so much that so long as you still have 1 of it, you're not dead.
Well, I'll read it again. It deals 5 damage to each opponent who discarded their hand this way. You can do it
okay,
for
so
free.
you don't have to pay the cost. So no matter what, this card is just, you get to draw 5.
I would say generally yes, but also sometimes Commander players are a little bit too frivolous with their life, and it kills them.
You got
So,
to.
yes, but no.
It's a resource that is a little more resourcey than life points.
Yeah.
Though,
it is a
admittedly,
resource.
this precon at least does come with 1
particularly in
lifelink
black.
removal.
Particularly in black, it's a resource.
I feel like
But
there's more burn, like tacked on burn in Magic in general.
yeah, there is more burn, definitely.
That's definitely
Like, so-
from what I understand,
which is
that's definitely a
what-
red thing.
Life is a resource, but like getting below, it's definitely not your last life point. That is a way to just die to a random lightning bolt.
Meanwhile, in Yu-Gi-Oh, we have decks that are
no,
like,
but
I have 25 life points.
Zed is right. Zed is right. That is from Magic, but that's from a 60 card idea. That's not a commander thing necessarily. That's from 60 card.
Yeah. Commander's a
And the next one would
little
be
tighter.
Yeah. Commander because there are 4 players, you have to worry about 4 decks. So there are
True,
oftentimes random things that will just kill you if you're not careful.
Yeah. A quick example is I was playing a game with friends last night. It was in a position where I basically had the game won, but I was forced by the third player to kill the other player. There's an effect called goading, which goes the creature has to attack, but it cannot attack the player who goaded it.
Yes.
Oh.
And my commander was unblockable, so I'm like, well, okay, I have to swing at you and I kill you. And the opponent who goaded me was dead. Top decks, I replay all my artifacts, I replay all my equipment and equip them to a guy. I kill you. I'm like, well, yeah, you beat me. Like, sometimes there's four decks, so there's 4 top decks. There's always a chance for 3 of those top decks to murder you.
Yeah. So the next one will be rejoin the fight, and we only have 3 more after that. And we can go to 7.
And that will probably may flow a little faster because we have less basic stuff to say.
Yeah, we can
We'll
steamroll
keep our
through the 3
chicanery to a minimum.
Anyway, another great fucking card art because this is
love
Terra,
this.
who, if
I
you
love
didn't
this so
know,
much.
by the way, again, spoilers for a 30-year-old game, Terra is also an Esper.
Yeah.
Which Magic players are very upset about.
Why?
What?
Because the terminology of Esper is messing with their Magic Esper.
Magic players need to learn how to fucking. Magic players will bitch about anything. I swear to God.
Also, I want to bring this up.
Esper
I
is
know
one of
Magic the Gathering
Esper
is
one
like
of the shard types. Esper is the colloquial term for white, black, blue.
Magic.
Oh,
The
piss off.
card game Magic may be about as old as Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy has been calling them Espers since this game, at least, which I'm pretty sure is older than some of
Just
that
barely,
newer.
Oh,
Stuff.
from the newer stuff forever. I thought you were just mentioning the
Esper as a terminology is only from 2005.
Yeah, they're about 10 years too late to
yeah,
own that
no,
one, Chief.
If Magic players are really bitching about that, just grow a pair, deal with it.
Yeah, Magic the Gathering was released in '93, but that '93 release was like the alpha and beta, and and before was a fully designed
like I said,
game.
I can't say for actually. I think it is like the original Final Fantasy is older than Magic the Gathering, but like they are from a similar
You know
era
what we used to
originally.
ca-
But like I said,
You know what we used to call Esper? Boob. You want to know why? Blue, white, black. BWB.
Yep.
Boob.
So rejoin the fight.
It would have been bub. It would have been oob, because blue is written as U. Don't ask. I don't know. I don't remember why.
Because black is B.
This is
But I don't remember why U specifically.
Probably just the
Alright, let's move on.
BLU.
It's a 6-drop.
Anyway.
It's a sorcery. It says mill 3 cards, then starting with the next opponent in the turn order. Each opponent chooses a creature in your graveyard that hasn't been chosen. Return each card chosen this way to the battlefield under your control. So your opponents get to pick monsters to summon, but are forced to, place creatures that are in your graveyard onto your board. So they're going to pick your 3 shittiest cards, probably, but they got to pick them, assuming there's 3 opponents left.
Yeah. That's bodies on board.
And obviously, they synergize with the rest of the deck because, you're moving creatures, you're resummoning them, you're moving them from the graveyard, etc., etc.
Yeah,
Fun of
this card's
rejoin
very
the
good.
fight. The fun of rejoin the fight is it's a painful choice like scenario of like, sure, they they can just choose these shitty creatures, but the way the precon is built, at least, there aren't really many shitty creatures.
I can also imagine this card being very, very busted outside of the precon.
Yeah.
Like in decks where it's like a reanimator focus deck. Like, this is a graveyard deck, but I wouldn't call it a reanimator deck. Because what reanimator decks are built around doing is throwing big bunguses that would make Kefka look small into your graveyard and reanimating those for cheap.
A
So if you
reanimator
were
deck
to
would be the Arden Commander, which is
Yeah,
very very
like if you were to play stuff like that, like this card could be, and it was like you had say you built a deck and there were only like 4 or 5 creatures in the deck, but they were all like insane top end 9-drops like Valgavoth and shit like that. This card could be busted. Yeah, well, no, Bahamut better than that. Like cards like fucking yeah, like Valgavoth's a great example. What would be another one in black?
I can't remember.
Yeah. Man, the original Shieldred. The one that reanimates every turn, stuff like that. But yeah, you can combo this with stupid ways. Like, it's good generically in the deck, but I can imagine this card being very, very good outside the deck. Yeah, it combos with like Buried Alive. Like Foolish Burial is a common card type in Magic.
Yeah.
Despite
and
it
just
arguably...
like in general, like this is a lot of mana, at 6, but you're getting back, assuming you have 3 creatures in your graveyard, and which if you don't, why the fuck are you activating this? Don't do it.
Also,
then.
black is the color of like short-term, huge bursts of mana.
Yeah. No, it's
like,
the sacrifice future mana for more mana now, kind of.
It's not even sacrifice future mana, really. It's no, it does just say put 3 Eldra. Put all 3 versions of well, no, one's still banned. Put 2 versions of Emrakul on the board.
But yeah, no, this is a card that pays back for its cost very easily, because just if each creature you would get your opponents to resummon is only 2, you're breaking even basically on mana costs.
Well, yeah, like I said, even
if you didn't put just 2 cost weenies in there, then you're ahead on the mana curve, basically.
In the Terra deck, this card is decent. In a different deck, this card could be like legitimately like game ending.
Good card just to show that I posted in the Phil Betrayal chat. Songs of the Damned, 1 black mana. Yeah. You get 1 black mana for each creature card in your graveyard. Oh, I've got 15 cards in my graveyard. I'll pay 1 to get 14 mana. Like I'll pay 1 to get 15 mana, so I just go plus 14, and I'll cast my commander. I'll cast Rejoin the Fight.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
it's just like combos like that.
Like Dark Ritual. There's Bubble Muck. There's a lot of ways in black to cheat mana in short bursts. Same with red.
Yeah.
Like there are no good sustained ramp in those colors. You can't get extra lands. You can't get extra stuff. But like 1 turn of big dumb shit is exactly on the menu.
I was about to joke. Oh my god, is that a Phoenix Down?
I love this card so much.
So Phoenix Down. This is another one that's in the general set. This is because it's got the crystal icon there. It's a 1 white artifact, and you put it into play. For 2 mana, 1 of which is white, and a tap, and you exile it, because you use it. You choose 1. You either return a target creature with a mana value of 4 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped, so you revive a guy. Or, if it's an undead, if it's a skeleton, spirit, or zombie, exile them.
Exile it.
Kill them, because that's how FF games work. If you use Phoenix Down on an undead, they take 4 9s worth of damage and fucking die.
Yo.
They explode.
You can kill the Phantom Train with it. You can kill Final Yevon with it.
There's many funny ways you can do it. So no, this is a great card, and just the art on this says that it's 6, but in general, this is like a general use card. Yeah. This is a great for just any Phoenix Down interaction in the games.
I can't remember the name of that boss from 10 where you beat it and then you fight it again as a zombie.
Yevon. Right? I don't remember.
I'm thinking of the big noodle boy.
I know what you're talking about. It wasn't Sin, it was the one before that.
I think you're thinking of something else.
Coin of Fate is the next one, but yeah.
Oh, is Coin of Fate new?
Was it? Was it
Yeah,
Shibuya?
Coin of Fate is new.
Was not
Yeah,
sure.
it's Coin of Fate and then the ship, and that's it.
Yeah, that's the other thing I was going to
There's
ask.
no new
There's
lands.
no new lands in the deck. There are new
Yeah,
lands in
checked.
the set, but
The actual lands in the set I really fuck with, like the towns that
Yeah,
that
we'll talk with them.
adventure. They're great.
Those are
scrolling too far.
they have different places in the meta depending on what colors they are. Like some of them are only good in Commander, but I think most of them are good in Commander.
I was forced to play a shitty Junta deck at my pre-release because I couldn't get enough red and green. But the towns were my saving grace in the pre-release games.
I will say that I played two of the same colors every day, unfortunately, because that's just how my packs went. But yeah,
Coin of Fate artifact.
Um,
It's 1 white, 1 colorless.
Coin of Fate.
Surveil is modified scry, where you top or put engrave.
Yeah, and
That's
it's excavate essentially.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
that's
look
good.
at and you either put it back or you mill it.
Yeah.
And then for 4 mana, one of which must be white, a tap, exile 2 creature cards from your graveyard, sack the artifact. Your opponent chooses one of the exiled cards, put it at the bottom of your library. The other one gets summoned tapped. Talking about painful choices, this is just the...
And
Go ahead.
you become the monarch. I don't know what that is, Dallas.
Okay.
Explain the monarch.
So, the Monarch is a mechanic, and it's probably one of the best design mechanics Magic's done in a while, at least for Commander and for multiplayer
I
games.
just know that monarch is fucky. I don't know like the.
So when you become the Monarch, you gain a token that says you are the Monarch, and
Gain
then
a
the
token.
Monarch is then introduced into the game hereafter. At the end of their turn, the Monarch draws a card. If you deal combat damage to someone who is the Monarch, you become the Monarch. That's the Monarch.
Oh, okay. That's way simpler than I thought it was.
Yeah, no, it's an incentive for Commander players to stop turtling and attack each other already.
Yeah.
There are cards that interact with the Monarch, but generally it's pretty easy to do. Pretty easy to explain. But yeah, this card is okay. It's a bit overcosted for what I would like. It's essentially the same as the spell for way worse effects.
Yeah.
It's alright. It'd
I would
probably be
say-
better in an artifact-focused deck.
Yeah, I would say its saving grace is that you do have Edgar in the deck who can cycle this, but also you'd rather just be playing that and Edgar in a focused deck where that is
This
the
is a-
gimmick and not just
This is very much okay.
yeah.
Alright, now the last one, the Falcon.
Airship restored, and this card looks pretty
I
good.
fucking love this art.
This card looks great.
Good art.
By the way, Coin of Fate's art is also really nice. It's just Celis holding her coin.
So, the Falcon, Airship restored. 3 mana, 1 black. 4/3.
Falcon.
Legendary artifact vehicle. Flying. Whenever the Falcon deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice it. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield.
This
card
one
is so
minor specification to make on combat and Magic. There in Magic when you declare attackers, it all happens at the same time, and there is not like the card getting revived does not attack. It does enter in the combat, but combat has already taken place, and once it's finished, we exit combat.
But still, you get to, at the
Still
end
at the
of
end.
dealing damage, you reanimate
Technically,
a card.
it would. Oh god, I'm not gonna get into technical release. It doesn't matter. Go, keep going.
You can pay 5 to return it from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped, and it does have a crew of 2.
Very good.
Reminder. What does crew mean?
So crew is only on vehicles. When a vehicle is in your hand anywhere, in any zone, it is not a creature. It only becomes a creature if you tap power equal to its crew cost.
Tap power.
Yeah, so
Tap
like
creature
power's like
with total
you,
power.
like a 2/2 or a 2/3. You
Oh,
need 2
okay.
worth of power of creatures. whether
Or
that be
2
2/1/1s or a 2/2, or you can overpay. It doesn't have to be exact. You just need to pay at least 2. And you also can't overpay like on purpose. Like you can't tap 2/2/2s. But you can tap a 4/4. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, if that's the only thing you have as an option, you can overpay. But once you have paid the cost, it happens.
Okay.
Because there are benefits to tapping certain cards, so you can't just go crazy with that. And yeah, that's 6. It's a pretty straightforward graveyard deck. It's hardly breaking new ground, but I think it's the most on-theme deck because due to the nature of it being a creature-focused graveyard deck, because all of these decks have to jam in legendary creatures, I think the one that is a creature-focused graveyard deck suffered the least from that. Because it's like, we're doing that shit anyway.
Yep. So, I
So,
mean,
yeah,
it's time
6.
to crank it up and let's
Time
pull
to
up
go over to Mr. Emo Anime Boy himself.
Cloud.
Mr.
X-
Sleeveless Shirt.
Got his hands on him.
Mr. Sleeveless Shirt.
Yeah, so we have Cloud
Red, green,
and Tifa.
white?
Tifa is our alt commander.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
We
we'll-
discussed this earlier.
Cloud should always be
red.
white. I know Omega disagrees, but white is literally the color of grunt soldiers.
Yeah, and the color spread of these commanders, white's in all of them. The other 4 colors are present twice, so they likely just did that as like a, well, this has to be the
But
red
to
one.
put it
we already
this
had
way,
here.
every version of Cloud is white.
Yeah.
One is white, one is red white, and one is red white green.
I know Aerith is also there.
Always
there is
white.
a mono white and a green white.
Yeah. There's others, but yeah, Cloud he's Naya. My honest to God least favorite color shard by a lot.
For full disclosure, do you suspect, Dallas, that may impact why you have concerns about the synergistics of this deck?
No, because although the color combination isn't something I'm familiar with, the play style of this particular commander is. We'll get into that in a second.
He's what we call a Voltron commander.
Well, not just that. Specifically, he's a Equippy boy.
That's Voltron.
Yes.
Voltron is not just equipment.
Well, it's equipment.
But they do
Stacking
love equipment.
Yeah, but like there's like Aura Voltron, there's Counter Voltron, there's a lot of Voltron. Voltron is like the wide category where everything else is a small subcategory. Anyway,
Cloud X Soldier is 5 mana. We do this for like 2 hours, so I had to do math for a second there, and obviously we discussed his colors. He's a 4/4. He is a human soldier mercenary. He has haste.
Mercenary. He
so
has
he can
haste.
attack when he
Haste is
enters.
good.
Also, you can
and
play
and
a
when he
mercenary
enters,
guy.
and when he enters, you can attach up to 1 target equipment you control to it.
Yeah. So
Actually, no,
you
sorry,
don't
that's
have to
mandatory. That was
No.
my assumption. Magic, you probably just could have put a May there, but whatever. I'm not here to fight your grammar. And then when Cloud attacks, draw a card for each equipped attacking creature you control, and if Cloud's power is 7 or greater, create 2 treasure tokens.
Colossus Hammer is in this deck.
Yep. Yeah, it is. But
Also,
so
in
he's an
general, I feel like a lot of, because they created several new equipments for this as well, I feel like a lot of them are +3 exactly to synergize with Cloud to make him 7.
whenever Cloud attacks, yeah. So he's good. I find him boring, personally, as an equipment commander. To me, there are so many equipment commanders that you need to do something very funny and unique in order for me to notice you. And Cloud is not funny and unique, he's just kind of good.
Would you consider the Forge Up Gilgamesh to be funny enough for an equipment commander?
I would if Furion didn't exist and was funnier to me. And better.
I like
not better. Not better. Gilgamesh, I think, is actually better, but Furion is. You can do weirder stuff with
He's just
Furion,
what
which
the,
I like.
what the borderless art is. That's like the signed version, but the
But yeah,
getting
no,
the
Cloud,
magic card viewer to spit out the alt arts is hard sometimes with all the
Cloud
filtering.
Cloud is good. I won't say he's bad, but he's very, very obvious what direction they're going with him. Similar to Terra, not really hiding it. Can we talk about the actual commander for this deck then? Now. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm so much more excited about the backup commander for this one than Cloud. I'm
I have the
sorry.
exact opposite.
Tifa is so fucking good.
Like Cloud's the commander for this deck to me when I was looking through it.
Tifa's so good though. I'm sorry.
Dallas, I think you're thinking about this as Dallas, who you have a lot of experience playing Magic. Dallas, you don't always make good decks. I played against you for like
true.
70 episodes of Prague. You
No,
make
that's
interesting
true.
decks. You don't always make good decks. I think that you think Cloud is a worse commander because, in your own words, and I do kind of agree, he's very straightforward. Like, again, I don't know much about Magic, but I see this and I'm like, okay, so Cloud is decent higher attack. He's 4. He can attack right away, which is good because of how he works. But, like, it's very simplistic to just be like, okay, you equip him, and also, like, you want to be attacking with equipment guys.
As Chris Starlight mentioned, he works very well with the card Colossus Hammer. Colossus Hammer is broken with Cloud. There are a lot of commanders that are broken with Colossus Hammer.
Colossus Hammer.
Colossus Hammer is a broken card.
But Dallas, in the context of Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy, where some of the people who are buying this product are not going to play those other commanders who are good with Colossus Hammer because they're not Cloud
That's
Strife.
True. No, I get you. I get you. I will
not
say,
not just am I here to also rep for Cloud, because like I said, 7 is genuinely one of my favorite FF games.
Knowing that, I do actually think Tifa is an insanely busted card. Like, genuinely, I do think she's broken.
I will say, though, I do think I actually heard that, like
I do think
as a commander, Tifa are big repping.
Like, main set Tifa is one of the dumbest cards ever and is broken. But even this set Tifa is also busted.
But so the commander version of Tifa is Tifa Martial Artist. I'll grab her borderless art as well.
Like, I'm not just saying it because this is not a Cloud hate thing. I genuinely think this commander is dumb.
That's a cheap
Like,
cost.
good
Let's see
dumb.
what else she has.
Well, I was about to say, one thing I will say is that she's much more aggressively costed than Cloud, because she's a 4/4 and costs 4. And then also, she's your commander, so she does stuff.
Oh, fuck! What the shit?
Melee is whenever she attacks, it gets +1/+1 until the end of turn of each opponent you attack this combat. And
yes,
if a creature you control with power 7 or greater dealt combat damage to a player, you get another combat phase.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
So you know how I
see
mentioned
what you mean.
You know how I mentioned that Commander's a 4-player game? So this is out of the box. If you attack everyone else, you get an extra combat if she does your damage. It's a mix or 7.
So Tifa's better if you can keep your creatures around. Cloud is better if you keep your equipment around.
Yeah, kind of. And
yeah, whenever this creature
I'll say this.
Each opponent you attack.
Yeah.
Oh, that's small.
Yeah, so basically, if you attack 3 players, she would get +3/+3.
Yeah, but you need her and 2 other creatures to do so.
Yeah. Or
This deck does have good token generation, I will say. Like it has pretty good token generation to get that onto the to keep that creature small creature flowing.
Untap.
All creatures you control, if it's the first combat, there is an additional combat.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't think Cloud is bad. I just really like Tifa a lot more.
I mean, I will say for design, I do kind of
but
agree, Dallas. I will say this. The equipment thing for Cloud, the weapon nerd thing, is probably the most basic bitch thing they could have done with him.
Maybe I should put it like this.
Flavor-wise, this Tifa, I don't know how many of the rest of you have played the remakes of Final Fantasy VII. Tifa plays like a character action game character, not an action RPG character.
I love her. Yeah. I'll say this. I think maybe the best way to put this is I think Cloud will have better games than Tifa ever will. Cloud will also have way worse games than Tifa ever will. Cloud has a lot more variance than Tifa, who has a lot more consistency, and I do value consistency in Commander, because my luck is the weirdest fucking thing on the planet. So that might be the thing. It's like, I value a commander that always can give utility, and that's what I see Tifa as. Every once in a while, Cloud will absolutely sack the table, and you will just win, because you drew Colossus Hammer, plus Stone Forge Mystic, plus Sword of Feast and Famine, and you just win the game.
Actually, I do have the question as echoed in the chat. When you hit the second combat phase, do your creatures untap, or can you not attack with the same creatures?
It says untap all creatures you control.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, untap all creatures, then you can attack again. So, in addition, her melee buff does not end until the end of the turn, so it stacks. So she will then be a 10/10.
Yeah, it's until the end of this end of turn that it happened, so not the end of combat.
Yeah, you can also equip some stuff to her and do very dumb things with her. I don't think she's quite CDH viable, because like attack decks are very hard to be CDH viable. Because CDH is just people broken comboing at each other until the end of time. But she's very fun. I've played around with Tifa builds. Because you attack, if you attack 3 players, she becomes a 7/7. Then you enter a second combat, and you attack 3 players, and she gets another +3/+3. So
yeah,
she becomes a 10/10.
When this creature attacks, it gains +1/+1.
The melee triggers every combat.
Not this turn, but the effect is until the end of turn. So it stacks.
Yeah, the effect is end of turn, but it triggers each combat.
Yeah, and also if it's the first combat phase, so it can only be done.
Yeah, her melee ability is not once per turn. Her extra combat is. Okay. And having an extra combat on a 4-drop is actually insane. Like, that is not normal.
Obviously, it does come with the requisite that you have to have the power of 7, but you are playing in the Final Fantasy VII deck.
It triggers.
The whole point is that you're going to create the 7.
Design. Like, I don't want to get me wrong. Yes, you can attack with every creature. You can designate any amount of players.
Yeah. So how combat functions in Magic the Gathering
is you tell who your creatures.
Yeah, you enter combat phase. You will go, okay.
You attack this guy. You attack that guy.
These creatures attack this player. These creatures attack that player, and these creatures attack this player. And then each player individually will select blockers to go up against the creatures that are attacking them specifically.
Yes, you assign attackers first, they assign blockers after, to put it simpler. Which means that since you're assigning attackers all at once...
This is mostly a commander function. Like, this is not involved in 60 cards.
Yeah, because you are usually playing 1v1.
Because you're playing 1v1 mostly. I'm not going to get into edge cases, but regardless, once again, I want to say, I think Cloud is a perfectly good commander, and a lot of people will enjoy him. I just really like how well designed. I appreciate Tifa so much from a card design perspective, because it feels like everything really lined up to design an interesting card. So,
and like I said, at that point, I think I can agree. Like I said, I think that, like, in terms of like flavor, Cloud is super simple. My
favorite commander in this deck is neither of them. We'll get to my favorite commander later, but
like I was gonna say, like for Cloud, it's that thing of like, okay, so he equips a sword. The idea is you're fishing for the iconic Buster Sword, but they can't just make a card that's just like, get the Buster Sword, dumbass.
So the problem is they made Hero's Blade, like they took a card that they skinned as the Hero's Blade, the Buster Sword which is Hero's Blade. Then they made the Buster Sword, which is just Hero's Blade but better.
Yeah.
I think it's in the starter deck?
No, it's in the main set. It's a $30 card. It's very expensive.
And there's also several other new equipment, I believe, as well, but also there's a few others.
Yeah.
But we're going to start with the normal deck stuff if we get the 2 commanders. So we're starting down with Zac Fair.
Zac Fair.
Gongaga. It's him. It's Gongaga
he's
himself.
Zach.
He is a human soldier.
Mr.
He is in the core set.
Mr.
You can see by his little icon. So he is a
He is
0-1
a
for
very-
1. But
He gets a +1/+1 counter on it, and one generic mana on instant speed. Sacrifice Zach. Target creature you control gets indestructible until the end of turn, and you put all of Zach's counters and equipment. You put all Zach's counters and one equipment that was attached to Zach to that creature. This essentially just allows Zach to be.
He's just a protection spell. He's very good. Like once again, this is a command. This is not a commander. Like it's very obvious from design. This is not supposed to be a commander, but he's very good.
well, I mean,
I think
because he's not in the commander set either. He's in the general pool. This is very flavorful though. It works for a lot of reasons if you understand Final Fantasy VII. But also, I think I understand the game design perspective. He is a 1-cost card, you know, who is slightly more slanted to defense than not. So it's a thing of just like when, you know, you play him early and you can, you know, put extra counters on him or equipment as needed. And then when the time comes to create your larger creature, you can always just protect and also scoot all your shit onto them.
he works perfectly in both of the decks. I think both Cloud and Tifa. And even more so a third special commander that I love, that is thematically hilarious. But I really like Zach. He's never going to be the best card in your deck, but I would probably put him in Terra, honestly.
I mean, if you're playing white,
kind of good.
White, and you have just a slot for protection, play Zach.
Yeah,
it's just
like
really
he's especially if you're in an equipment focused deck or a counter focused deck. Like there are other cards that have his effect, but better for other deck types. But if you're playing equipment or like there's a Boromir is another one.
He would be crazy in the Titus deck, actually.
He'd be very good in the Titus deck. Yeah. Ironically.
Honestly, it makes me wonder if that's why, because not just because also heroes, but it makes me wonder if that's why there's one color that's shared among all 4 precons, and it is white, because that just means that like you can just start mixing and matching a few things. You know, there's
well,
some
it's
point
also, for the most
congruity.
part, these are the good guys. Like
It's true.
There's only one villain per deck, I believe. Yeah.
No. Hojo's in this deck too.
Oh right, yeah, Hojo is here.
10
I
has
forgot.
Seymour. Also,
Yeah,
thank you, Zach,
no,
for
10
reminding us.
10 actually has a lot of villains now that I'm thinking about it. Wait a minute, hold on.
Also,
Wait
thank
a
you, Zach,
minute.
for reminding us that
wait,
commander
Heidegger's
colors
in
for
here
this
too.
deck are the Italian
Alright,
flag.
Italy. Yeah, no, this Bugenhagen is great. I love Bugenhagen.
Grandpa's a great character, and also looks like a fun card. He is Wise Elder, so he's a human shaman.
Human shaman.
He has reach,
he's
which just allows him to block flyers.
And
Yeah,
he
he's very
definitely
good
looks like a
in-
blocker, because
Honestly,
he's
I
1/3.
really wish. Well, he's not even a blocker. He's a mana dork.
This is also true.
He's a Birds of Paradise, but more
You can
expensive.
tap him to add a mana of any color, and then also as
But
a
also,
like
if
special
you control
bonus
a
feature.
creature with 3 or greater, or with 7 or
7.
greater, he draw cards.
Yeah, at the beginning
Yeah,
of your
so-
Which is good.
This
He's
guy
good.
is just a little mana dork you keep untapped, so you just have a blocker, and you can just
Like,
tap him as needed.
Similar to Zach, I could see this card going in a shit ton of decks.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
any
he is
green
limited
deck,
to the
like,
commander
the other
set, if I
green-
believe, if I understand the icons
Any
correctly.
green deck
But
where you have a big commander, I feel like. Any deck where your commander is either big or going to be big, I feel like I would put him in.
yeah.
Like there are some green decks, like my favorite green deck I have is Huan Tao, and he's never going to be anything but a 1/4. And yes, I do actually mean the character from Romance of the Three Kingdoms. That's a magic card. Magic's done
Why
some
wouldn't
stuff,
he be?
man. And that was before Universes Beyond was ever a thing. Yes, green is the big bungus color.
Yeah, green is big bungus. A kind of running gimmick of green is that it's where the hydras are, and all the hydras are like X cast or a huge amount, and they come in with a billion counters on them. That's the mana you paid for them. And with green being the big ramp deck, I'll just sum it up with, I have 20 mana open. I'm just gonna pay 20 to play a Hydra. It's an 18/18. Yeah.
Yeah, Sid is next, I
Yes.
believe.
Now there is a
Leaving
card that is a
three
reprint,
twice.
but I think we should bring it up when we get to it because it is pretty critical for the cloud equipment strategy. I would say.
Is that the Colossus Hammer?
Pure Steel Paladin.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
creature.
The creature
it-
cannon.
That is a whatever. It's a magic card. It is in every equipment deck. I do agree.
It's a card you will see in equipment decks, and it allows you to break some gimmicks.
Here's my hot take. It's actually worse in Cloud than most equipment decks. I
I
actually
disagree.
don't think it's that good in Cloud.
I disagree entirely.
Well, we'll talk about it. But
Dallas,
Sid,
have you ever actually played the Cloud deck?
I played the
Yes.
Cloud deck. Pure Steel
I
Paladin is
played-
crazy in this deck.
I've played all 4 of the precon decks.
Okay.
I'm not saying it's bad in the deck. I'm saying it's not as good in Cloud as it is in other equipment decks. That's a different conversation.
We have
Anyway,
Sid
this is-
here.
This is Sid Free
The
Flyer
2/2
pilot. Yeah.
That
Human
has
warrior
flying on
pilot.
4 turn.
Sid
Yes,
is
because
nuts.
that's in general a thing they did with all Dragoons. They created the jump keyword, so during your turn they have flying, because they're yumping.
Yeah.
In case you didn't know it, Sid is the Dragoon. He has a spear. He jumps.
And equipment and vehicles cost 1 generic less, which most equipment are going to have a generic cost in them. They're artifacts.
Yeah.
It's
same with
almost
a lot of-
always
a lot of
effective. Same with vehicles.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
you can
some-
pay to tap them, get an equipment back.
Yeah, or a vehicle.
Are there many vehicles in this deck actually?
In the
No,
seven
but I think
deck
you could put more in it
itself? No,
because
but you
I
can
think
probably
they
can
fit
play
well
that.
with both Cloud and Tifa. Because
I don't see any vehicles
More
in
with
this. I don't see
Tifa.
any vehicles in this deck.
they more fit with Tifa. But
Yeah.
yeah.
So
I mean,
we
Sid has this because it's just a general
Yeah.
ability for like equipment or vehicle works for him.
Yeah.
It's here. It's here for Sid. It's not here for the deck, which is fun.
Also,
It's-
Pilot is a card. Pilot is a card type.
Yeah.
That is not something that was for Final Fantasy. That was a general one.
Yeah. But it also works out. So
Uh,
yes, he's a decent
Next
little
is Helio Trooper.
Oh, is that a new
Helitrooper.
one?
That is a
Yeah,
new
because it's the
card.
fucking. It's literally the guy. It's the Helitrooper
I mean,
from
true,
7.
but I could totally see Magic just having made just a guy that has
No,
helicopter.
I could as well. I had to check. I checked first.
No, I was pretty sure this was new because it's literally that's what these guys are called. They are the Helitroopers. Those are those Shinra guys who have propeller blades for arms because
They
Heidegger
are
is a freak.
motherfuckers.
Yes, they're really annoying. Because by the way, the helicopter blades are also machine guns.
I see that. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
No,
but
they're
this is
motherfuckers.
another two drop, 1/2 human soldier, flying.
As flying. Whenever it attacks, another creature you control gets flying until the end of turn. And equipment
Which
abilities
is
that
very-
target this creature cost 2 less to activate.
This card is nuts in both decks because it gives your commander flying, which is great.
The third effect is funny, but it's not going to come up too often unless like there are like equipments that like you would
It's
I guess
better. It's better for the Tifa deck than it is for the Cloud deck.
yeah.
Because I feel like for the Cloud deck, you want everything on Cloud. For the
Put
Tifa
everything
deck,
on
you
Cloud.
want all of your creatures to be good so that they hit harder. So you spread the equipment out.
I guess yeah, like with cloud you're building cloud as the nuke that will kill a player one at a time. Tifa Tifa is spreading damage out across the board.
That might be another thing that biases me against Cloud. Unfortunately, Voltron is not an amazing strategy in Commander. If you're not playing like Precon v Precon, because removal does hurt Voltron a lot.
Counterpoint, Dallas. You told me that commander players don't like to eat their vegetables and don't like to suck it up and just play
Yeah, but
removal.
I also run minimum 16 removal per deck. So
Anyway, let's talk about the human
Uh,
grease stain himself.
yeah. The worst part is he's actually very good.
Yeah,
The
reading this card
world's
is crazy.
greediest man. Professor Hojo is 2 mana. He's a green. He's 2/2. Also, some people, if you're more familiar with FF than Magic, you may be like, Hojo is nothing but green. Yes, actually, he's Hojo's a real fucked up scientist, but he is like all about like experimenting with the planet. He does a lot of bioscience.
He is a bear. He is indeed a bear. That is true.
No, he's way too slim to be a bear.
Okay, no. For reference to King of Hearts, what a bear means in Magic is
I know,
a tutu.
but
because all bears are tutus.
I had to throw it out there.
I get you. I just wanted
That
to.
said, canonically, Hojo does pull.
But
Hojo
also,
gets trimmed.
But also,
canonical.
Hojo is actually really good.
Human scientist. The first ability you activate during your turn that targets a creature you control costs 2 color less to activate.
Activated abilities specifically are effects that cost mana.
Okay.
Not necessarily. They can also be things that just tap, but obviously this wouldn't affect those.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
Activated. Yeah, it's an ability. It's an ability that requires a card to be modified or something to happen.
Yeah.
Triggered are just something.
And then whenever one or more creatures you control becomes the target of an activated ability, draw a card. You can only trigger this ability once per turn.
Equipping an equipment is an activated ability.
That targets.
Yes.
That targets.
We haven't looked at a lot of equip cards yet, but I did see them. And yes, they have a.
That is.
They are inherently a targeting costed effect.
Equip is an activated ability. So this guy lets you draw a card whenever you. I'm just gonna say this. I think this is better Pure Steel Paladin. That's my
it's
hot
a similar
take.
cost. I think it depends. I mean, they're different colors, so I think it depends on what mana you have accessible in
It's
your
better
pool
Pure Steel
currently.
It's better Pure Steel Paladin for Cloud.
I guess, but when we get to, Pure Steel Paladin is next, so we can kind of see like the contrast of the two cards.
Yes. Sorry, the image loader is having a hard time loading because there's so many fucking white cards in the 7 precon.
I can throw the Pure Steel Paladin into Fail Patrol because I already have it pulled up.
Where are you?
Yeah.
There he is.
And then the next one after that would be Avalanche of Sector 7. Just to say. I believe Armory Automaton's an old card. Yeah, it is.
Yeah. No, that sounds like a pretty generic one. But here is Pure Steel Paladin. It's a human knight. Whenever equipment card you control enters, you may draw a card. And then it has a Metalcraft keyword. Equipment you control have equip 0 cost so long as you have 3 or more artifacts, which obviously all your equipment are artifacts.
You're also
It's
playing
another
like, other
2/2.
artifacts like
Yeah.
The
Soul Ring. I know.
Soul Ring, everything else.
You got some
I'm
stuff.
trying to find the deck.
So
I have it pulled up.
it's a kind of thing where I think basically Hojo and Pure Steel do the same role in the deck. It just really depends on like what
the thing
you have
is,
access
the
to.
biggest benefit, the biggest benefit for Pure Steel Paladin is the equip cheating, and because of Cloud's ability, he doesn't really need the equip cheating that much, because he equips for free.
Well, only one though.
It's true, but
What if you want to
generally
equip more
equip-
later?
because
He
most
only gets-
equip.
He only gets one free equip, and he has no other way to cheat equipment onto him.
But here's the thing: in the deck as it's built, there's only really one expensive equipment that is worth like cheating cost, which is Colossus Hammer.
I mean, I guess, but
But you
these
have
decks
to
are
have that
designed to have
play
cards
already.
pulled out, so you would just lean further into that.
I guess.
You have to have that one in play already. You might have a different one.
I mean, this is just a philosophy argument. I personally, like I said, I think Pure Steel Paladin is good in the deck. I just think it is better in other equipment decks than in Cloud specifically.
I mean, I'll throw this out there. Obviously, you get to adjust, but if we're talking about the precon, there are 19 artifacts in this deck as pre-constructed, so I think we're just like hedging that you may not find all of your equips and your equip prognosticators and cheaters at the same time, you know? That's why you have draw power and stuff, obviously, but there's a few different things we're doing here. Anyway, yes. Avalanche of Sector 7
Sector
is
7.
next. Shout out to my homies, Wedge, Jesse, Biggs, my favorite people. They're definitely all still alive.
That is actually very funny.
So they're a 3
Yes,
cost.
these
one of
totally
which is
not
red.
marked for death characters are definitely alive.
What do you mean? Look at these designs. They're so unique. They have red headbands. Like they're so cool.
Never mind that. By the way, we talked about character design. Nomura only had one sketch of each of these characters in the original 7, and it was all their chibi model forms. They did not get full character arts.
Yep.
Anyway, these guys are human rebels.
so-
They have menace, which we've talked about before. Their power
This
is equal to
kind
the
of
number of
is-
artifacts your opponent controls.
This is kind of the first, but not the last, of cards that highlight my problem with this deck. Why I think it's kind of mediocre as opposed to the other two. It's definitely better than 14, though. I'll say that right now.
Whenever an
cards
opponent
that
activates an ability
don't
or artifact
really
control,
fit in
deals
this
1
deck.
damage.
This doesn't really go with either of the commanders.
It seems like a counter to this deck.
It is.
I made a note to you calling the 14 deck that.
What?
Yeah, no, I will say this. This is obviously in the deck because it's Avalanche of Sector 7, and it does
Oh, no.
involve
Like,
artifacts. But
once
I
again,
think you
they
do have a very
they do
strong
this
case
regu-
that, like...
they do this regularly with Universes Beyond. With Universes Beyond specifically, because they have to fit all these cards in the decks, they sacrifice efficiency for flavor a lot.
This is a card that if you're trying to make the 7 Precon deck better, you cut, because like you said, yes, this is a counterplay card to that. It is a card that is very flavorful to Avalanche, them being red, being a human rebel, and the idea that they force your opponent to use up creatures to block them, and they get more powerful in terms as your opponent is, I don't know, creating artifact creatures that are robots, that are Shinra mechs,
Yeah.
or, you know, the Empire from 6, or whatever, Garlean mechs, etc. You know, it works.
Yeah.
But this is a
But
card that is,
it's
first of all,
just
no
like-
matter what your deck, it's going to be situational. The star power is cool. This card is dead if none of your opponents happen to be playing artifacts. Obviously, you said that like the Soul Ring is
honestly,
super common.
I
There's a
think
couple
that
of like
this-
generic artifacts, but still,
This
card
this
is
might
only
be
good when they've got 'em in play.
controversial. I think this card is actually better as a commander than in the 99. I don't think it's a
Now,
great
that's
commander,
very
but there are
interesting.
cards. There are cards you can play. There's a card, famously called Microsync Lattice, that makes everything an artifact. Everything.
so yes,
So
you could build it
theoretically,
as a
you
weird
can do
gimmick. Yeah,
stuff
okay.
like that. Like I said, I don't think it's a particularly amazing commander, but this definitely feels like a build around rather than a 99.
Yeah, this feels like they added it because they needed to
Yeah.
rep Avalanche.
That's going to come up a lot in this. Well, not as much as 14 in this deck, but it's going to come up. Elena Turk, I believe, is the next.
Yes,
Elena
Elena
is a
Turk
pretty-
recruit.
Elena.
Eleanor's a
Elena,
pretty fun one.
Yes.
Elena's pretty
3.
good in the deck.
They're just gonna refuse to listen to us, Chris.
What?
It's definitely Elena. This game has been voiced for like
Oh, Elena?
8 or
Okay.
9 years
Well,
now.
I've never
There-
seen it. I've never seen it. I've never played 7, so I don't know.
And we've corrected
Well, I mean, you
this
wouldn't know
one,
playing the original 7, but like I
but
said,
there are
the
some
remake is said.
localizations that are just also the community agrees are just wrong. The Titus
like
Titus
Crisis
situation
Core.
is very much like the Artoria Altria situation.
It's Titus. What do you mean?
What was that? Attack on Aorton?
I played the city. It's I heard Titus.
I think it's
I
also
would prefer
Titus and
Titus.
KH first as well.
It's.
I prefer Titus, but whatever.
We'll get to Titus eventually.
I mean, there also there is the reverse. There are cases where like everybody universally accepts the corrected localization, which is Aerith v. Aerith. Like some people are still diehards, but it's become very clear that her name is just Earth with some extra syllables because it's Japanese, so it's Aerith.
Earth.
Aerith.
Anyway,
Which obviously, because of the TH confusion, is Arisu. But
when
Elena is
when Elena
3,
enters,
1, 4.
return a
assassin.
non-historic, non-assassin.
Shut the fuck up.
What?
Alice, out of curiosity, can you hear other people when you're talking?
No,
Yeah,
he's
no,
definitely
no.
too loud.
Sorry.
Whenever Elena enters, you return target non-assassin historic card from your graveyard, which are artifacts, legendaries, and sagas, which is 90% of this deck that aren't lands.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
And whenever you cast one, Elena gets a little bigger. She gets a +1/+1 counter. She's never really going to be like a big swinger, but if she hits the board early enough, which she like, it's all kind of like a timing thing where like you want to have her to get back the big wombo combo artifact or whatever, or like just any legendary. Most creatures in this deck, you can get back a lot with this. So it depends on like the timing of playing her. But even if you just get her out early, when you have a bunch of shit to throw down, she can get out of hand pretty fast.
I'll say this: I don't think she's amazing in the deck. Like she's definitely more meant for a equipment or artifact deck that likes its graveyard a lot. I run a Ranhan Takatan deck, which you might better know him as Connor from Assassin's Creed 3, which is a deck all about milling yourself to put equipment in your graveyard and recurring them, and she'd be amazing in that deck.
This is the one that I think they did a pretty good job at building.
She's decent.
She's built in a way that I think is broadly applicable, again, because they've gone straight up for, like, historic cards, so artifacts, legendaries, and sagas, which in the context of FF is, you know, obviously that's going to be most named characters, most forms of equipment. Sagas are mostly summons, but also artifacts include some artifact creatures like Shinra robots and stuff, and so she works in a lot of different areas. It also works a little for flavor. As a Turk, the Turks are like spec ops for Shinra. They're mostly sent to like bodyguard people and kill people and steal things. So,
and even then, just the historic catch-all makes her just a really solid just white creature piece to have in a deck, like to have recursion, because like we mentioned this earlier, like because Commander Singleton, there's no punishment for going all in on legendaries, because you want every card to be a big power card.
To me, she seems very similar to Siegfried in the last deck, where she's definitely not a first round cut card, but I wouldn't be surprised when people cut her. Because I feel like there are cards that are better for this deck that aren't in the deck, but she doesn't feel bad in the deck. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She has her uses.
Yeah.
All right.
It's not like the Avalanche where that was like, what is this here? Why here?
Comes the boy.
Oh, this card is fucking nuts.
It's red 13, the Proud Warrior. He's red, green, and one colorless. He's a 3/3. He's a Beast Warrior.
Vigilance Trample off.
He's got Vigilance
Trample.
Other modified creatures have Vigilance and Trample, yes, which includes equipment, auras, and counters are all mods. Yeah. Also, he has the Cosmo Memory effect. When he enters, put an aura or equipment card from your graveyard in your hand.
So this card is nuts, and is great in both decks, and is also great as his own commander. He's very good. Like, there's nothing else I can say. He's just really fucking good.
Red's a huge standout. Red 13's a huge standout. And making him Gruul, which is the red-green, is full power Unga Bunga. You have the equipment of just generic, and you have the counterplay of green. So if you want to lean into counterplay.
I love him in the Tifa deck. Personally, I love him in the Tifa deck, absolutely.
Oh yeah,
because it's just nuts. Because it gives
first of all,
Tifa
gives her
immediately.
Like it's just
like
it's so good.
It's just great. Like he is by far and away, like other than my favorite, he is one of the best commanders in this deck. But also, he's just good in any equipment or aura or counter deck.
Yes, any modified deck, he's good because he is himself Vigilance Trample, and also all your modified creatures are Vigilance Trample.
Yeah.
So does that mean anyone with counters gets Vigilance and Trample?
Yep.
It says counters are modifications.
Well,
he's very good.
I know it says if counters are modifications. I just didn't know if that. That's weird.
Not just +1/+1 either. Technically, any of your creatures with -1/-1 counters get Vigilance and Trample, which is funny. Anyway,
actually, I don't think we've before we move on, I don't think we mentioned what Vigilance does either, because there's no reminder text.
Vigilance is okay. Good.
When a character with Vigilance attacks, it does not need to tap to attack.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it just allows that card to attack for free, and it's still up as a blocker.
And then block.
on other
Yeah.
turn.
Yeah.
Granted, I don't think Red himself is a great user of Vigilance out of the box, but the fact that he just gives it to everyone is fucking great.
Yeah, it's one of the situations of like, sure, Vigilance may not be important, but just giving all your guys Vigilance is good.
Yeah. Now here's another card similar to Avalanche. Is like, this is a good card. It really doesn't synergize with most of the deck.
Here's
What are you,
Vincent.
what
Well,
are you
so
talking
remember-
about? This
funny enough how
is
we-
great with Tifa.
Yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, that I didn't read that correctly. That's not a God magic wording. Why are you like this?
So this is Vincent
Sorry.
Vengeful Toner. He is a legendary creature. He is an assassin. Do note they don't say human. It's very good for Vincent. Because Vincent is a zombie vampire Frankenstein man who is also Satan.
His other version from the regular set is mono black that becomes the Galleon.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
flips to become Galleon Beast, which is his first LB.
This
He has
card
Menace,
is nuts.
he's 3/3.
I-
Whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage
Oh,
to
one
a
more.
player,
Okay, never mind. This card's
put a
not bad.
1/1. Chaos, whenever Vincent deals combat damage to an opponent, it deals that much damage to each other opponent if he's 7 or greater.
Like, he's good, but he doesn't really jam that much with the rest of the deck. Like, he's not bad. He's just
I
again-
think what the decks are banking on is, well, you're playing either like Tifa with her multiple combat phases,
aggressive.
or
You're playing aggressive,
equipment
and he is
in
an
general.
aggressive card.
So you will find a way to take him from
Yeah.
3/3 to the Magic 7 number, and then,
He's just a little slow because it's only one plus one counter per turn.
There is one card that we'll get to later that does just make a creature a 7/7.
That's fair. But I'm just saying, in a vacuum, he is very he's good, but he doesn't jam with the rest of the deck.
Vincent works,
Speaking
but
of that-
it feels like the deck is trying to prop Vincent up, not the other way around, which is probably not how you if I'm understanding correctly, how you should build in commander decks.
No, that is not how cards in the deck should be. That is how
But
your
also, obviously, I
commander
don't
should
think
feel.
I don't
but
think
that is
Vincent
not
does enough
how-
on his own to
Vin-
feel like he's a
Vincent
good pick
is
for a
a co-
commander.
I think he's actually a decent pick for a commander. If you built him
Okay.
correctly, he's a really good pick for a commander.
Vincent feels like a trap, maybe. Like, if you play it and you get him to the 7, it feels like a target that the opponents have to worry about or like have to prioritize.
Speaking of that,
Also,
cards
funnily
that
enough,
don't
Yuffie
really...
Materia Hunter. She's a 3/3.
Well, yeah, she's a ninja.
For 3, she is a human ninja.
She
Also, by the way,
gets
very
ninjutsu
very
because-
funny that she has the ninja keyword when
Thank God
Shadow
it's
did not.
normal ninjutsu, though. Thank God it's normal ninjutsu and not commander ninjutsu.
We're not talking about commander ninjutsu. Ninjutsu is a stupid fucking mechanic, but I love it. It is
I
funny.
like ninjutsu. Commander ninjutsu is the devil.
So ninjutsu,
Yeah.
and then it has a mana cost for 1 in red.
If there's an unlocked creature attacking, you return that card to the hand. Yuffie comes into play attacking instead, and then Yuffie gets her ability, where when she enters, gain control of target non-creature artifact for as long as you control Yuffie. I will keep saying this. That's my Soul Ring now.
Yeah, no, Yuffie's a great card in other decks.
And separately, you may then attach equipment you control to Yuffie, which does
Yeah.
have synergy with this deck, but
It does and it doesn't, because once again, the way Cloud reads is this fits more with Tifa, I would say. But it also doesn't, because I wouldn't build necessarily Tifa as a full equipment deck. But Cloud definitely reads, I want to have all of the big toys on me and become a 30/30 indestructible god creature.
well, maybe
So
he,
having
his
her-
ability only cares about
Well,
being
that's what
7.
he wants to do. That's what he wants to do.
But also, I mean, once again, I will bring this up, Dallas. Obviously you get to edit these decks, but you know, it is a precon, so the deck list for Tifa out of the box is the same as the deck list for Cloud out of the box.
No, that's true. There's definitely... Well, even with Tifa, this card doesn't necessarily fit. Like, don't get me wrong, I think this card is amazing in equipment decks. In other equipment decks where you want, like, where the goal is to have equipped creatures, like Red 13, this card would be amazing in Red 13's deck. Like, decks that care about modification or care about equipped creatures, this card's amazing. But it's just a little clunky in the Cloud and Tifa deck. Also, she's bad as a commander because her ninjutsu can only target from the hand.
Your commander ninjutsu, as you can probably guess, allows them to ninjutsu from the command zone, which is bullshit.
And it was a mistake, and that card should never have been printed. Genuinely my least favorite commander in the game.
You can tell when a keyword is broken when there's only one card with it in the game. They made it once and said, oh, we can't do that again.
It wasn't as bad as Nadu, but God, do I hate it more.
But up next after Yuffie is... Oh, we got Aerith.
Yep. Aerith, the last ancient. She's
a green-white.
Yep.
Selesnya, which is the life gain... green-white is the life gain, like... keyword like
not really
has life gain. I'm killing you, Dallas. You just hear with everything I say because you don't know what people did. That green white is kind of like lifelink, a life gain, and lifelink is kind of like the gimmick of it as sort of like the bit of an overarching thing. So just lifelink.
I mean, it's there is a lot of life gain, but I would say white black is the life gain colors.
Okay, Dallas. Then what do you say? Green white does, huh?
Tokens is generally what green white is known for. It has life gain in it, a lot of it.
I was making 0 tokens, which that's all about lifelink and gaining life and returning creatures. If you gain 7 or more life.
Saying in general.
Dallas,
anyway.
can you forget magic information? Is it possible?
No.
Can you rotate your brain? Can you rotate your brain so you forget everything? That's like less than 3 years old or something. I actually don't remember how long rotation sets are.
I'm not getting involved in this.
3 years
anyway,
now. It used to be 2. Anyway.
Subtype wise, I do think it's funny, but I do think it works for Aerith to be cleric druid. That's like probably the best way they can do that because there's not. The closest thing to gods in Final Fantasy VII are either the Espers, which aren't, like, some of them are worshipped, but, you know, they're not really worked that way, or the weapons, which are not deities. They are the angry manifestations of Gaia's wrath. So,
Cleric would be Gaia, if anything, but... Yeah. At the beginning of your end step...
Dallas, the planet doesn't do shit.
That's true.
Just makes... walking Gundams. Sorry, I cut you off. She's got lifelink and raise.
Yeah. At the beginning of your end step, if you gain life, return target creature from your graveyard to your hand. If you gain 7 more life, return that to the battlefield instead. Once again, similar to Vincent, but even more so, this is a really good card, and doesn't really fit in the rest of the deck.
That I will, like, there are some cases I mentioned before where a decent number of Final Fantasy cards in general, and I believe several of the 7 cards have lifelink.
It's like this with every Universes Beyond. They have several cards that are like, this is a cool character that we can't leave out or else people will get mad at us. And it doesn't make sense for Aerith to be carrying around a fucking sword.
Well, I mean, she uses a guard, you know, give her sticks. Pretty handy with a baton. But no, like, this is definitely a case of, like, yes, there are other cards in this set that have similar mechanisms. Like I said, you know, lifelink is fairly common on, I think, in all of the FF game, like, sets, but also there are several other cards in 7 that do it. And obviously she has the magic number 7 in her thing. Chat, I hope you've realized how the system works. You want to do 7 of something with this game.
The big gimmick of this deck is 7 because it's Final Fantasy 7.
Yeah.
Do you get it, guys? Get it?
But I do concur that Aerith seems really cool. She does not synergize super well with Tifa or Cloud unless you are, like, somehow giving Tifa and Cloud lifelink.
You can build the deck to make it, but it doesn't initially
Actually,
fit.
does
Yeah, like,
Cloud's Commander have lifelink? No, he has haste. I think there is a
I
Cloud with
did
lifelink.
recall seeing a lot of like when the card list first dropped, this Aerith was the card people like, oh, like some people were like that's the like big card from this precon that I want to take out and build a deck around, which is definitely like the one. It's very very powerful. Just again, like we said, not in this deck, but
Yeah.
the fun
I'll put
of
it this way: she's on a list of cards to cut.
yeah.
And the cards that were cut from most of these precon, there's a list on EDH Rec of cards cut from precons. Of the legendary cards, spoiler, it's her, Avalanche, and a couple others, and Elena actually, as well. There's a couple others, but we haven't gotten to them yet.
Well,
but
let's
yeah,
talk about my man Barrett, who's so big he gets 2 cards.
Well, first Barrett. This is main set
Yeah.
Barrett.
Yeah, they put the core set Barrett Wallace in the deck. And then also, because it's funny, let me grab the multicolor Commander only Barrett, which is Barrett Avalanche Leader.
Well, can we talk about the first Barrett first? Because
I'll put them both up.
I'll put it this way: Barrett is my favorite character from Final Fantasy VII, so it actively hurts me to say this. This card is not good. This card is just not good.
They're both
It is not-
4/4s. They're
it does
both
not do
legendary
enough.
human rebels.
The monocolored Barrett does not do enough. It's just not a good card.
Reach, which fits with Barrett. He is a ranged attacker in the games, which is like actually a mechanic in 7, so he can shoot flying guys. And when he attacks, it deals damage to the number of equipped creatures you control to the defending player. Obviously, that does synergize technically with the cards that are physically inside the precon deck. But
It does synergize. It's just not that good.
Yeah, the
I
problem
mean-
of Barrett is that it's to defending player, not for every creature you have attacking. So with like in the Cloud deck, sure, I guess it works, but with Cloud, you're probably gonna have everything on Cloud. So there's only one. With Tifa, you're probably pinging 2 or 3 to each person, which sure it's damage, but it's
not enough.
It's not enough to warrant the.
Well, and like I
to
said,
warrant
I
the
know a
qualifier
little bit
for
about
defender.
like how people think of mana cost in Magic. Him being 4/4 for 4 means that like your effects need to be pretty good. I'm reading this and I'm like, he's just got reach and he kind of does extra damage to player. It works to fill space in this precon, but does not seem like a very strong effect.
Similarly, the other Barrett is, I would say differently actually, because the other Barrett I think is very good in his own deck. He just doesn't really synergize in this deck, because unfortunately, I'll read other Barrett.
Yeah.
Whenever an equipment enters, create a 2/2 rebel creature token. At the beginning of combat, attach up to 1 target equipment to target rebel you control. Unfortunately, none of the commanders or the heavy hitters in these decks are rebels.
Yeah,
The only rebel is not a rebel. Tifa is not a rebel.
The only other rebel in this deck is Avalanche, which everyone guts.
Yeah,
I should say it's funny we
is
forgot to
very
mention
much-
it. Tifa's a human monk, obviously, which fits.
Yeah.
Barrett is a human rebel himself.
Rebel
but-
is a creature type in Magic.
Yeah.
I should say.
I mean, it tracks. But it is funny. It is appropriate, I think, that, like, character-wise, it works that neither Cloud is literally mercenary as his subtype, and Tifa is part of Avalanche, but she is the character in Avalanche who is the most conflicted about doing an eco-terrorism, so her not having the rebel subtype works for character stuff, but I see what you mean instantly, that it means you don't get to free allocate your equipment.
I think he could be his own really cool rebel tribal deck, because there is a lot of rebels that synergize with equipment. There was an entire set about a plane focused on equipment that was controlled by evil mechanical virus demons.
And say nothing, like, you know, assuming you're putting a lot of, and if you were playing an equipment-focused deck, if you're putting a lot of equipment in control, you get tokens, which you can't equip to, but this deck doesn't necessarily seem like it would want you to swarm a shitload of rebel tokens and
Yeah.
each hand them like a little piece of equipment, you know?
So
But
I
once
know
again-
it's not normal for Magic, but what would make this a lot better is if he said, when Barrett's on the field, treat blank as a rebel.
That
Yeah.
would be cute, but I think that's probably getting like too many
Or if
line
it was
breaks
like,
in his
there,
text.
there isn't in this deck. There isn't
Yeah.
in this deck. If there was like an equipment, like I don't know, Avalanche membership badge, that was like this creature is now treated as rebel.
Honestly,
Yeah.
yeah, that would work really well. And they probably should have, because in the games they like make fake IDs, so like you could
Yeah.
have done that, like fake Shinra ID or something.
But yeah, like I said, I love Barrett. He's my favorite character in 7. I think he's good in his own deck. He doesn't really gel with the rest of the pack. More so with Tifa, I think, because you can just create just lots of dudes, and just
Well, yeah,
having
and
lots of dudes is good in Tifa.
That makes it easier to attack, all the players. But yes, it is
You
still
can
like
But he's
You could easily slot in this Avalanche leader, not even just as his own commander, but into a red 13 deck, for example, because like they're both that
Yeah.
rule, the red green, and
the red
and
one,
then
yeah.
you're
Oh, yeah.
pumping out a bunch of
2/2s with vigilance and
2/2s with
trample.
vigilance, trample, and equipment attached to them. You're just
Yeah.
going and going. And going.
Similar, like
Which is
the,
very
the
funny
other
because
Barrett,
that's-
the other Barrett. So the card I want to build the most is Furion, which reads whenever you put an equipment into play, copy it, and then sack the copy at the end of turn. So the red Barrett is I'm actually putting him in that deck because there's a lot of equipments that create their own creature to attach to. So I'll have that for one turn and then die. So I'll be attacking with like 50, like 5, 6, 7 equipped creatures. And when Barrett's shooting the defender for like 7, he's a lot better.
so here's
Okay, Seth. Oh boy, this card.
and before people get mad, Dallas did technically say it correctly for Final Fantasy VII.
It is Kate Seth.
Yes, they don't pronounce it Katshi in 7, which is weird
Yeah,
because
no,
I know
that's
they
the
know how to
Irish
do it.
pronunciation, but I know how this game. I watched Advent Children. I
no,
played
they've-
Crisis Core.
I mean, they,
I
to
played
be
half
fair,
of
Dallas,
Virtus
they like
Cerberus.
did like they completely switched up voice cast for the remakes, but for Rebirth, they just went no, it's Kate Sith.
If you ever want to mind frag Omega, I don't know if this is still on Advent Children DVDs. There's a 2-hour summary of 7's plot on the Advent Children DVD. That's a fucking head
I
trip.
mean, I own Advent Children complete on Blu-ray, so I do probably have that special feature somewhere.
I do remember watching that and just being like, what?
This explains less than nothing.
So,
Yeah.
but Kate Sith here, fortune teller. He's a cat Moogle. Great way to do it, because Kate Sith is the cat who rides Mog. He is 4 for 3/3,
Yeah.
and he has the lucky
He's an artifact
slots.
creature.
Yes, also true. He's an artifact creature. He's got the lucky slots. At the beginning of combat, on your turn, scry 1, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. When you exile a card this way, target creature you control gets plus X plus 0, where X is the card's mana value.
Yeah, I remember seeing a friend. A friend was like, "I'm building a deck with this card because it's stupid." And that's it.
This card is not great in the deck.
But he's
I
very
don't know if
funny.
it's good as a commander. There's probably something you could do to break him, but yeah, no, this card's not great in the deck. He's funny. He points for flavor. Like I said, Wizards really good at flavor in these decks. But yeah, just kind of not really vibing with the rest of the deck.
I mean, yeah, again, like there will always be like the way these crossover sets go, these Universe Beyond sets. Like you keep saying, there will be cards that we just have to make, put into the deck, And we're not they're not going to slot straight into the deck they're building for, but their cards will be taken out and the sicko cards like Setzer. Like Setzer's doing nothing in that 6 deck.
Trust me.
But you see Setzer and go, I can take this stuff. Like,
We're about to get to my least favorite card in most of these decks, because the next card we're going to talk about is the card I think was sacrificed the most for flavor.
Heidegger?
Uh-huh. I hate the design of this card so much.
Once again, I disagree. I guess we're just polar opposites in Magic deck space. Because I disagree on
Heidegger is
everything
a 4, 1 white, 3/3. He's a human soldier. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature control gains plus X plus 0, where X is the number of soldiers you control, which seems very appropriate for Heidegger. At the beginning of your end step, create a number of 1/1 white soldier creature tokens equal to the number of opponents who control more creatures than you. So he summons reinforcements.
My issue with this card, because he is a soldier support card, I think that it's fair to say. He is a support card for soldier decks. 100% of decks that are soldiers, pretty much, are token generation swarming decks, which turns off his token generation.
Yeah, but that still means he's
annoying.
That still means he's giving a huge bump to a creature because of all the soldiers you have on the board.
Yeah, that's also, in case you don't have the token generation started, he's the boost to that.
He's not meant to be making tokens all the time. He's meant to kickstart it if you're playing up against another swarm deck to keep pace going.
I mean, I'm inclined to agree because he got
played more decks.
2 sides.
He just doesn't do enough for. I guess he's only a 4-drop, but still, I don't know.
I see both, but he seems like a starter, as a weird starter.
He's a very okay card.
His stats and his effects, because if you play him at the wrong time, it's true that his end step effect will be off. He does seem like his cost at 4 is a little aggressive, but I mean, if you're playing a soldier swarm deck, he makes a really big guy.
I mean, I like the look of these soldier tokens.
The thing is, if you're playing a soldier token deck, and there are a lot of those, and I've played a lot of them, you are generating so many tokens. So I guess his
means he's still getting a bunch of power. Like that's the thing.
I guess I don't know. I see what you're talking about. I don't like it when cards have effects on them that is counterintuitive to their own archetype. I get that it's supposed to be and it is flavorful. Honestly, he would be a better card if he just read at the beginning of your end step, create a 1/1 soldier token.
And I guess so, but this effect can still stack with plenty of white generic nonsense to multiply tokens. So you might only need 1 proc to really get explosive on the Heidegger.
Now let's quick question. How good is just the top at this cost?
It's okay.
Okay.
I probably wouldn't play it. I probably wouldn't play it in most soldier decks because I want things that give if I'm playing a swarm deck, I want things that give multiple things pluses. But it's not the worst card. Like I said,
fair.
I'm not saying he's the worst card in the set. He's the card whose design aggravates me the most. That's what I mean by that.
I mean, there are certainly cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! That also have kind of negative combos, but Heidegger's only in Commander, which is a multiplayer format. Like we said, it may be that you're playing against an opponent who is also playing a swarm deck, and if they go before you in the turn order, they might have more guys than you.
No, that's true.
It seems a little situational.
I do not think he's very good in the deck he comes in.
Well, that I think is actually true, but that's because there are
Yeah,
there's Zach, there's Hella Trooper.
It's just Cloud. It's Cloud and Zach, I think, and the Hella Trooper.
No. There's also the Bastion Protector, who's generic. Like that's
Bastion
a
Protector's
reskin.
Another
I mean,
great card.
Bastion
bu-
Protector
uh,
card is not really good. Oh no, that's the other card. Never mind. I thought Bastion Protector was something else.
Bastion
Um,
Protector is a pretty usual include in.
I thought it was
in
the other one
Space.
that's like the one that's like when you sacrifice it, give your commander indestructible. You know what card I'm talking about?
I'm
Jack?
not familiar with that card, but it's not.
It's
Zen.
like
Unique
it's also a frequent include in white commander decks. But yeah, no, like I said, Heidegger, I don't dislike. I don't think he's an awful card. I just am annoyed by his design.
Okay, we established it's a you problem. Let's move on.
Okay, let's move on to Sephiroth.
Of course.
Yeah. Tyler, this is my favorite commander in this deck by quite a lot because this card is hilarious.
Well, so I mean, you know, comparing him to Kefka design-wise, right? This is the big bad, but as a big-ass commander, he is a human
As a white
avatar
red card.
soldier.
Wait, what?
Who
Hold on.
does
He is-
just
he is
add
red-white.
7 power.
Yep.
He is just 7.
He has Genova cells. Whenever he attacks, put a cell counter on the target creature. Or on a target creature. Until the end of the turn, each modified creature you control has base power and toughness of 7/5.
Which
They
is
become
then
Sephiroth
later
clones.
increased by all of your equipment and whatever else is on them.
And the
Yeah,
cell
like
counter
they're
is a
up-
counter, so they become modified, despite the fact that the cell counter doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
Well, it does do something.
It makes it a modified creature for his next ability.
Yeah.
Which is the reunion, pay 3, sack a modified creature, return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Sephiroth
I
clones
fucking
himself.
love this card.
He comes back.
He
Um,
bursts out play.
honestly-
characters. I love this card. This card is
honestly-
hilarious.
This is about as flavorful, I think, design-wise, as Kefka, because this is Sephiroth
Oh, no,
saying.
this-
That's what he says at the fucking end of Advent Children. I will never
Except
be
I'll
a
say
memory.
this. I will say this. I think this card is better than Kefka as a commander because you could do so many funny things with this.
Well, for starters, I don't...
Also,
it's-
the ability to give every modified creature you control 7/5 is fucking ridiculous.
It's pretty
Yeah,
crazy.
uh,
Red 13, I should say, is red green. That would
Yes.
mean you would have to play them as not each other's commander, right? You'd have to play a bigger
No.
commander and then put them in the same
Yeah.
deck. So I can see the argument for that, but obviously I think it probably works better if you pick one of them as
No.
your commander and focus. Which
I
is probably
like
why they're
Sephiroth
designed that way.
more only because of his second ability and just the design, the weird shenaniganery that enables is fucking hilarious. Because so the one thing you can do with this, there are a bunch of cards that are called threaten cards that basically read, do something to a creature your opponent controls, gain control of it. And some of those read like, give a creature +1/+1/+1 counter, gain control of it,
Then you sacrifice it.
and then you turn it into a Sephiroth. Which is just funny. I'm sorry, this
Sephiroth's
card
like,
makes me
hello,
happy.
I'm back.
This is the shit I love about Universes Beyond, where they just print wacky things because it makes sense flavor-wise. No,
Dallas, you
th-
mentioned earlier, do you
Yeah.
want to have a discussion about Sephiroth's colors?
It makes no sense that he's white-red. It
It
really
makes
doesn't.
no sense, but he has 2 other versions and a reskin of a card where he has
Like-
every color but red.
And
But
honestly,
the other 2,
yeah,
are
red
blue,
is
black.
red is the one that makes the least sense. I'll say
Yeah.
that. White,
other-
I
Well,
can
my only caveat I can think of is Ultimate Magic Meteor is red, and that
I
is kind of
understand
his
that.
thing.
But the thing about red, what red symbolizes is chaos and destruct and fire. Like, Sephiroth never acts red. Like, white makes sense because he is very ordered. He is a
Dallas?
soldier. He
Dallas.
is a
Dallas,
Dallas,
I have a
you
very
read-
critical
Yeah.
question. What?
yeah.
Where is Sephiroth right now in this card art?
Technically, I think this is Advent Children, but
No, I'm pretty sure this is him burning Nibelheim to the ground.
oh, right.
Why did
yeah.
he burn Nibelheim to the ground?
For
Because
his mom?
he was very mad, yes, that the humans did stuff with his mom who's not his mom. No.
I personally, if
Sephiroth,
you want my
I will say
take
this.
on-
Sephiroth is a weird character because, like, this is actually established. He fucking changes his pronouns in Japanese. Sephiroth, when we see him, like, in the current time of FF7, is basically a different guy than the guy who goes crazy in Nibelheim, but this is very specifically Fallen
Here we
Hero
go.
Sephiroth. This is the guy who's, like, I assume this is Sephiroth goes from... This is him mid-crazy, basically.
Like, I understand this is
you can
obviously
see it.
your
You can see this in his other prints where he has a blue-black, which is Sephiroth Planet's Heir, where he's in the process of he is the villain now. There's Sephiroth's Intervention, which is spoilers for Final Fantasy VII. It's him killing Aerith.
Yeah, you know what's up.
him stabbing Aerith is a card. I love it.
Yeah, and he also has the inset version of him becoming the one-winged angel is mono black, and they also made a reskin of a separate card from way back that is green, white, black, and blue.
Okay, it's not way back. It's literally like a year ago. Don't make
What's
me
the
feel that old.
I thought Fractions are from a decade ago, aren't they?
Well, no, it's so Atraxa. It's not the original Atraxa. It's the one from the March of the Machines.
Cool. We brought Phyrexians back. I love it. I love talk.
Well, they're dead now. Again.
Yay.
Until we need more money.
Well, Nickel Bolas is coming back now, so we gotta get done with that first.
I mean,
Anyway.
just like Vesper's Despair, I'm just like, yeah, it's because they needed more money. They brought back something that people remembered from 10 years ago. So,
Phyrexia, I don't want to get into it. Phyrexia have an alt-win con where, if they deal you 10 damage of a certain type, you lose the game.
Sephiroth,
They have-
I will say
have
Red is
made-
probably his weirdest, but
Yeah,
as
I would've
Fallen Hero
preferred it-
specifically,
Because I'm a I'm a shitster. I really wanted him to be green white. Because I do think green makes sense. Because his mama, who did get a card, is green black, which I think is perfect.
for Genova, yes. The main thing I think is just that, like, green is not a wrong color for Sephiroth. It's just a question of which one it is. Again, talking about the fact they didn't include any side games, fucking in the new mobile game Ever Crisis, there's like young baby Sephiroth with short hair. There's like a whole spectrum of this guy, before he becomes crazy.
I don't have as much of a issue with this as I know some people did.
Like, he has come here just to throw a pipe at me.
I think white does make a lot of sense. Like, because a lot of people are like, why is he white? White is the color of good guys. It's like the last main villain, the Phyrexian, Elish Norn, was mono white because she's literally order. And by order, I mean everyone is mind controlled by me.
Well, and also, Dallas, you pitched it pretty good. Like, I wasn't sure. All right, buddy. You don't need to get back into the fucking the soundboard. Anyway, sorry, I should explain also, by the way, you saw that chat would have heard the yeah and the pipe drop. That was Lucky. Lucky popped in just to throw a pipe at me and leave.
Yeah.
But Dallas says, you explain why at least this Sephiroth and probably some future Sephiroth should be white. If you tell me white is the color of, like, generic soldier men, of course, Sephiroth is the legendary soldier.
It is the color of good and healing, but it also is the color of order and what's the other one?
Sephiroth is
balance.
white for the same reason that Heidegger is white, which I also Heidegger, the head of public security, absolutely should be a white card in Magic. He is a guy who runs a militarized police state for the power company.
And the red works because this is him transitioning from the order guy to the chaos guy.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's just one of those cases where, like, I get where you're coming from, Dallas, but Vesper brought it up perfectly. That's why there's a bunch of other different Sephiroths.
No,
the Sephiroth who falls and does literally burn down Nibelheim for no other reason than he's having his baby rage moment, that's Red. It's a little interesting that they still give him, like, the arc of Genova Cell's 2 reunion, which is, like, his later character vibes, but it gives him a very strong, unique identity as a card.
But still, I absolutely adore this card because it's it's so wacky and it's so unique. Like, there's like Vesper said, not a lot of commanders want you to put them in the graveyard, but this one sure fucking does.
Yeah, this.
Yeah, because he's only 3 each time.
Sephiroth. Oh no, you've killed my Sephiroth. What will I do? I guess he goes to the graveyard. Huh?
Yeah, like I love it.
We have
10
Kujata.
out of 10.
Yeah, summon
Oh,
Kujata.
Kujata.
A big boy. An interesting pick, but obviously I think Knights of the Round is a mono white summon.
Knights of
It's
the Round
mono white, and it's in the main set.
And it's just
it's a core
part
set.
of the set.
So out of 7, Kujata is a relatively unique summon from 7. It's in other games, but they made sure to put him in a few. Kujata's another guy who also does the Tri-Disaster type shit. He's Lightning, Ice, and Fire. So he's a Saga Ox. He is also 7/5. So Sephiroth is as strong as a magical Fire, Lightning, Ice Ox. He costs 6.
That sounds about right.
And he has an effect for each token you get, and like we said with previous sagas, after 3 you sacrifice 1. He does lightning. This creature deals 3 damage to each of up to 2 target creatures, so that can be 0 if you don't have any good targets. Otherwise, it's just, random damage to creatures. Ice is he freezes out up to 3 target creatures that can't block this turn. Fire, discard a card, draw 2. When you discard a card this way, he deals damage equal to that card's mana value to each opponent.
Each opponent is the big one there.
Yeah.
So he's very. This card is not great. I'll say why in a second. So
I mean, he's a 6-drop
Commander-
for 7/5 with the saga stuff.
He's very slow.
He seems
Like-
a little weird for this deck.
For the
specifically,
cost
for
he
sure.
is, he doesn't do enough immediately. Like there are other 6-drops in Magic that are much like, and I'm not just saying like 1 or 2 other, like dozens of other 6-drops that are much more impactful when they enter immediately. And in Commander,
I mean, we
having
talked about
something-
one of them, right? We talked about Rejoin the Fight, which was a crazy 6-drop.
So something that hangs around has to hang around 2 turns for it to get its full effect. Like it's just very slow.
I don't know if this
Like,
guy is
it's not great.
good overall. I would assume that its only place to be good
I
though
think
would
he's
be in
very
a
good-
saga enchant, like a
deck,
summon
yeah,
focus
like-
deck. Yeah.
Like the Terra of the main set, I think is a great place for him because it does a lot of weird things with sagas.
Yeah, so
but-
the funny main set Terra, on the surface, she's just a red-green card. But you flip her over,
She's a Wolberg commander.
she has all 5 colors on the back of it, so she still counts as a rainbow commander.
Yeah.
So you can just play all the summons with her and just
Yeah,
she's just-
that
she's
sounds
the
like
enchantment
where
coming back.
Kujata has a haste. I just feel like they crammed him in here because they're like, well, we need another
We need
big
to give them
asshole.
one summon. We need to give them one summon.
Yeah, they need to have a summon, and we need to give him a big guy. What'll it be? Kujata, I guess.
All right. I believe the next one is Cloud's Limit Break.
Spin the wheel. You.
Limit Break! Love the Limit Break designs.
The limit break design is good.
this.
It's
I wish
not in
this
the
card
deck.
was better.
It's not in the deck. It's not in the deck because it's mono black. But Vincent's limit break allows him to
Vincent's
become
Limit Break is-
his 3 the Galleon,
Vince's-
Helgigus, and the other
Vince's
thing.
Limit Break slaps. Unfortunately, Cloud's Limit Break is. We'll get to it, but it's kind of.
It's an instant, so it is playable anytime. It is a 2-cost, and it's tiered, so you choose each effect. Cross Slash is basically free. You destroy a target tapped creature. That sounds a little weak for 2-drop.
For 2, that's not that bad.
Okay. And you did say, Dallas, that we should play removal. Blade Beam
The
costs
problem
1
is there's
additional
better
colorless.
removal easily available.
That's fair.
Like,
Blade Beam is costs 1 additional mana. That's destroy any number of target tapped creatures with different controllers. So just
Yeah.
basically 1 from everybody. And then the big drop, which is 3 more colorless and then 1 white, is Omni Slash. All tapped creatures, fuck them.
I am a huge proponent of versatility in cards. This is a card that is like an example of why versatility is not always good. Because this is a card that is worse than most single target removal, particularly in white, which is one of the better removal colors. And it's worse than most board wipes, particularly in white, which is the board wipe color.
Yeah. You will normally see players try to find a commander that just Splashers in white, even if it's not their game plan, just because they get access to all of white's board wipes, which are crazy.
Yeah, white is the board wipe color and the second best removal color. So you have to be good. This isn't like green, blue can get away with having some pretty questionable removal spells because they don't have that many good removal spells. This doesn't do it. It's just not good.
My first thought when I first saw this was, why do they have to be tapped creatures?
That's the other problem. It's a conditional, like, for example, one of the best cards in Commander and one of the most common cards in Commander is Swords to Plowshares, which is 1 white mana, exile target creature, its controller gains life equal to its power.
Which is also reprinted in this set. It's a 14 card, but it's in this set.
Yeah.
Yep.
Even in this set, Dispatch. Tap target creature, if you control 3 or more artifacts, exile it instead.
This to me feels like we really wanted to figure out how to make Omnislash a card, and we designed the other limit breaks. Honestly, for Cloud's limit breaks, there's not a lot else you could do. The problem is that they picked all the iconic ones, except the iconic ones are boring. I mean, Omnislash looks cool, but it's just a lot of damage. Cloud just beats up a guy and he dies. If they'd pick shit like Meteor Rain or Finishing Touch, like Finishing Touch is like an insta-kill move.
Touch is so cool.
Meteor Rain, he shoots meteors at lots of guys. Like, it could have done some stuff. Also,
to give an example of a good white board wipe that's just in this deck, here's Vanquish the Horde.
Yeah, no, that's a decent board wipe, and even that's kind of like a edge line. It's not great against every deck, but it's good enough that I'd run it in most decks.
Diamond Weapon, great guy. I'm seeing Dispatch as well, which is another one. I'm trying to. I guess we'll do it at a later stream. I wanted to see if anybody posted an image with all 4 of the alt arts for Secret Rendezvous. That's not a new card, but they did something very funny with the reprints.
Oh yeah, that one.
Because it's all 4 versions of the Glowed Saucer Date, including the Barrett one. It's very funny. We stand that in this house. Did you find a collage? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I will throw it up there while I grab our next one, which should be Ultimate Magic.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Yeah, it's Ultimate Magic Holy, I believe, right? Yeah. Nature's Lore, nope. Ramburger, nope. Yeah, it's Ultimate Magic
I do
Holy.
appreciate that the flavor text is different for each one.
Yes. Let's do like 50.
Is this a new card? Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm checking. Nope, that's not a new card. Okay, I didn't think so.
Which card?
Yeah.
Unfinished Business. It's from Odds of Eldraine Commander.
Yeah, so you can see the different one. I also like that, like, Cloud's pose is the same every time, but every other person has a different pose.
Yeah. Ultimate Magic Holy. Permanents you control gain indestructible if their spell was cast from exile, prevent all damage that would be dealt to you this turn. Foretell. During your turn, you may pay 2 and exile this card. Cast it on later for the same cost as its casting cost. This card's very good.
Card that Dallas
it's not.
described?
Okay, I say this.
Dallas, we're discussing the Rendezvous right now.
Oh.
Well, it's okay. I showed it. We just need to talk about the art. But yeah, I have Holy up now. But you speed read the entire card before I put it on stream.
My bad. Yeah. Ultimate. This is a good card. I will say this card is only okay if you cast it normally. But if you cast it for its Foretell cost, it's very good.
I mean, that is the point. Also, you know.
Yeah. No, and like I said, that's what it should be. But this card is only okay, and there are better cards that do the same thing if you cast it normally. But if you cast from exile, it's very good.
It works for Ultimate Magic.
It is definitely a Temu version of probably one of the best cards in Commander. Teferi's Protection. This is very much Teferi's Protection at home, but even Teferi's Protection at home, still pretty good.
Well, I guess so, yeah, because like with Teferi, the the card's treated as not existing on the board.
No, yeah. Teferi Protection phases your board out, and your life total cannot change, and you cannot lose the. It's your life total cannot change, and you have protection from everything.
You play the card with a capacity for break.
You can technically kill someone through Teferi's Protection, but it's ridiculously hard.
Yeah.
Teferi's Protection is one of the best cards in Magic. I'll say that.
It's a AOE like interdimensional matter transporter. Zone your whole board out.
Yes.
Also, you can't lose this turn.
Yeah. Well, no, not you can't lose because you can lose.
Okay.
But it's very hard to do it.
But you take no further damage this turn type shit.
Yes, you get protection from everything and you take no damage. And in order to kill you, you have to do some very funny things.
But wholly as like a,
it's a budget version of that. It's very good.
And I think it does work with the deck because it's
the card I'm describing is $50. This card will not be $50.
Holy works as a protection, and it does synergize with the deck because it makes the permanents you control indestructible, which is both your creatures and your like artifacts and equipments and stuff.
And it's just good to have cards like this because you never know when you're going to meet someone like me who runs like 4 board wipes in every deck.
And the Foretell cost, it's still an instant, right?
Foretell is not an instant, but casting it from Foretell is an instant. Foretell is only as a sorcery.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so you on your turn you foretell it, you pay
you
any type.
I foretell a card, you put that card in a little side area, and then you can cast that as an instant for that as the spell speed of the card for any time. This is not a new card, however, this art is amazing.
Yes, I'm showing Clever Concealment, not a new card, much like the Secret Rendezvous, hilarious art.
Actually, you might want to talk about this because this is the other Teferi's Protection-like card.
Oh, okay.
Ironic. Why are both of these in the deck? Hold on.
So this is 4. It's got Convoke. Your creatures can help cast the spell. Each creature you tap while casting pays for 1, and then any number of non-land permanents you control are phased out, which treat them as not attached, and that.
Yeah. So often this is free.
It phases your guys, and you can
this is to protect them from a board wipe or you know what card is like the top of add to this deck? I would just tell everyone who wants to play this deck, put Blasphemous Act in this deck. Blasphemous Act is a bust-ass card. It's a board wipe that costs 10 mana. Well, it's 10 mana, deal 13 damage to everything. This card costs 1 less for every creature on the battlefield. Good card. Put it in every deck.
If you're playing red, you play Blasphemous Act. That is just how it works.
It is, in my opinion, the second best red card in Commander, second only to Faithless Looting. And that is actually a joke. Blasphemous Act is better. I just play Faithless Looting in literally every deck.
And so the flip side to Holy is Meteor. It's normally, 6, 1 red. Ultimate Magic Meteor deals 7 damage to each creature. If the spell was cast from exile, for each opponent, choose an artifact or land they control. Destroy it.
It's okay.
And then Foretell, you can foretell it.
This is, you know how I said Holy was Teferi's Protection at home? This is Blasphemous Act really at home.
Yeah, the only nasty part of this card is the fact that it can actually destroy lands.
Yeah.
Land destruction is one of it exists in the game. It exists in the game. It happens, and most tables tend to go, let's just not do this, please. Here's
the thing: land destruction is, in my opinion, a necessary part of the modern game if you're talking about non-basic land destruction. Because unfortunately, lands are crazy. Lands can do crazy, dumb things that need to be controlled. Non-basic lands, I should say.
Yeah.
So having non-basic land destruction is a good thing. Unfortunately, this doesn't say non-basic, so you can do mean things with it. But honestly, this card is just kind of bad. Like I said, just put Blasphemous Act in instead. It's a better card.
I forget what the, because there's, discussion of, the archetypes of Magic players. I forget what it's called, if it's the Jimmy or the Timmy or whatever. But this seems like a card that's designed to appeal to that. This is a big, splashy, big dick move that if you play it, it makes you feel like a real cool guy because you blow up a lot of guys because you make them take 7 damage, and then also you can, pop your opponent's lands or whatever.
But, what about making everything take 13 damage?
Yeah, or just in general, what if you just What if you just played, you know, like lower cost cards that are more consistent effects?
Or even like, because the thing is, like, as weird as this is gonna sound, dealing 7 to everything is not a guaranteed board wipe in Commander.
Yeah, 13
is
generally
pretty much a guaranteed board wipe. I feel like 8 is honestly, like, if this was deal 8 to everything, I think it would genuinely be a better card.
But it's Final Fantasy VII, so it
I
can't
know,
be.
because it's Final Fantasy 7, it's 7, but the problem is 8 is like the cutoff point.
I do not know necessarily why some of these cards are costed this way, like, because I feel like they were getting close, but, like, a lot of them stop at, like, 6. Is that just the general upper limit of good cards in
No,
Commander? Is 7? Is it 6?
Cards.
Because, like, I feel like some of these either should have costed a little less, or they should have just costed the 7 for the funny.
I have a theory. I think they wanted this to be as new player friendly as possible, so they took out a lot of the, because having really expensive cards can, if you take apart a deck and you build it incorrectly, i.e. you cut a bunch of lands and add cards that aren't lands, having those big cards stuck in your hand can really hurt. And
there we go.
Yeah, I pulled up the Colossus Hammer. I talked about it first. Which
I think
you can see the strat for how this works with Cloud. It only costs 1 mana to put it into play, but it's normally 8 mana to equip. But you get +10/+10 and lose flying. Not can't fly, you just lose fly.
Yeah, it's a good card. It's
so
boring, but it's good. Like, this is a good card in multiple Magic formats. So maybe that's just poisoned my brain and I see this card everywhere. Because, yeah, this is a staple card in Modern, it's a staple card in Commander.
I mean, generally, like most of the time you're playing equipment decks, you're playing a way to cheat them out. So a 1-drop that's +10/+10, fucking why wouldn't I play this?
Some decks are different. Like, I have an equipment deck that cheats the upfront cost. So Colossus Hammer is, like, actively worse, but there's, like, this one equipment that costs 10 to play, but you can equip for, like, 2. That gives +10/+0, so that is better in that deck, because it's a reanimation equipment deck, technically.
But, like, in general,
it's a good card. Like, I can't argue that.
The equip cost is in there.
It's a multiple format all-star card.
Well, and like I said, I strongly suspect that I think the 7 deck is that way because, like, I'm pretty sure they picked the 4 precons by just figuring out, like, what people said their favorite FFs were. And if you said 6, 7, 10, 14, I'd be like, yeah, that sounds like a survey result.
When I saw that, I was like, yeah, that sounds about right.
7 in the West especially definitely has, like, I think the most, like, franchise cachet, especially because obviously, I mean, 14 is still ongoing, but it is an MMO, whereas, like, the 7 remakes are actively coming out.
Card.
Oh, actually, yeah, right, you're right. I think I remember.
Livestream Blessing.
That's right. There was one right before me.
That's not a Magic card.
No, it says Livestream in it. I was thinking of it, but I got ahead of myself. I'll grab it. But I suspect that the Cloud side of the 7 deck especially, because like you said earlier, Cloud is a pretty generic equipment-focused commander. The thing is that
spiky commander too. Like,
people are gonna play him because it's Cloud Strife rather than just exactly what he does, you know.
And honestly, that makes sense that they built him to be spiky, because that's like what I was saying about Cloud versus Tifa. I think Cloud has a better top end, a better ceiling, but a lower floor, which makes sense. Because, like, if you draw the big equipment with Cloud, he does the big things. But if you don't, he doesn't.
Yeah.
Livestream Blessing.
Instant for 6. Speaking of 6, but it's 2 greens.
Oh god,
Draw X cards or X
rulings, aren't I?
Draw X cards, where X is the greatest power among creatures you controlled as you cast this spell. Yep. So guess what? If casting this spell modified those creatures, fuck you. If the spell was cast from exile, gain twice X life.
That's not the main point. The main point is if your opponent tries to kill them in response, fuck your opponent.
Also true, yes. If your
Because
opponent like
a lot of these cards,
stacks.
well, no, that's actually really important because this is a very similar card to a lot of cards. The draw X cards, where X is greatest creature's power. It's very common in Magic. Rishkar's Expertise, Garrick's Uprising, other Garrick card.
Also, this
like,
is the last thing is that this is another Foretell card, which is
But the fact that this, yeah.
This basically there's one big Foretell spell for each color that's in the commander deck. You know, red for Meteor, white for Holy. This is green.
I do think this is the best one by far because unlike the others, which are kind of a Timu version of their effect, this one costs a little more, but is a better version of that because it checks the creature, and then if it's killed in response, it doesn't matter.
Well, and also, this one is, I think, the primary one where it actually costs less to foretell it. It costs one less.
Well, it costs more than the card it's copying. Like, Meteor and Holy both cost about the same as the cards they're copying, kind of. I mean, Meteor is less, but more, but it's complicated. But Holy, at least, is identical cost to Teferi's Protection. But it's a little less effective because Teferi's Protection was a mistake. This card is more expensive than Rishkar's Expertise, but it has a better effect. Even the Foretell, because Rishkar's Expertise is 4 mana in total. But like I said, your opponent can kill the creature in response, and then you draw nothing.
Yeah.
This, you draw the cards. Fuck you. You don't get to interrupt me. This is literally saying, fuck you, black player.
And also, assumably, you know, because this whole deck is based around it, you're probably playing this card in a position where your power is at least your highest power is at least 7.
You're like 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, possibly more. Like if you did actually equip Cloud with Colossus Hammer, that's plus 10. So he's what
14.
14? Yeah. And if you cast it from exile, that means you just gained 28 life, motherfucker.
Big damage,
which is not insignificant.
So yeah, no, this reads like a very good card.
This is the best of the Foretell cards by far. Like Holy is okay, Meteor is bad. This is good.
I can only assume that Conformer Shuriken is a new card.
Yes, Conformer Shuriken is a new card. Although there are Shuriken cards in Magic.
Yeah, but this is specifically one of Yuffie's Shurikens.
Yeah, no, this one's new.
It costs 2 to put into play. It costs 2 to equip. Equipped creature has, whenever this creature attacks, tap a target creature the defending players controls. If that creature has greater power than this creature, put a number of 1/1 counters on this creature equal to the difference. I think the Conformer is the one that Yuffie uses that like confuses or charms enemies.
This is another card that's really good in not this deck. Because the thing about this deck is, like Despair said, this is a Voltron deck. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You should, if you're playing a Voltron deck, and assuming you're not playing a Voltron v Voltron deck, which if you are, I'm sorry, that's miserable. You should have the biggest creature.
This equipment is to put on the little guy, put on one of your tokens, tap down your opponent's giant ass Hydra. Oh, this Rebel is an 8/8 now.
Yeah, this is a very good card that is okay in this deck and way better in another deck.
Yeah, I think
it shouldn't be in a Yuriko, Matt, Zed, it should not be in a Yuriko decks because those decks shouldn't exist.
But no, I think that's a correct read. They put this in there because it is an equipment artifact from Final Fantasy VII.
Beautifully with Yuffie.
Yeah.
Like if you put this in a deck you would put Yuffie in, I think it's a great card in that deck. But like
we discussed
that
like Yuffie is one of those edge cases where they clearly put her in because it's Yuffie, but also she's not the cleanest fit. It's the same with her weapon here.
So let's talk about a card that's definitely at home in this deck.
The Wrecking Ball arm. Barrett's big boy arm. I don't care what it is. I'm going to bust him up. The weapon that, by the way, in both the original games and the remakes, turns Barrett into a melee character. It's very funny.
It's amazing. Best weapon.
So this is another one that costs 2.
I
If you're equipping a legendary creature, it only costs 3. But if it's a regular equip, it's 7.
Which are majority of the creatures in your deck? But also,
and then the
with
effect
guys
is
like-
your base power becomes 7/7, and you can't be blocked by creatures
Yeah.
with 2 or less.
Yeah.
Power.
Like I said, I think this card is better in other decks than in Cloud deck, but it's still amazing in the Cloud deck.
No, Cloud will
it's-
still
it's-
have
it's
fun with
like-
this. 'Cause it makes
it's
him
still a very
7/7.
good equipment, but it's just one of those equipments that like definitely works outside of the breadth of
look,
this deck.
this is for all those equipment commanders who are kind of weenies, and there's a lot of them.
Yeah, it makes sense.
No, but this card is just good in most decks, especially in Commander where everything is legendary. Yeah, no, this card's top marks for me.
Is Behemoth Sledge new?
It is
Behemoth
not
Sledge is
new,
not new.
but it's
Okay.
the card it is a giant maul. Before
Yeah.
this, the fact that they just made it a baseball bat is super fun.
They just picked Cloud's nail bat. Yeah, his joke weapon.
Yeah, Summon Materia is the new
Okay.
one.
Something materia
The next
is
one.
kind of crazy. I'm just gonna be honest.
I'm looking at
It
I'm
really
I'm
is.
looking at the ones that they obviously like they
This card is
reskinned to play
silly.
with this deck. Like
You
we
know,
mentioned
okay,
before,
I'm-
Hero Blade has the card art for the Buster Sword and is like +3,
I'm-
+2, and it equips
I
the
am
legendary
realizing
heroes.
what I did with the Cloud deck that probably made this deck ridiculous was a combo that I got with Summoning Materia and Furious Rise, so maybe that's why.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
no, that would do it. That would do it.
I just got all of the cards that are like interact with the top card of your deck. I'm just like, okay, can just do this. I just do whatever the fuck I want.
Yeah, that would make the deck good. Like
I
like
really,
don't think
I do
this
want to
deck is
say, I
bad,
really,
it's just not consistent. That's the thing.
I do really like the flavor on the Wombo combo of Champion's Helm and Dark Steel Plate. Those are the
Oh, yeah.
OG Shinra uniforms.
Soldier armor.
Yeah,
Like the
not even the
Shinra
soldier armor.
uniform.
That's the just regular Shinra security troops.
Uh,
But obviously, the
I should
point
put
is you're
up,
supposed to put them on Cloud.
Champion's Helm is a busted ass card. Which the fact that it's just a Shinra helm is hilarious.
Yeah,
Um,
+2/+2.
Because, and as long as a creature is legendary, it's hexproof, which is, in my opinion, the best keyword in the game.
Yeah. And then Dark Steel Plate is just, it's indestructible, and the creature who has it is indestructible.
Yeah. Which is not as good because, unfortunately, exiling is pretty common now.
Yeah, I'm every single time I play Commander with my friends, I realize that indestructible is a stupid fucking keyword. And I get more frustrated by it.
Indestructible is good, in my opinion. It's still good.
The problem
problem
is
is-
that like whenever I get it, it's never destruction.
That's true. But also,
I
the
mean,
thing
it's,
is,
it's the
I
same
feel
thing
like-
as Destruction, Protection, and Yu-Gi-Oh!, which is like, yeah, that's good, but also, if your opponent is prepared, they're just like, send to graveyard,
Indestructible is
Banish
a good
without
keyword
destroying?
for a card to just have.
return to hand.
But if it's on indestructible on an equipment or an aura is just not that good. Is mainly my point. Like, if you're giving something an equipment or aura, it should give like Shroud or Hexproof or protection from stuff. But having a creature just with indestructible is still good. It's just not as good as it used to be.
But yeah, so this is Summoning Materia, this is the red Materia, and I'm pretty sure
This
this
card
is
is
either
fucking
Bahamut
bonkers.
0 or Neo Bahamut, one of the big
I
Bahamut
think it's
summons.
Neo Bahamut.
With the big ass wings. It's one of the ones that shoots you from space.
Yeah.
Because the summon animations in 7 are extremely over the top. So regular Bahamut drops a nuke on you. The second Bahamut sucks you into the sky and then blows up you in the platform. And the last guy shoots you with a
Space
satellite beam
laser.
from space. Very over the top. We love him to death. So this is an equipment. It's green. Costs 3. It says you may look at the top card of your library whenever you like.
Just do it.
As long
You
as
do
this
it
equipment
anyway.
is
Just do it legally.
As long as
It was
this
the
equipment is
equipment- it was
attached
the
to a
equipment.
creature, you can cast creatures from the top of your library.
Just do it.
Yeah.
Just there's a Heidegger on the top of your deck. Just play him.
Also, the equipped creature gets +2/+2 and has vigilance, and also tap for green.
Mana dork.
Now, I will say this. I think this is not a
Silence.
great Voltron equipment, but God, this is just a busted-ass
This
card.
is just a good card.
This
full
is just a
stop.
bust-ass card. It turns whatever creature you want into an amazing support card.
It's a card that is not
Um,
probably optimal in this deck because it is only add green mana, and while there are greens and they're good in the precon, I feel like the weight
I think
feels
the
like a little
casting-
more on red and whites.
I think the casting from top of library is worth it still.
It's
Casting
true.
from a
It's
library
so
is worth
good.
it. Also, it has vigilance, so the card can still attack and later tap for mana. If it doesn't, if you don't, you probably don't want to be a blocker. So
But it
you'll
is
just tap it
also
down for
like
mana.
it is a card that I think I agree is like clearly good on its own legs, and so I'm glad that they decided to put it in the precon.
Oh no, this card is great in the deck. It's just not something you equip to Cloud.
And
This is
like
something you
honestly,
equip
because
to,
this is the thing we did say about Cloud.
Red
Like
13.
Cloud only equips for free, like when he enters.
Yeah.
You're not gonna waste that on summon materia, you know,
No.
because you don't want to be tapping him down for mana. What you're gonna do is you'll probably use it to equip to somebody else, either after you've already put Cloud into play and you're trying to like make him even bigger to go over the top, or before you put Cloud into play and you're just like, okay, I need to find. Let me check. Is there good equipment on the top of my deck? No, it's a creature? Get him out of there. Get him out of the way. Play him.
The next one, I believe, is Soldier.
Yes, Soldier Military
Program.
Which is what
Let me
fucking
check the
color is
lands. I don't know if they did anything.
Soldier? It's white. A white's enchantment.
Nope, this is the last card.
Cool, great. I'm sleepy. Anything special we want to say about enchantments? Because I think this is the first enchantment we've had.
These are global effect. These are basically, to use a Yu-Gi-Oh equivalent, these are continuous spells or traps.
Or even field spells, I would say.
Or field spells. Just any continuous effect.
They hit the board. They like some cards will sometimes have a like an ATB effect of like, oh, when the enchantment enters the board, it does this, but it will also just have another effect on it.
I'm
Love
sorry,
this
is
card
this-
art,
is
by the
this-
way. Yes, this is clearly propaganda art for you to join
Yeah.
Soldier.
Now, this is a soldier recruitment propaganda poster. I love it.
And I love it. It's
Like I
it's
said,
ride cool
flavor
motorbikes,
wise,
get
like,
cool swords, get
Say
materia.
whatever you want about, like, I know I've ragged a little on this deck's effectiveness, and once again, I think this is a very much okay deck. It is a testament to how good Wizards has been at making precons lately that I think this is below average. But flavor-wise, holy shit, this deck's a win.
This looks like it's got that peak, what's it, retro cyberpunk aesthetic to it.
It looks like a magazine or a video game cover from like the late 80s or
Yeah,
early
no,
90s.
this looks like a military recruitment ad they would play on a Twitch stream or in a magazine.
Like I could see
my
see
brain-
this commercial in the actual remake games.
It's
My
also
brain
voiced by
is-
Keith David.
My brain is doing the fucking Yu-Gi-Oh animation summon in my head. Just these guys popping in.
It also
Yeah.
does make soldier creature tokens. So this is another way for this is the other way for the deck to be
Yeah.
able to just shit out
So
soldiers
it
for
is
Heidegger
3
and
mana,
whatever
costs 1
else.
white. At the beginning of combat, on your turn, choose one. So this is in the combat step. If you control a commander, you can do both instead. You create a single 1/1 white soldier creature token, or put a 1/1 counter on each of up to 2 soldiers you control, which obviously, as
Like,
we did
this
say,
this one is
it modifies
obviously
them,
a Tifa
etc.
card, which is a little weird because it's the soldier program. But this
I
is
mean,
for
you got
Tifa.
to make the deck synergies where they stand. Yes,
No,
no, I
it-
agree that this
it-
is like Cloud doesn't necessarily get anything out of this. I mean,
I
I
doesn't
guess you can,
dislike this card because you still get 2 3/3s a turn.
yeah.
But
I mean,
this is
actually, I
made
should say
for
this.
Tifa.
I guess technically it still works for Cloud because he is a soldier himself, so you can give
Oh,
him
yeah, you
extra
can
power,
put-
which
yeah,
helps.
okay, no, yeah, it does work for Cloud. But
But I
this
don't
does work
think
way
that's
better for
optimal,
Tifa.
obviously. Like, because like ideally, if Cloud's on the board in combat, you've already equipped him with something to put him 7. But you know, it helps.
Yeah.
If your opponent like puts counters to make Cloud's power below 7, you can like put it up a little.
Or if you want to like run like Champion's Helm on him, just to protect him,
Yeah.
you might want to use this. I don't know. But
It
regardless,
gives him some
I
stuff.
think this card is good in both of the decks. I think it's great in the Tifa deck, and I do think this is just a good card.
I mean, you've said before, like, the reason why you don't like Heidegger as much is because this is a whole thing with white is generating 1/1 soldier tokens.
generates literally like white is the best token generation color. Maybe red, but no, white is still better. But White shits out soldier tokens like it's nothing. Like, there is a card that is 2 mana, create 2 1/1 soldier tokens. Like, there's just raise the alarm. It's like a de facto card. White is the soldier token color. So
honestly, I'm kind of surprised there's not there may be in the main set, but I'm kind of surprised there's not an alt art for a card called Raise the Alarm that creates 2 soldier tokens, because that's a thing that happens several fucking times in this video game specifically.
Yeah.
maybe.
So we'll see later. But yeah, no new lands in the precon.
No new lands, just reprints. Yeah.
Sorry,
no,
I just
overall,
looked at
this
the
is
alt art
okay.
for Firelit Thicket, and it's Corneo Mansion. Somebody has a sick sense of humor.
Oh no, yeah. The like I said, I can say whatever I want about the effectiveness of these decks, and I still do like most of them. I really have a bone to pick with the 14 one. We'll get into that.
That is, chat said that earlier when you talked about it, that it is, I think, the general impression of Magic players that the 14 precon is the most, like, scatterbrained, most unfocused.
It's a very not good deck out of the box.
To me, to make the Yu-Gi-Oh analogy, it feels like a Jaden Yugi deck.
Yes. No, that's a very no. This feels like a Jaden. No, it feels like a Joey Wheeler deck. In that it's got a little bit of this and a little bit of that and a little bit of this.
I would
and
say
a little bit of...
the best way to describe the 14 deck, it is hard focus on legendaries, and because it's 14, you have the scions, and the scions are all over the place, even within like the pairings of like even though the scions are all white, blue, black, every legendary is kind of their own concept in of themselves.
Also, I mean, I would argue that, like, under normal, I mean, depending on where you are in the timeline, because like the game's been out for 10 years, I don't actually think all the Scions of the Seventh Dawn should be exactly all the same colors all the time. We got stuff going on.
We'll talk about color placement more in 14 and 10. 10 especially. There's a really funny one.
Yeah, 10's gonna be interesting because
10 has the most color mismatched legend
I've
of
played
any
a
of
decent
these
chunk
decks.
of
I'll say
10,
that.
and I've seen people play it, but it is probably, out of these, one of the Final Fantasies that I like. Probably after 6, I understand the least, but also 6 feels like it was very, like, it was pretty tightly focused. Like you said, the major color mismatch was just that they did give Commander Terra black, which seems a little, like, antithetical. Even though she is a reanimator, it's still a little weird. It feels a little weird. Before we get out of here, my final shout out to the 7 precon specifically is the land known as Command Tower is Shinra Tower. Good job. You understood the assignment.
No, all the command towers are different, because the command tower is in every deck, and they're all different places. Like, for instance, it's the Imperial Tower in... Or, no, it's Kefka's Tower in 6. Which, no shit.
In the 14 precon, I assume it's the Praetorium.
It's the Crystal Tower.
That also works. That's also very funny, yeah.
In 10, it's the... I can't remember where this is. I haven't played 10-1 in a while, okay? Waka is the devil and made me not play the game.
The stars fade, the horizon go.
What's that? Blitzball?
I'm going to kill you.
There's also a second card called Spire of Industry, which is just Shinra Tower from another angle.
Yeah. Shinra Tower 2.
Oh, I need to find that fucking Twitter post, which was like, Waka, what's up with your, character class? And just someone's changed it to Grand Wizard.
Yes, no, somebody has done that edit where Waka has Grand Wizard as his character types for the MTG, because, as you know, Waka starts his character arc as a racist. He gets over it throughout the game, but we cannot deny that he starts X
Waka is the
as a
worst
racist.
character in Final... Well, no, that's... No, yeah, he is. No, fuck it, I'll say it. He's the worst Final Fantasy character I've ever had to deal with.
You are an outlier.
I don't care. And I played through all the 13 games, so I dealt with some shit.
Okay, the 10 command tower is just Metropolis Anarchy Pre-Destruction.
No.
That works.
Yeah, that makes
No,
sense.
Walker legitimately made me quit
Parts.
playing 10-1. And then I played 10-2, which is a better game.
There's some really good arts here, but I don't think there's anything. We already looked at like Vanquish the Horde. Soul Ring is just a yellow command materia in this because they're all in every one and they're all there. Actually, I should say Skull Clamp is like technically it's the hat, but it's Genova's head. Another good one, another +1 on that art design.
Yeah. No, the art, like I said, whatever I may have about deck design, which as a Magic nerd is the only thing I can rant about, the flavor wins for these decks are off the fucking,
Yeah, I want to say, like,
Sure.
all of the things they do with, like, the reskinned equipment cards, like, again, great, like, Vincent's shoes, Trailblazer boots, Tifa's, famous boots, Lightning Greaves, Red 13's Nanaki's, like, pin is Hero's Heirloom, shit like that. Like,
yeah.
they did a really good job
No.
of like, making it all work pretty good.
Inspiring statuary is the Shinra statue.
It's a fucking gold statue of President Shinra, yeah. God, President Shinra, you suck.
No,
Hate that guy.
like I said, like
which I mean, I
the
love
flavor
that guy, but I hate
wins for these sets are fucking amazing.
So that means next week we will probably spend
10 and
4
14.
hours doing 10 and 14.
Yeah. Get ready for a lot of people that don't remember a game to be like, who the hell was this again?
From 14?
No, from 10. I haven't played 10-1 in a long time.
Oh god.
I remember Yuna.
I think I remember
Yuna's
most
awesome.
of the core
She's the
cast,
protagonist,
but-
right?
Yes. Sure.
I
you got
can't remember the other guy. I don't know why.
it. Also doing a funny.
Probably
Maybe he
not
was
boring.
just a memory.
Meanwhile, 14 will be, because at least all of us have played it before, will be the fucking
Yeah.
DiCaprio point section.
There will be some points where I'm just like, who the hell is this?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry.
Don't worry about it.
Rahu!
My favorite part of the 14 deck is just how much of it is just hard spoilers.
That
yeah.
is kind of
Why?
unavoidable for all of the games, but especially for what
Yeah.
they did with the 14
You
set
know,
is like
14 I got spoiled a lot.
they
Yeah.
you can't do FF14 and like do the greatest hits without spoiling a lot, because like you got to be talking about like Shadowbringers and Endwalker and stuff. Otherwise, you'll be missing a little something. Like Shadowbringers especially is like that's a big iconic turning point for the game, but also is like spoiler as fuck.
Yeah,
This
I
would
think
not
at the
be a
very
great
least,
set if it was just ARR.
I think at the very least, majority of the pre-con, while sure there are spoilers in terms of names and designs, they don't mean anything in the pre-con.
Oh, yeah,
After the pre-con, there are some cards that are like, oh, this
Yeah.
is just a spoiler.
There are some characters that there's a certain two-sided legendary that I'm pretty sure is a spoiler.
Yes, no, that's definitely something that they. I don't know if they should have advertised that as like one of the first cards for the 14 set, but also it's kind of like, how could you not do that guy though? That's like, if you're gonna do this, that's one of the guys you gotta do. Especially considering
no.
like we
Which is
talked
funny
about
because
that
I
like
don't even know who it is because I haven't seen the card.
How far are you in 14?
yeah, he's current.
Oh, Emmett Sek.
Emmett Silk,
Emmett's-
yeah.
Ah,
I wasn't
With
even
his
Yeah.
with his flip card, which
His
becomes
flip
another
side
name.
has a name on it.
Yeah,
That I'm like, oh, that's who that is. Okay,
yeah.
Oh.
fair enough.
yes.
Yeah. Loth gets it
Yeah,
without seeing the
no.
card because he's played 14.
Regardless.
And I also
yeah,
like
there's
I
gonna
was
be
gonna
other
say before we
characters that I'm
leave
just
is
like, I don't know who this is.
the other thing with 14 is also I think the major thing is, well, they did come up with this system of like the hero like type tokens as a way to do Warriors of Light, which is very good. That also means that like to make normal like characters, you have to use the extended cast as well, because while the Warrior of Light is a very important part of 14, they are, a player avatar type character.
Yeah, which is why also just for some reason the Y'shtola deck is also an artifact deck. It's an equipment deck.
It's an everything. Like I said, the problem with the Y'shtola deck is it literally is an everything deck, and it really hurts the deck.
I think it works.
Go ahead.
Do Sid and Nero work together? Do they have cards that synergize?
Sid and Nero are not in the deck.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I believe
I don't
they
even
are.
think Nero has a card.
There might be a Nero card. There's definitely a Sid card.
No,
There is
like,
a Sid card. I don't think there's a Nero card.
There's a Sid card that I guess like actually does fit into the deck because he's blue, white, and equipment. So like he actually would make sense in the deck.
Well, if you want to take it in that direction, but that's the problem. You have to take it in that. We'll get to it.
Like I said, I my final thought was honestly, because 14 is so big, obviously you're gonna put a lot of 14 cards in because it's been going on for 10 years, so it's like there's much more content than some of the other games. It seems to me like the precon out of all of them is the one that's designed as like, hey, we can't pick one strategy. We're gonna hand you the precon. You gotta figure out where you're going with this shit, cause I can't,
well,
man.
You know what?
It's in the same vein of what Dallas talked about last week with the structure decks kind of having cards designed to be taken out and removed. That's kind of what's going on.
But the problem is, for 14, there's too many of those cards in the deck.
Well, I actually, no, the way I would phrase it, Dallas, is the thing if I understand the 14 deck correctly, I haven't looked at the deck list. I've closed all my tabs that are about Magic because it's almost midnight and I have a slight headache. I need to drink a lot of water. But the problem seems to be not that there are too many, but rather that there are, like, equally distant pivots you can go to, so no matter what, you have to cut some cards because you need to focus the deck down.
The biggest problem is the commander of the deck has a very distinct ability, and not all of the cards in the deck work to that goal. And like honestly, it would have been better if it would have been a better deck if they did, but it wouldn't have made sense. So I know why they didn't.
Yeah. So that's what we'll talk about later next week. And like obviously, I will say if you're picking about representatives, Y'shtola is actually the character that Square uses as the face for 14.
If you weren't just going to do the Warrior of Light and make it a Wooburg deck, this is the way to go.
It's Y'shtola and Raha are your two commanders, which are funny. It's both the cats.
And that's like the thing that like Graha is like one of the most popular characters. And also, like I said, Y'shtola is also a super popular character, and she is the one that Square uses as a face for 14 when she goes to other, like when they represent 14 and other stuff. It's usually Y'shtola.
Yeah, and this is the Esper deck.
Anyway,
I went to the Wizards website to look at some of the Magic cards. I found Ultimate, and the fucking flavor text is what I wanted.
Yes, I know. So, hey, anyway, like this video, subscribe to this channel, give me money on Patreon, watch the Medusa Wanted. We'll see you tomorrow for more 14, and we'll see you next week for another one of these. It'll probably be shorter, that stream. But it's late.
Hopefully.
Night, guys.
Bye.
Yeah, like what I ended up doing for the Y'shtola deck,